everybody, and welcome to Championship Sunday. Today, we are going to crown our European as well as our North American champions for the AWC Season 2. Hello, everybody. My name is Aya. I am joined with some amazing casters. We've got Zico, we've got Venruki, we've got Suptees. Zico, are you excited for today?
I couldn't be more excited. We got, the best of the best today. We're going to send some teams home. We're going to crown some champions. And it's going to be, our last show together for the season. So it's a little bit bittersweet too. But yeah, I'm excited. All kinds of emotions. What about you?
I'm feeling the same way. I was, making my coffee, getting ready for this morning. I was like, man, this is gonna be the last time we're gonna have a show for a while. So I'm excited. It's a bittersweet feeling as well, though. But we gotta get some teams eliminated today. We've got to crown our champions. So let's get going on that. We can take a look at the North American bracket. That's gonna be the second half of the day. We're doing Europe in the morning, but we can take a look at the games we're gonna be seeing today. As Zico mentioned, elimination rounds are gonna be happening. We can see in the lower bracket. First round of the day, Gold Guardians facing off against UNITAS Blue. And then, of course, we've got Method NA Venruki up there in the grand finals.
Yeah, Method NA, they basically steamrolled everybody yesterday. A very impressive performance against Golden Guardian and Cloud9. So they have earned their spot in the grand finals. Surprise, surprise. I mean, these guys basically win everything. So, if they can do it again, it would just be that much more impressive. And then, of course, in the lower bracket, it's all about eliminations. Golden Guardians versus UNITAS. Cloud9 waiting in the wings to see who wins that. And then a potential rematch if Cloud9 can do it against Method NA. Let's see if they have anything else prepared or who can really make a deep run. But it is not going to be easy to recover from that lower bracket.
Yeah, most definitely. We've got the same story as well going over on in Europe. Just like Method NA, Horizon had smooth sailing all the way up to that grand final spot. They had a 3-0 and then a 3-1. So very, very well done to those guys. So they're going to be waiting up there for a competitor, but we got to get through those elimination rounds that we can see down below. First match of the day, that is Method EU versus Reload Esports. The winner of that is going to be moving on to face off against Skill Capped in the semifinals. So how's this bracket shaping up for you, in your opinion, Suptees?
This is an odd bracket for Europe, right? Usually it's Skill Captain Method in the grand final, but this time around, Horizon has really mixed things up, and they've been having a great performance. And right now, oddly enough, I think the greatest opponent for Horizon would be Reload Esports, but they actually have the lowest odds of making it through this bracket. So Horizon have set up a gauntlet, basically, where they're like, all right, Method, can you dispatch of Reload for us? And if you can't, Skill Capped, can you do it, please? Because if they get all the way here, we're going to have a hard time. Like, Ret Warrior is the hardest thing they could face, and Reload Esports is, in my mind, the best one at the moment. So, Horizon are crossing their fingers right now for Method and Skill Capped, which also sounds odd because you would normally not want Skill Capped or Method to be going up against you, but that's just the way the compositions play out with these teams at the moment.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Horizon completely shaking up the meta and the hierarchy that we've seen in the Europe region for so long. A newcomer has come to town, and now they're in the grand finals waiting on another opponent. So like I already said, we're starting off the morning here with Reload Esports versus Method EU. Like Sid already mentioned, Reload Esports, if they're kind of Horizon's biggest competitor, do you think, however, Ven, that they can do it?
Reload Esports, it's been difficult for them in the past. They have lost to Method and they have lost to Skill Cap. So if they're going to do it, it's going to be off the back of a lot of preparation and a lot of practice. We saw Waz tweet out yesterday that he was a little bit tilted after the first couple of games versus Horizon. So hopefully that tilt doesn't carry forward. And if it does, maybe it's going to be a factor. What is the mindset of Method EU going down to that lower bracket so early on in the tournament? Maybe that's something that Reload Esports is going to be able to capitalize on. But even if they beat Method, then they have to get through Skill Cap. So for Reload Esports, they've got the talent, they've got the players. Let's see if they can execute, and let's see how much preparation they really put in.
Yeah, I am for sure excited. We know that these guys, all of the teams that are playing today, they had that 2-week break. They had MDI to sort of, reconvene, strategize as we're heading into these finals. So these teams are really at the top of their game. But like Ven mentioned, Method kind of had a little bit of a difficult day. If you guys saw Waz's tweets, he had some bugs that he was dealing with, and definitely a little bit of frustration coming out from him at least. And also, you're going to see it in a second. He was also tweeting that, he was so frustrated excited that the chat was flaming him for his room. And they are moving. I just want to give you guys a reminder, and I think he's going to have a little bit of a sign for that as well. So definitely keep an eye on that. But we're going to get into the game. It is game number 1 of Championship Sunday, the last day of the AWC Season 2 Reload Esports versus Method EU, Sid.
All right, let's get it started here. Can Reload Esports get through the gauntlet of teams that have been giving them a hard time throughout this entire season? Method EU, the last time these teams faced off, utilized Rogue Mage Druid, and they just ran down the Restoration Shaman of Reload Esports. So I do wonder if we'll see the same compositions coming out from them that we saw in the circuit play, or if it's evolved since then. Is Reload Esports just going to go to their bread and butter? We saw in the first rounds of the upper bracket, they played Elemental Shaman, Shadow Priest, Resto Shaman, and they really brought that out as a curveball. But in the final game, they decided to go right back to their Ret Warrior Shaman, which makes me think that they're going to want to rely on their main composition, what they've practiced the most, what they're going to perform the best on for the remainder of this tournament. And if that's the case, and you're Method EU and you anticipate that, they might lock in the Shadow Priest Mage Druid, which would be really tough for them. There's a lot of mind games coming into this game 1. There's a lot of options on both sides. The edge, I think, is to Method EU. Reload Esports are going to have to take out a lot here if they're going to pull this one off.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be jumping into the game here shortly, but it's like you said, for Method EU, for both of these teams, they really needed to rise to the occasion. At this point, is elimination series after elimination series, and if either one of these teams is going to make it all the way, they have to win 3 in a row, and that's not going to be 3 series in a row. Not going to be an easy thing to do. I think for the blind pick, my kind of prediction for this one will be Reload Esports leads with their Shadow Priest Warrior Shaman. Yeah, okay, I did not guess Method EU correctly. I was going to guess Rogue Mage Druid, to be fair, but yeah, interesting. I feel like on paper, I actually would maybe give a slight edge here to Reload Esports. I think this is a great pick for them. And I feel like Method EU was trying to anticipate the Ret Warrior, and they kind of got mind games here in game number 1.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way. And that's going to be big because Reload Esports, they might just win this entire series off of a game 1 victory. So we'll see if they can actually do that or not. But right now, it's going to be all about the gameplay here. We got the big Earth Elemental out already on Tessia. It looks like they're actually pressuring the mage a lot here. Valet, though, forced into the dispersion early on here. We got a fear onto Chaz. Tessia still taking decent amount of damage here from Mercy. There's the big pressure coming out, but Valet as well under heavy fire here in the opening stage. A Shattering Throw comes out by Mercy to remove that Ice Block of Tessia. And if you're trading Dispersion for Ice Block, I would say that's definitely in favor of the Shadow Priest and Reload Esports.
I think I need to go Necrolord on my Warrior right now. This looks like too much fun for Mercy right now against Method EU. Lone Tar in a Polymorph, though, at the moment. Valet is isolated, getting pounced on by Tessia and Zuniaki. Is he going to survive for 1 more second? Lone Tar finally leaving the Polymorphs, but now into a full Cyclone. Cyclone on his Master Spell, looking for a quarter. Switches the clone to Valet to prevent recovery. And now silencing Lone Tar. This could be very scary, but Thessia at the same time is low on health. No cooldowns, no Nature Swiftness for 7 more seconds. 6 more seconds on that Nature Swiftness. 4 more seconds. Is he going to manage to make it? 2, 1. Dispelling off of Vampiric Touch, putting him even further behind, but Nature Swiftness available. Is going to get Tessia back in the fight. Valet is now struggling to survive, trying to heal himself behind the pillar. Lone Tar's in the Cyclone. He line of sights nice Fleshcraft on the pound stun of Chaz. Valet immunes that incoming pressure and recovers. And this has been brutal so far in game 1 for both sides.
Yeah, back and forth. Valet under pressure. Tessia under pressure as well. He has to run and hide behind the pillar. Mercy has just been all over him, unrelenting in this assault. Another Stormbolt lands. That's going to be the medallion from Tessia to just create some space and try to get away, but just hasn't been able to so far. Mercy just chasing him down, putting a lot of pressure on the mana bar of Chaz. And even though it's been scary for Valet, I still feel like this game is going in favor of Reload Esports. Let's see if they can hold on. This is, of course, the combustion from Tessia, trying to line up some damage. Valet forced to trade out the Dispersion, but Malediction is going to be soaking up all of that healing. Great usage there by Zuniaki. Lone Tar still didn't have to trade out his Trinket, though. He's being very greedy, but that greed seems to be paying off.
Sometimes greed is good, and now Mercy finds himself behind enemy lines. He's actually taking some damage here. He needs to be careful. Ring of Fire is going to come out, but he will catch a nice little Riptide there, and now he will feel confident enough to push forward. He's got the Necrolord banner active right now. Big pressure potential here for Mercy. Chaz mana not looking too well right now. Tessia, no Ice Block available. And this could be his cauterizer. Now fighting Chaz, and it will proc, and that's the Siphon on him. Tessia almost going down right there, but he will cauterize, he will get the overgrowth and the iron bark. But now, the next time they connect, I'm very afraid for him. Now, I think for Method, the best defense is more offense, but Mercy shuts it down immediately there with a nice war banner, but they kill it off. They get a full cycle onto Lontar here. Big pressure onto Mercy, but he's not even going to use his Die by the Sword here. And now Tessia realizing he needs to just stall for about a minute when he has that Ice Block coming back off cooldown. So he's just going to try to run for it. But Mercy, if he can keep up now, there's no Iron Bark. This next Stormbolt could be deadly if they can find any crowd control onto Chaz. They might just take down Tessia here with raw pressure, Sid.
Yeah, Reload are playing very aggressive in this matchup, but they're on the back foot. Lone Tar and a Polymorph, Mercy and a Dragon's Breath. Valet gonna duck for cover in Fleshcraft and let Mercy do some of the heavy lifting at the moment with that Avatar, trying to finish the game. Chaz has Nature Swiftness. He's gonna pop it immediately to recover. Tessia blinking further back, but Mercy is dispelled. Lone Tar is moving in aggressively to do damage as well. Zuniaki Master Spells Crowd Control, goes for a silence and tries to set up for the kill onto the Warrior. Mercy blocks it with Die by the Sword and should be allowed to stay aggressive here and push through the combustion. And if they can stay on Tessia, there's really nothing for 15 more seconds. He's going to have to get a really well-timed alter time, but if it's purged off, he's going to fall behind. His Ice Block actually just came off cooldown. Mercy goes into battle stance. He really wants to get aggressive. He's 10 seconds away from his next Necro Lord banner. Valet has Psyfiend available as well. Tessia drops a Ring of Fire to try and scare Mercy away, but Mercy is unafraid, pushing forward with Sharpened Blade on Tessia, trying to finish him off. He's desperate, dropping a defensive Ring of Frost to try and hold on to the Ice Block as long as possible, but he's pinned in center field, unable to really utilize it. Here comes the Necro Lord banner. Tessia hiding around his Ring of Frost to try and avoid Mercy as much as possible with the Soul Shape, doing an excellent job to avoid the Necro Lord banner pressure. Really good kiting by Tessia in that position.
Yeah, he did a really excellent job, and he avoided having to use that second Ice Block. Quite nicely done, trying to get crowd control onto Lone Tar and trying to get some damage rolling, but he gets interrupted. Whoa! There is the Ice Block, an unexpected amount of burst. That was a fear into a silence onto Chaz. Great crowd control there by Valet. Zuniaki trying to reverse the pressure. Full polymorph on Lone Tar. Now Mercy could be in some trouble. There is the Trinket Spirit Link available, but Lone Tar actually does decide to make the trade. Reload Esports, they have momentum right now. They have Tessia on the ropes, and if they can continue this push, they might be able to take him down. So I think trading out those defensive cooldowns, trying to continue the aggression is certainly the right move, and it could pay off. Chaz might have to trade up the Nature Swiftness, but after that, there's really not much left in terms of defensive cooldowns for Method EU.
There's a Psyfiend on the Mercy. They got a big CC chain. Lontar has no trinket. Mercy's being greeted with the Die by the Sword. I don't know if that's going to be enough. That was very late, but he does catch a nice Shadowman there by Valet. That Mercy almost going down. You can see Waz here just watching and shaking in his boots. He knows if they lose this series, they are out. And the same thing, of course, goes for Reload as well. So everybody really needs to do their best right now. They got the Rock Elemental available and active here on Tessia, doing tons of damage. Chaz has no mana left. This is potentially the final push here. Defensive Fear coming out from Mercy. Nice Master Spec coming out from Belay. Is it going to be enough? And they CC Lontar any longer? It doesn't look like it. And it looks like Tessia now will be running back here, trying to build some more distance between himself and Mercy. The defensive Ring of Fire here once again. He's going to rebuff behind the pillar, just trying to catch his breath here for a second. But Chaz, he has completely ran out of mana. He's got nothing to work with. He needs to find a drink immediately, and they need to try to cross the map, and that's exactly what they're setting up to do here. Chaz needs to find some mana here, and Tessia just needs to stay alive on his own somehow. Zuniaki needs to be kind of the tank for the team, but you get Chaz to get
Necrolord banner.
Was able to get a little bit of mana, and now the Necrolord banner. Oh my! Mercy, big pressure onto Tessia. Nature Swiftness is going to come out. Chaz is so happy he got just a little bit of mana. Panda Erasure coming out though onto Chaz into the full fear. Tessia now with the soul shape running away here to the opposite side of the map. Full hex onto Zuniaki. There's a too far away to dispel it. Going for a sheep, but Mercy Blade Storms it just to get a little bit more uptime. And I think this game, it could very, very well be over soon. Delay gets forced into the dispersion. He trades it out very early, and now potentially here trying to set up a new CC chain onto Chaz, but I don't know how Method are going to bring this back. Mercy has his CDs back, and he was really their only pressure point.
No, Valet down to half health. He can't afford to throw the game. If it gets interrupted here, it's going to be game over. But Psyfiend is actually farming him at the moment. He can't heal through it. He's going to trinket and fade and duck around the corner. Not killing that Psyfiend is still getting value on Valet right now. He's managed to recover. He's going for Void Eruption. He wants to get aggressive on Tessia. They fear Chaz, but he pre-Iron Barks it. They're going to have to attack Chaz instead, but I don't think they're going to kill him through Bear Form. Tessia drops a Ring of Fire to try and scare Mercy away from pushing behind the pillar. Mercy wraps around the other side here. Tessia now in the Storm Bolt. Big hit of damage. Cauterize just became available for him, though. Nature Swiftness for Chaz. That's the last heal of the game for him, likely. No Innervate, no mana left. Tessia is going to have to pull out a miracle with this next Combustion. Where are they going to go? They need to win the game right now. They go for the Combustion, but Lone Tar trinkets. He gets bashed on his trinket. A little bit more damage on Valet, but Valet line of sights. Mercy trades, die by the sword, and he survives this Combustion all in from Tessia. Now they just need to stay on top of the mage. Chaz has 0 mana left and burn him down. Mercy is going for the kill, popping the Warbreaker. This would be unbelievable to see Reload Esports take this. They've been struggling so much with Method throughout the entire season, if not the entire year, but they are the closest they've ever been. But Ice Block is coming up in 10 seconds. Tessie is on the run. His Cauterize triggers, and he is burning down. Chaz has 0 mana. They proc the Wild Seed. They just need to finish off this Wild Seed, and they will take game number 1, and they have done it. Reload Esports, against all odds, have done it, and maybe Horizon is starting to not feel so safe.
So much of this match just came down to the blind pick. Reload Esports, I feel like this was beautiful from them. Definitely winning the mind game, bringing in the Warrior, Shadow Priest, Shaman against the God Comp. Method was looking for the cleave. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find it, and now Reload Esports has set themselves up to potentially win this series.
Yeah, they're starting off strong, winning that game number 1. We're going to take a look at the replay, see how that all went down, but they kind of, I mean, really consistent throughout this entire game here, Zico.
Absolutely. And I mean, a lot of it is because of that uptime from Mercy. And I really like what they did at the end as well here. Valet is the only person who can die here. So Valet, he has a very defensive positioning here. They pop the Combustion, they get the stun. And then here, Tessia actually swaps away from Valet because he can no longer reach him. He swaps to Mercy, and Mercy just immediately died by the sword. Trades it out very, very early. The Siphon is down, but the pressure from the Siphon is finally going to fade since they popped it on Valet and Mercy. Because he pops his cooldown so early, he gets to stay aggressive. He doesn't drop low HP, and then he needs to run away and get heals. No, he pops them right away. He gets to stay in. He gets to have that uptime. And it really matters because if you look at Tessia's cooldowns here, he's got 10 seconds left for that Ice Block. So if Mercy gets forced away just for a couple of seconds and he runs away and needs to run back in, that's enough time for potentially for Tessia to stall out the game a little bit longer and maybe find a new opportunity to try to kill Mercy later. So definitely just about time that Reload managed to close that one out. And I think a lot of it is just they had beautiful uptime. I mean, look at Mercy, top damage. And they had the crowd control when they needed it. They had surprising amounts of damage. It looked like they had a good game plan heading into this matchup, and they won the blind pick. So Reload doing all the right decisions right now.
Yeah, most definitely. We're going to see if they can continue on in this fashion, see if they can get another victory here, and then they're going to be in a really good spot within this series. But Method EU, they're going to be choosing their map, and that puts Reload Esports in a position where they have to blind lock in their composition. Subti, is in your mind what Reload Esports, obviously they, did a lot better than maybe we expected them to in game number 1. What were the differences?
I think matchup. I mean, this seems like Method EU probably want to run Rogue Mage Druid into the Shadow Priest Warrior Shaman, but they thought that Reload Esports would play Ret Warrior in game 1, which means they would rather play the Shadow Priest Mage. So in case of the blind pick, Reload Esports took it, but they have also lost to Shadow Priest Mage as well with this. But Reload Esports played a different strat. They just played all out aggression. They ran on top of Method EU, and this is something that I don't think we've seen them do, and it looked so much better. It just seemed like Method EU could never get away, they could never get a break, they could never get a drink, and Reload Esports just played aggro on top of them and ran it all the way to a victory. And I like that they just made clean calls. It was, okay, they've got a good setup, somebody's going to trinket, let's make sure we don't overlap, and they just made clean defensive calls, which allowed them to stay on top of Method EU, and they could just overrun them. So now Method EU, they're going to switch to Rogue Mage Druid for this matchup. I think they were also thinking, like, Shadow Priest Mage, it will beat Ret Warrior easily, and it can also beat that, so we'll just do that blind pick. But now, how does Reload Esports deal with this? Because the last time they met this composition, Lone Tar got just trained the blue into the ground, and he wasn't able to survive. So does he have any surprises? Does Reload Esports have something for Method EU here? Because I think for all intents and purposes, did anyone predict Reload Esports to make it through this? Because I don't think anyone did. But they're showing potential now, and having won that blind pick was very important.
To make it through the series?
Even through the series, let alone the whole tournament, but even through the series, I feel like they were kind of the underdog because they've been struggling with Method EU and Skill Cap basically the whole year.
Yeah. Well, they clearly put a lot of work into it, so I'm curious to see how they're going to respond to this comp swap from Method EU. We can take a look at the stats that they've got as well, but Method EU, they had that little dip in like performance and I guess results then in the last circuit, but they've really stepped it up a notch here this season.
Method EU, I feel like they've been so consistent for a long time. Honestly, like I feel like this might. I'd have to double check, but if Method EU doesn't make it to the finals, I feel like that's something we haven't seen in maybe years
a long time.
at this point.
Yeah,
so, it would definitely be very surprising, but it could be Reload that ends up knocking them out here in 4th place in this top 4. However, I feel like this composition swap I really like from Method. So bring in Waz on the Assassination Rogue. This is a composition they have used before. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised that they didn't lock this in on their blind pick, because when they played against Reload Esports last time, I think they ended up 3-1ing them or 3-0ing them with this comp. So definitely has a lot of potential. You have the lockdown from the Assassination Rogue. And I think this is going to be a lot more comfortable of a match for Method EU. Instead of being on the defensive and having to run away the entire game, they're going to be the team that's able to push the pace, go in, keep someone locked down, and try to catch some mistakes from Reload Esports.
Yeah, no, I was kind of referring to the season 1 circuit, where in those first couple of games for Method EU, they weren't able to get those wins, and then they just kind of quickly recovered and made it to the finals. And it's just the team that kind of always seems to bounce back and always stay in that first, second place position, like you were kind of mentioning. We can also look here at Reload Esports, and I don't know if you guys remember, you guys watching from home, when was it Merci Zico that tweeted out those like big, like how they just like 5 head strategy, like all of their matches. It seems like they're just a really meticulous yeah, like their whole playbook.
Yeah. He showed us what was it, he had like some geographical like design of like the map, like, oh, if the mage goes here, Relay, you need to go here, I'm going this way, you're going this way, we're gonna cut him off and make sure that we get the max. They're probably still employing the strats from the playbook.
It was a warlock.
It was a warlock. Yeah.
Poor Warlock, man. Imagine you're a Warlock trying to get away from a Warrior, and they've just come up with a playbook to counter everything you can possibly do. Thought about it for hours. But that level of preparation can definitely end up paying off in tournaments. I mean, if it comes, think about it. You win game number 1, especially in a matchup like this where both these teams kind of have counter comms. If you can kind of just think about it, sit down, really prepare, and then you just get that little bit of a slight lead by winning on a grand, that can end up just winning you the series and keep you from elimination.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen it, many times before, even if a game goes to game 5, because these series are best of 5. A lot of the times the winner of that first match on the grand is going to determine the winner no matter what. Coming back from losing on the blind pick can be really difficult. You have to win that swing match. So maybe we do see Method EU do it, but at the moment, Reload Esports looking strong, Soupties.
Yeah, it was a great performance in game number 1. Very important overall for the strategy of the series. If they win here in game number 2, I think they do it. I think this game alone could decide the entire series, because if Rogue Mage Druid isn't an option for this, and they get small maps against that Shadow Priest Mage, then I think Method EU is on lock. This is really where the pressure point is for Method. They can't afford to lose. They are in historically the best position because this comp has been farming resto shamans. What's interesting though is Method EU are the only ones who utilize this. We don't see it in North America whatsoever against someone like Golden Guardians or trying to run down shamans at all. Method EU are really the only ones that use Rogue Mage Druid to kill shamans the way that they did against Reload Esports. So Reload Esports might not have the most amount of practice either. It's not like Rogue Mage Druid is the most prevalent composition either. You're usually playing it with a priest. So right now, this is kind of their test. If Reload Esports can manage to pull this off, then I think they make it through to Skill Capped. And Skill Capped have very similar compositions to Method. So if this Shadow Priest Warrior Shaman is up to par for Reload Esports, they might be making the run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were asked by D Machine yesterday to predict the whole bracket for him, and I think that all of our predictions are going to be wrong if Reload Esports wins this series here. But let's see what they can do on the side of Method EU, or is Reload Esports gonna go to match point?
Have to wait and see. Method EU bringing in Waz on the Rogue, the all-star. Let's see what he can do in this match. What target are they going to go after? I have a few different options. They could focus on crowd control on Lontar and go after either the Valet or Mercy, or they could just get crowd control on the DPS and go after the healer, which is something we see Mage Druid Rogue do quite often. It looks like that's what they're going to opt to do. Just put as many silences with Garrote and kidney shots on Lontar, and then just spam Polymorph and Cyclone on Mercy and Valet so they can't really assist them. And eventually, you slowly get the cooldowns out of the way, and it's a great way to control the match as well. But looks like Reload Esports, they have a different strategy in mind. They're not going to get controlled, and they're going to be the team pushing the pace here onto Tessia and forcing him to actually play defensive here with this initial crowd control on Chaz.
Yeah, but nice wind shear there by Lontar. Oh my goodness, they broke the cauterize immediately there. Big chunk of damage coming out there. Chaz greeting the Iron Bark right there, but now finally combustion coming out from Tessia. They get the sheep onto Mercy. Big damage coming out. Nice lock on the Shadow Man. Do you have anything more? And there's going to be a Cyclone coming out here from Chaz. It's mastered by Valet. Now Cyclone onto Valet. And Lontar, his Battle Master is going to drop soon. Waz got the Vendetta rolling. Nice. Spirit Walker's Grace right there by Lontar is going to give him that immunity to interrupt. Waz now re-channeling Fleshcraft, and Tessia and Chaz are already in kind of survival mode. Nope, they're just going to keep the chain going. They get a sheep onto Valet. It's a triple DR though, and they get the Cyclone onto Mercy. And they do get the Master Spell there onto Mercy. He's going to get the Intervene onto Lontar, but they force out another cooldown there. They got the Ascendance. Before that, there was the Astral Shift. And the next kidney could be the Trinket here, should be is.
All right, let's see if they can close it out here. Tessia's not too comfortable, though, with Chaz in crowd control down at 50%. Mercy charges in, Dragon's Breath for a second, but they get Ice Block. This is an amazing position to be in as Reload Esports. If you are Method EU, you are the most terrified ever. This is a lower bracket round. If they lose 2 more games, they are going to be out of the top 4. Reload Esports against all odds, a composition that just completely aced them the last time they faced off against Method EU. They're in such a commanding position. They still have medallions on 3 players against Rogue Mage Druid. As long as they don't throw here, they should actually be able to close this one out with Trinket Spirit Link and Trinket assistance from the Warrior. I think that they've got this. Lontar is going to Fleshcraft and get aggressive, spamming out Purges. They're pushing for the kill. Tessia trying to retreat. Lontar in a kidney shot. Tessia can't do any damage. Mercy intercepts him with a Stormbolt. Lontar survives another kidney shot and is starting to get more aggressive towards Tessia. Valet's in position to crowd control Chaz. They just need to get a couple of Purges, Dispels, but a Shackles of Malediction. No one's stopping the Shackles on Lontar. A Mass Dispel from Valet.
Nice.
Dispels the Shackles. They get a Fear on the whole team. They're pushing aggressive onto Tessia. This was Valet's medallion out of the way. Still has Dispersion for a swap. Blind is coming up. How are Method EU going to navigate this? I don't think they can continue to play as aggressively as they are. Chaz is running out of mana.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really scary moment. Maybe they can drop, though. Lontar, he's incredibly low right now, using the Emblem as well as his Astral Shift and his Earthen Wall Totem, so he's low on health, but he basically has Divine Shield with all 3 of those active. Tessia, though, with this Combustion, getting out a lot of damage, but with no Ice Block, no Cauterize. Chaz has no Iron Bark. This is the moment. This is exactly what Reload Esports wants. They need to push forward, get the Dispels on Tessia, remove his Alter Time if he uses it, remove the Triune Ward. If they get all that off and push through that defense, this is a great opportunity. However, Waz, of course, does have his Vendetta, so there's a huge hit of damage available. He's still opting not to use it. There it is, a Siphon on Tessia as well. So both these players in trouble right now. Tessia, I would say, is on the back rope. Mercy's all over him. Can he actually take him down? A nice dismantle by Waz. Some of that extra rogue utility, slowing down that warrior damage. And now they're reversing the pressure here on Lontar. And this Vendetta from Waz could be a nightmare for Reload to deal with.
Yeah, let's see it. Another Shackle coming out here. This got to be Lontar's Trinket here. Surely he's going to sit it. No, he will Trinket and drop the Spirit Link Totem, but he doesn't have any actual defense here. He doesn't have any damage mitigation. Mercy, though, coming out of power control, should have something for him if he needs to. And there it is. A nice Earthen Wall Totem, but Chaz drops the Iron Bark. He's sneaking away for a drink. They need pressure right now. Mercy needs uptime here. Waz going for the Fleshcraft. Delay looking for Chaz. Chaz doesn't get much mana at all, maybe a tick there, but his mana is not looking great. And there's no Iron Bark right now, no Ice Block here, and no Card Rise for Tessia, but Lontar also without cooldowns right now in this kidney shot, but he will survive. They're going after Chaz here. Big swap coming out from Reload to get the silence into the stun here. Nice disarm though onto Mercy, and that should be his cue, maybe potentially go back after Tessia. No, he fears up Tessia. 10 seconds left on his Trinket. They have the damage here, potentially take down Chaz. Chaz has got basically no mana left. Sharpened Blade coming out onto Chaz, but a nice nice Ursul's Vortex by Chaz will allow him to get away. And now the tables are turning. Lontar in a dangerous situation here. Kidney shot into the cheap shot, into another Garrote here, but he does get his Astral Shift. Is it going to be enough though? He combos it there. Big heals coming out now from Lontar with all of his cooldowns active. The Ascendance should be enough here for his team. But Chaz now, once again, looking for the drink. Tessia again with the control. Can they keep going here? Or will Method get clotheslined by Mercy here?
All right, let's see if they can close it out here. Lontar into another kidney shot. Mercy intervening to assist and manages to survive, but Chaz sneaks away and drinks. Any amount of mana in favor of his team is going to be more opportunities on the board to close this game out, but Necrolord banner activates, but Mercy gets baited behind the pillar, polymorphed, out of line of sight. Lontar goes for a Fleshcraft, comboing it with the Spirit Walker's Grace to prevent interruption, guaranteeing his immunity. Now rooting Waz and escaping. If Lontar gets a drink here around the corner and has mana to purge, it's going to overwhelm Chaz. He's running away from Waz. He doesn't want to get sapped, though. Does he have a bleed on him? He's got a couple of dots on him, but the dots are fading. Waz just goes in for the kill. He knows Lontar has basically nothing. Another kidney shot. Lontar, I think you got to trinket this, man. I think it's too greedy. He's trying to sit through. He trinkets a little bit late. He's trying to get back to his team, but he's separated far too far from Mercy. Mercy needs to get over here, intervene, buying Lontar a couple of more seconds. He gets gripped by Valet back into the corner. Now Tessia is getting blasted down by Mercy, but he's got Cauterize. He's got Ice Block. He has options to trade here. And despite the early advantage, Method EU are getting into a better and better position. Mercy needs to force Cauterize with this fear, try and get an Ice Block, at least something from them during this crowd control. They go for a Shadow Priest stun. They've got more follow-up. They've got to get Cauterize and block here. They're just not finding enough damage to get the cooldowns from Tessia and Lontar. He pre-healing Tide Totem, pre-earthened this kidney shot. He's going to take 0 damage, and no one had a trinket. That kidney shot could have been the end of the game for him if he didn't preempt it so well.
Ooh, there's the Ice Block. Chaz, can he actually top him off? Master Spell, but a huge Triune Barrier from Tessia. Going to make him more than durable enough with the Ring of Frost on Mercy. Now getting aggressive. Lontar in a Garrote.
No trinket.
Kidney shot. Free Astral Shift. He free Astral Shift and he's still going to die. Gets taken down. Nice setup there by Method EU. Overwhelming damage. And Tessia and Chaz, at a certain point in the game when they were scared, I mean, they just turned into pure defense, all crowd control, and it was really difficult for Reload to push through that amount of defense, and they just couldn't get anything done.
Method EU bouncing back, and now they're tied up, giving themselves another chance here to get themselves back in this series. It's now 1-1, best of 5, so it's continuing on. We saw Reload win game number 1, now Method EU game number 2. So I wonder then, Zico, if it's going to keep going in this pattern. Do we see Reload Esports winning game number 3?
Honestly, I feel like this series could go either way. I think maybe it won't even get decided by the blind pick here, but I could definitely see them swapping games like this. I feel like Reload had an excellent opportunity to win this game as well. They played really well, and it wasn't enough. Jess got away too many times, but if it was on a smaller map, I could definitely see them winning this matchup. And in addition to that, also, I feel like Method actually can beat Reload's Shadow Priest Warrior as well with their Shadow Priest Mage. So I really feel like it's unlikely almost to be decided by how the blind pick goes, because both of these teams can win on their, on their soft counter matchups. So it's really just going to come down to who plays it better. And honestly, I think Reload Esports, they played super well here, but so did Method, and especially Chaz. He was able to get so many drinks, and Tessie as well. Built a lot of distance, had a lot of control onto Mercy here, and here at the end, Lontar gets the pre-Astro Shift, the Dragon's Breath, the Sheep, and the Astro Shift, I believe, actually ends in the stun lock right at the end there. No, it's actually still active. They just kill him through it all the way through. That rogue mage damage coming in there. I believe that was with the Tricks of the Trade as well. And the Combustion, Rune of Power, just every single modifier in the game. So yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, most certainly is. And now it is going to be, since Reload Esports did lose that last game, we're going to be seeing them pick their map. Looks like we are going to Hook Point. Do we expect them to change their composition at all, Supatis? Is that the best answer for them at the moment?
I don't think they'll blind lock Rogue Mage Druid on a map like this, but I guess they don't have any other option. Yeah, on a small map, what are their options? So now it's up to Reload Esports. Do they flip into Ret Warrior? For this, I think it would be a good map for it. It's not like they're going to have mind games from the Druid, right? So there's no priest to counter the Ret Paladin. We might see Mystic tagged in here for a game. And with that Ret Paladin assistance, the Shaman is probably not going to get tunneled down as easily. Although I feel like Lontar played an excellent game. Like, he had so many preemptive reads. It just seems like Astral Shift is not equal Combust and Vendetta. But they're actually going to stay with it. So Reload Esports, I think this is saying that they need to be able to beat the Shadow Priest Mage as well in the future. They're more confident in this overall than the Ret Paladin against Method EU. But that last game, it was so good. Maybe, again, Chaz got a couple of sneaky drinks. So on a map like Hook Point, if Chaz doesn't get those, Reload Esports could close this out.
Well, I think so much of the matchup, too, comes down to basically extending Mercy, right? Lontar quite often gets left behind because he has a rogue training him, so he gets stuck in kidney shots. And if Tessia and Chaz can isolate Mercy, drag him behind a pillar, and then get that crowd control that really sits, that's when the game, they start losing momentum. And that's what we saw during like the second half of that game, where they really couldn't, they already got cauterized, they already got ice blocked, but as soon as Chaz and Tessia just decided, we don't want to die, we're just going to run, then Mercy just couldn't take them down. So I think on the small map, that same result will be a lot more difficult for Method to pull off. And hopefully Reload Esports can stay together as a unit. Lontar can actually get the dispels on the warrior, and that's when they can actually push through and try to secure a kill.
So you think that it's Reload then, Ben, that has a better chance on this map?
I mean, yeah, I think that's why they picked it. They just want a smaller map, just to reduce the amount of area that Chaz and Tessia have to kind of run away and create space. And I think this is a good pick for them.
And we're going to take a look over at Tessia and his stats, and all he's played this year so far is Fire Mage. What is it specifically for all the mage players out there that's just lacking with Arcane and Frostbend this season?
Well,
just spell it out for me.
Well, let's do this. Let's talk about what's great about Fire. So the nice thing about Fire, and one of the reasons why it's so potent right now, is you have a lot of offense and defense with Dragon's Breath. So Dragon's Breath is a really good utility spell. You can use it defensively to set up like Ring of Frosts on melee, or stop casts, or also get crowd control on a healer. So you can just shimmer on top of a healer, use Dragon's Breath to get him in a polymorph. It just gives you a lot more control and options. Fire Mage also has a really great way of doing damage. So with your Combustion, you can spam out a lot of instant casts and get off a lot of damage. It's really hard to stop unless you have like a Purge or something like that. So those are the two main reasons why Fire Mage has kind of been the more popular spec.
Yeah, we see Tessia really shine on that spec as well. Sorry, Zico, go ahead.
No, it's all good. Let's get it. Lontar right now in a cheap shot into a kidney shot. Ring of Fire is surrounding him, and it burns. But Lontar will walk out of that one and actually not trade a single cooldown. So he's in a pretty good spot overall, but Waz is just trying to build up his damage here, trying to stack up his bleeds and everything. And they're just trying to get rid of some of those micro CCs potentially here, poking up the Fleshcraft. Get a disarm here onto Mercy. Big pressure onto Tessia actually. Chaz though has the Iron Bark to work with, and there it is, sheep onto Valet, and now here comes the pressure. Mercy gets sheep shotted. Big damage onto Lontar. Chaz looking for the Cyclone here, and Mercy actually reflects, but Chaz does fake it there. Nicely done, and now Stormbolt with Tessia. Big pressure coming out with a rock element that actually stuns Tessia on his trinket. So good pressure coming out so far from Reload, and so far I would say the map is looking good for them, Sid.
Waz went sub. Why did Waz go Subtlety? He's playing Subtlety in this matchup. He's trying to go for a huge hit of damage here on Lontar during the kidney shot, but not really even tickling Lontar here during the stun lock. Now he gets out, dispelling Mercy, getting aggressive onto Tessia, really bringing the aggression. I like this from Reload Esports. Even though this is the top 4 elimination series, they know their win condition is staying right on top of Method. They have to push through the pain, face their fears here if they want to make it through all the way and take this championship. And they're still trying to stay on target, but Tessia is avoiding Mercy pretty effectively here, dropping a Ring of Frost, trying to pin the whole team. Dragon's Breath onto the Warrior. The Disorienting Roar actually puts Mercy on Polymorph Diminishing Return. So now Mercy should be able to assist Lontar, and Tessia is struggling. He's now at 10%. Mercy goes into battle stance. He'll be able to intervene if he needs to. I think they're giving up on the Shaman. It's just not going to work as Subtlety in this matchup. They're maybe going to look for a blind out of the Polymorph. They're switching to the Shadow Priest. Not sure right now. Method EU seem a little bit lost, and the longer they spend trying to find their target of their strategy, Chaz is running out of mana faster and faster.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, things aren't looking too good for Method, but honestly, at the beginning of the last game, they weren't looking too good either. So we'll just see how much they can end up getting control. They're slowly getting cooldowns out of the way. Well, not really. They haven't really gotten too many cooldowns. They got the Astral Shift, but still with Trinket and stuff like that, Lone Star is going to be feeling pretty safe. Tessia just has really not been able to do anything in this match. He's just running and hiding as much as he can. The Warriors just been all over him. There's been a lot of pressure out. Lone Star trying to connect, and this is the opportunity. They can get stuns when Lone Star's in the middle of the map. They're actually maybe going for someone else. Nice fake there by Valet on that Mass Dispel. So Tessia, he goes for the Polymorph on Lone Star with an interrupt on Valet. Gets the Polymorph, gets faked on the interrupt. And unfortunately, the Mass Dispel lands anyway, and now it's actually going to be him that's in trouble. But at the same time, Kitty shot on Lone Star. Big damage coming in from the side of Method EU. Esports might be feeling a little bit scared, but not too much. Now Mercy is going to be using his offensive cooldowns, try to get something going, but a shadowy duel from Waz is going to slow down that damage. So maybe just going for the shadowy duel plays as the line of thinking with subtlety, but his ability to just train down Lone Star and create pressure that way is greatly diminished as the specialization. They're going to have to go for a big one-shot. This could be it. Big combustion, and Lone Star is forced to use the Ascendance to try to catch up on healing.
I'm not really a big fan of the sub, but since it is a blind lock for them, maybe it's just a better overall matchup if they do face the Red Warrior as well, and maybe just gives them more control against the Red team. So it might be their best pick here overall. However, I feel like they just lack that punch that Assassination has, but we'll see. We have seen sub-rogues extend, the game with incredible CC change, kidney shot into sheeps and things like that, and also with long lockouts, with shadowy dual one-shots. They have some ways to win the matchup here. We'll see what Waz decides to do right now. Looks like he's just going to go after Delay a little bit, just trying to slow him down with his damage. Actually drops him kind of low here. Tessia does have the Iron Bar to work with, Master Spell coming out. And Belay might be their new target here to get a disarm onto Mercy. Do you get any crowd control onto Lontar? That is the question. Tessia is moving in. Look at the Dragon's Breath here, potentially full route onto Mercy. Tessia looking for the sheep here onto Belay, actually. Doesn't look like he will find it. Lontar deflects it. And now full kidney shot onto Lontar. Sheep shot onto Mercy, potentially into a Cyclone here. Cyphine, though, rolling onto Tessia. He's going to kill that off. Lontar's going to drop to about 50% and then run away once again. I feel like unless they have that combustion, they really don't have enough kill pressure on the side of Method EU, and I think overall Reload Esports are pretty happy with this.
Yeah, we've yet to really see Waz be a significant threat on the subtlety rogue. Lone Star keeps preempting a lot of these attacks, though, so credit to Lone Star getting these defensive cooldowns, but he doesn't find one here for this kidney shot. This is combustion. The entire team is controlled. Lone Star trinkets, and with a split second, barely gets the Spirit Link off to stabilize his team, but combustion is still roasting him as he desperation line of sights Tessia, dropping the healing tide. Now Tessia on the back foot. Mercy with a beautiful punish, putting him in the back foot and forcing Ice Block. Mass Dispelled. They want to close this game out. Lone Star with no medallion is a 2-minute window for Method EU. If they can't close this out in the next 2 minutes, I don't think they ever will, but they're running out of cooldowns as well. A Quaking Palm onto Chaz. The Pandas coming in clutch right now throughout this entire tournament this weekend. Will Tessia or Lone Star fall first? A double value Ring of Frost. Lone Star dispels Mercy so that he can intervene. Good usage of that, providing him some redirected damage, but he's struggling to heal through the damage. Waz is looking to close this game out. A couple more hits and Lone Star will fall. The Astral Shift's way too late, but he goes for a Fleshcraft on 1% and manages to stay alive in the fight. But Shadowy Duel, Shadow Blades, everything is up for Waz. He can go for the Omega one-shot. He's swapping to the Warrior. Mercy has to trinket and die by the sword. And at any point here, Waz can go for a Shadowy Duel aggressively. I think he might just use it defensively, though, on Mercy in a moment. Tessia is about to go down. They dismantle Mercy, removing his axe for a few more global cooldowns. But Mercy's just going to take that time to Fleshcraft and then start to get aggressive. But with no medallion on the Warrior, no medallion on the Shaman, Waz can just pick his target.
Waz actually wasted everything, I feel like, going after Mercy. He used his Shadowy Blades, he used his blind. They could have just set up a blind on Mercy and then do Shadowy Blades on Lone Star. I think that would have been a lot more effective, but let's see if they can still make something happen. Tackles of Malediction going to be landing here on Lone Star. At the same time, though, Waz getting chopped up a little bit. He could be in trouble, but with his Cloak of Shadows and his evasion, has more than enough defense to survive. Mercy leaps over, continuing the assault here on Tessia, but all this defense makes it really, really difficult. Nice evasion there by Valet on that Dragon's Breath. Bash into Cyclone on Mercy. Kidney shot on Lone Star. See what he's going to do. Valet going for a Master Spell to try to free Mercy from CC, allow them to get something going. Lone Star is just in a 1v2 right now, just trying to survive. Big combustion from Tessia. Lone Star finally gets out of line of sight, drops Healing Tide Totem, and ultimately will be able to hold on, but dampening is going nowhere but up for both these teams. Chaz is almost completely tapped on mana. There's still no Ice Block from Tessia, so one nice setup here from Reload Esports. One overwhelming hit of damage. There's the banner. This could be it, a huge Mortal Strike. Tessia goes from 100 to 50 to 20, trying to run away. Cheap shots from Waz, just going for some additional peels. And the Subtlety Rogue does definitely excel at that, helping out his mage. But once this dismantle is over, I really want them to go back after Tessia here, but seems like maybe they found a new target in Waz.
Yeah, Tessia's going to have his Ice Block rotating back up, so they have about a minute to get through the Cauterize and the Ice Block. Let's see if they can do it. Mercy trying to find his way back up, but oh, he is so mad about that Nova right there. Tessia manages to drag him away a little bit, get the Frost Nova, and line of sight him on that Stormbolt while Lontar is in the Kidney Shot. But as a result, there is no real threat in that Kidney Shot, and Chaz has actually managed to get a little bit of mana. Waz has no defensives left, so Waz is definitely a juicy target right now. He could get the Cauterize on Tessia, and then he probably has Ice Block again. So I actually think Waz might be the better target if they're going for a kill. However, if they're going for a strategy where they just want to keep slowing down the game, keep running Chaz out of mana, then of course it's going to be better for them to continue their push on Tessia. Mercy with a nice intervene here on the setup. Lontar gets the Earthen Wall Totem, which means that he should be completely fine here. Tessia, though, with the combustion is still ripping in with a bit of damage, but Mercy now going to be running at him like a Terminator, trying to get some uptime there. Tessia's just running around the pillar, just line of sighting him, not letting him slow him. Lontar finally roots him, and that's going to allow Mercy to reconnect there. Chaz in a full fear. This could be Reload's push here. Lontar pre-Ghost Wolf's Kidney Shot here. Waz killing off the Healing Tide Totem in the backline there. You have to use his whole Shadow Dance to kill it there in the backline, but does get it down. And now, once again, Tessia with no combustion. Everybody on Reload having their trinkets. The only thing Method can really do is set up a go here and then have Chaz go for drinks. But right now, Waz with Shadowy Duel there. It's going to, I believe, duel and then Shadow Step Chaz and get a restuff off of that. Now he's going to step back in, do some fancy work here. He gets the Fury on Racial Delay, grips Lontar there on the Ring of Fire. There's the tricks of the trade onto Tessia, and Lontar will respect the damage here, trading out his Astral Shift. So things aren't looking too bad for Method. Despite the small map, they have been able to actually get some drinks here. And this is the swing match. If they win this, Reload are going to be in a very, very difficult situation if this goes to a game 5.
Reload really can't afford to lose here. Mana is running down to its absolute limit here for both sides. Shackles of Malediction around the corner by Waz, trying to close the game out onto Lontar. Mercy and Valet are trying to make their way around the corner. Mass Dispelling Crowd Control and landing a double fear, stalling the fight, and Chaz has hit absolute rock bottom. 0 mana remains for him. His last Nature Swiftness likely of the game. If Mercy gets uptime, they force Ice Block, they shatter it. Kidney Shot on the Shattering Throw. Cheap Shot on Valet. There's no Mass Dispel. Lontar stops Chaz's drink though, but he had to push up aggressively. And now Shackles are coming in. He gets stunned on his trinket and KO'd. And Chaz with the epic drink bait manages to get his team a win out of nowhere.
Look at his face. He looked shocked at the end there.
It was
you guys
over
catch
for
that?
them if they didn't win right there.
Yeah. Wow. Man, that is really unfortunate. Reload Esports was in a really good position there. They won that blind pick in game number 1. However, Method EU has won the swing match. They've completely turned the series around in their favor, Super Tees.
I swear stopping to drink is always a bait. I've never, like, even myself, like, oftentimes in games, I'll be like, I'm not going to stop drinks because there's always something that bad that happens. Like, look at Reload Esports. I feel like Method EU literally got Lontar's trinket one time this entire game, and that was the only trinket. But then when the game ends, all 3 players of Reload Esports trinketed, but it was way too late. Like, they were just right on the finish line, right about to win. They have like every single option. And Method EU just sneak in with this little play. Like, Reload Esports are thinking like, oh, we're about to win. Everyone's dead. We just got Ice Block. They just had the cheap shot and ring defensively. Like, there's no way that we're going to lose this game. And I think it's right here. Valet and Mercy, they Mass Dispel everything off the whole team. Lontar easily is going to survive this. And they're thinking, all right, this is over. Chaz has 0 mana. Tessia goes into Ice Block. There should be no way at this point that we're not winning this game. We have slightly more mana. But look at Chaz. He sneaks away in the corner. Lontar's like, I got to stop this. I got to stop this. And Waz is like, no, we're going to stop you. Cheap shot, cheap shot, cheap shot, dead. And Valet and Mercy are like, yo, you left us back here, Lontar. We can't. I don't know. That was like such a tough call to make, right? Like Lontar's thinking like his whole team has trinket. There's no way we die right now. I'm just gonna stop the drink, right? There shouldn't be a problem with that. And
I said
we lost the game.
Oh my goodness. Well, Method EU, now they are on match point 2-1 in this best of 5 series. How difficult, Ben, is it going to be for Reload Esports to recover in your mind?
Well, it definitely can with just how close these games are. I mean, the last 2 games, it definitely felt like Reload Esports had their fair shot in it in the game. And honestly, that last game felt like it was their game to win. So unfortunately, with a bit of mispositioning, they weren't able to actually pull off a win. And Lontar kind of threw with his positioning, but you can get baited quite easily, like Super T said. So I don't think the series is over. Method EU, obviously, they have some momentum right now, but I mean, you could see Waz's face in the camera. Like, what his expression says it all, you know, letting out a huge sigh of relief that they were actually able to pull out victory. That being said, though, I really like the Rogue Mage Druid. I think it's a way better option for them than the Shadow Priest Mage Druid. So I feel like for Method, they can just stick with this the entire time. And maybe, just maybe, we see Reload tag in Mystic. Bring in Mystic on the Retribution Paladin, play the Cleave setup, see if that wins. But I would not be sad, and I would not lose confidence if they decided to keep playing that matchup, because they can definitely win it.
Yeah, they also had some insane moments of survivability where they managed to keep their team alive in that last game, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just a story with Chess, right? This guy is always finding the perfect opportunity to sneak away. He's dropping the Iron Bark, and then he's just running away. And, Waz on that sub-rogue, able to just control everything, set up the stuns, and Tessia, he needs to control everything and make sure that he just stays alive during those moments. And every single time they can do that, that's when they can extend the game and find more opportunities to one-shot. And that's always the thing, right? When you're playing the Rogue Mage, most of the time, you're the team that's like on the timer. If the game goes on too long, you're going to lose. So having, a healer who knows how to find those opportunities and kind of extend the game for you just allows you more opportunities to actually one-shot something, just allows you to make more mistakes and kind of get away with it a little bit. But of course, it's a team effort as well. The whole team has to play defensive while that's going on. And sometimes we see it backfire as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we got a full draft on our hands. Like we said, we are going to a Blackrock hold. How does this game look, Super Tees, if you're on the side of Method EU? What do they want to be doing?
I mean, making it into dampening and getting drinks, I think, is important. Once they're in dampening, it seems like the Shaman takes way more damage. But actually just separating Lontar from his team is what won the game. So Chaz going for drinks more often just to separate them, I think, is going to be very important for Method EU to find victory here.
You want to give us a cow metaphor, Zico, for that one, or are we over that?
I don't have one right now for this matchup. This matchup, it's I think it's just one of those secret matchups, so I'm not sure. But if there is a cow metaphor, I will definitely bring that to you, Aya.
All right, sounds good.
Man, it's so rough. It's happened 2 games in a row where Reload Esports, it feels like they have so much pressure on Tessia, but as soon as Tessia doesn't want to die, he's able to just run and just basically play to live instead of play to kill until someone overextends. So right now, Lontar is taking a huge hit of damage, but the grounding totem and the ascendance should be enough. This is a combustion. Let's see if Lontar can hold on. A bit dicey here, but the damage has subsided, and it looks like the Rock Elemental will be used. So Lontar using an offensive legendary here, trying to bolster the damage of his team in the early stages of the match. This is going to be the Necrolord Warbanner as well, but a medium kidney shot. So one thing I will say about Waz being on subtlety is he has been much more annoying for Mercy. When Mercy actually wants to get aggressive, he's just getting stunned, he's getting dismantled, he's getting re-stunned, and it becomes really, really difficult for them to actually take him down. And maybe a bit of a target change here for Reload Esports going after the Rogue. Perhaps a little bit more in the match, as it's just been so difficult for them to take down Tessia.
Yeah, and we'll see if that sub-rogue ends up buying them enough time to get that one shot. Ooh, they just get Lontar's Trinket there with that setup. Very nice here for Method. They're going to have that combustion available as well in 40 seconds. Whereas his Shadow Blades rolling, that next kidney shot actually could be very, very deadly here. They got the double Ring of Frost here. Chaz going for the early cyclones. He's trying to cyclone the Trinket. The shackles are coming in onto Lontar, but he gets a beautiful fleshcraft there. Nobody around to interrupt it. And that's going to mean that Lontar should potentially survive here. Tessia doesn't have his combustion as well. So They're going to instead have to wait and try to do this again. But the problem is there's a big, beefy warrior with intervene ready to stop that kill setup that Method are trying to set up. But the next time they get that CC chain, could potentially mean the game here for Reload if they don't respond appropriately. They got the fear on the chest, but now it is Method's turn to get aggressive. Waz is there. The pre-Earthen Wall totem. Lontar gets gripped into it. This could be it, but that's it. With the late combustion, here we go. There's going to be Mercy's trinket into the intervene like I was talking about. And they're at least going to force that one off the checklist. Lontar's taking a lot of damage, though. Might have to respect this and trade out the Astral Shift here as well. No, he's going to get saved by the Fear of Mercy. Hold on to his personal cooldowns. And that's going to be a big win, though, for Method. Getting that trinket means they could also potentially take down the Warrior in a shadowy duel.
All right, let's see if they want to set that up in the near future. They also have blind. They could just blind Warrior and go after Lontar and get a free go with no intervene and no Warrior utility. I think that they would absolutely KO Lontar. Lontar's trying to preempt the attack. He pre-astral shifts, but they haven't launched the attack. And here's the blind. There's the full kidney shot. Is Lontar going to be able to survive? They edge the Ring of Fire to avoid the blind, but he gets feared on the cheap shot. It buys Lontar a global cooldown. That Psychic Scream from Valet came in very clutch for his team right there. Even though it was only a millisecond of crowd control, it bought a global for Lontar to survive while his Warrior was sitting through a full blind. Very clutch play from Valet. Now Lontar will have his medallion to trade for the next incoming combustion. Valet is doing his best to try and get Waz away from him, but he just can't. Double stun lock, triple stun lock, everyone in crowd control. Mercy is free for a moment here, but he doesn't have much, and Lontar is just taking so much damage just to drop Spearlink Totem before the combustion, but now Tessia on the back foot. If Mercy connects Necrolord Banner here with Warbreaker, he could easily close the game out if Tessia doesn't respond. Maybe a swap. He goes for Warbreaker. Waz goes for Dismantle, but it was maybe a bait with the Necrolord Banner coming up in a moment. Mercy wants to make sure he doesn't get dismantled or crowd controlled on it. He might even have to go for an aggressive dive by the sword if he wants to net this damage, but combustion is up. They've got a Shadow Dance. Waz is going in for the kill. It's match point here for Reload Esports. They face elimination. Can they cut through the Fleshcraft? They're cutting through the Fleshcraft at the moment. Lontar is struggling to survive, but denies the kill once again.
Oh, goodness gracious. That was a huge amount of damage coming in from Method EU. Once again, though, Chaz finds himself in a situation where he really doesn't have too much mana. Valet actually tap targeting Chaz, trying to just get damage out of all three members. And maybe this is a strategy Reload Esports could try to implement. Just pressure everyone. Go after Waz, go after Tessia, go after Chaz. Anyone you can hit them and force them on the back foot. Because now Waz is actually overextended. He needs to be careful. And I kind of like this strat. It really keeps them guessing instead of just going after the mage. He's very tanky. They do get cauterized. There's the Triune Bear, just the second too late there. Would have ended up saving him that cooldown, but Reload Esports is going to be happy to grab that cheap death effect from Tessia, and Chaz actually managed to sit down for a drink. So not the worst trade. He got about 35% of his mana back for the cost of that cauterize, and it's not a bad trade to make as you're just entering dampening. Definitely want to have a little bit of mana to work with.
Lontar actually dropped down his healing tide there, and Waz was able to kind of snipe it off in the corner. And here comes the next setup. Dragon's Breath, Ash, Cyclone. Here comes the damage. That's going for a Ring of Frost onto Lontar as well on his Astral Shift. You're going to swap the CC chain. He swaps it to a Ring of Fire now, but they don't have any stuns for Lontar. So I don't think Lontar is actually going to take too much damage here, even though it looks kind of fancy. And Method, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. But these setups where they don't commit the combustion, they're not really meant to be the kill setups. They're just meant to bait out some early cooldowns, try to fish for a trinket. And then we saw their big setups with the tricks of trade combustion. That's when they like to try to just one-shot Lontar and see if they can do it. Mercy has trinket once again, and now it's going to be Tessia on the back foot.
Here it comes.
Rock has been called in. Here it comes. Combustion available for Tessia. He's not going to pull the trigger. Will pull the trigger, but he got Earthquake. Yeah, I thought it was a wind shear first, but he actually got Earthquake there. Lontar wasn't a stun, obviously. We couldn't do that. And that was the best Earthquake in the game right there. Dwayne the Rock coming in very, very hot here as Reload are facing elimination if they lose this one. So he's definitely stepping up as well here, Sid.
Lontar needed that. He had no Earthen Wall. He had no Astral Shift. Waz is now on the back foot. Tessia is as well, but Chaz got a drink. Can he recover off the back of that drink? Waz is getting aggressive, but that Rock Elemental is winning the game right now for Lontar. Waz is pushed back by the Rock Elemental. Cloak of Shadows has been forced by Dwayne as an Earthquake procs through it. Lontar is getting sick value out of this Earth Elemental right now, but mana is still in favor of Method EU. Lontar's trying to get ready for the next attack, retreating away from Waz, trying to duck around the corner, I would imagine here, maybe preempt the Fleshcraft. Mercy wants to do damage, but he's always crowd controlled on his cooldowns. Dismantled, but finally connecting Sharpened Blade. But now Frostnova and Waz is pushing in. Lontar, what are you going to do? Pre-Fleshcraft on the incoming attempt from Waz, but I think Waz baited it. He hasn't committed his Shadow Dance just yet, or Shadow Blades, but now he's rooted in the room. Chaz dispels Waz. Waz goes for a re-stealth. Lone Char's in a Ring of Frost, holding him in place. Cheap shot on Valet, preventing any mass dispels, but a pre-Earthen Wall Totem by Lone Tar is absorbing a lot of damage during this stun lock. It was a good read by Lone Tar once again.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, Lone Tar has honestly been playing this series phenomenally so far. Besides that last game, giving up his position just a little bit. The way he's traded his cooldowns it's been quite great to see. Chaz actually going up in mana once again, able to sneak away for another drink. And let's see, Mercy kind of struggling to find his target. They've gotten some pressure on Waz this game, which is a big difference from the last two. In the last two games, they've basically just gone after Tessia as much as they can, but I think throwing that curveball, going after all three targets, definitely not a bad option. Kidney shot on Lone Tar. Mercy's just going to play on top of Waz. Just try to chop him up a little bit as that warrior. Cheap shot now, but Lone Tar taking basically no damage. Line of sighting Tessia. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to actually solo take down the Shaman if they all can't connect at the same time. Mercy gets dismantled on his damage as he charges forward, but once again, Tessia, when he's afraid, he's able to just run away. Here's a soul shape, but Mercy's still there. Can he connect? Gets out of line of sight once again, and it looks like Reload Esports is unable to get the ice block from Tessia, but Chaz does have to burn through a lot of his mana. We're 20% dampening right now. Both these healers are getting a little bit unstable. Waz actually going for kidney shot, and they get the trinket. Big damage incoming here from the side of Method EU, and they have to trade out in a huge way. And he might just die through Astral Shift, through Ascendance, trades out the trinket, basically trades out everything he has in order to survive. And Method EU is going to be very happy about that one.
And Waz going to Shadowy Duel Mercy here, and then go for the re-stealth. Mercy now looking to get potentially crowd control again by Tessia, but he forces the ice block there as they get the sheep. There's a massive spell coming out from Belay. This setup is not too clean, but they do get the re-CCs here.
Triple
nice
fear.
Disarm by Waz as well. Triple fear coming out here from Mercy. He's got the Necrolord man. Actually, he's got the Avatar active. He's got the Stormbolt ready. He Stormbolts Chaz this time instead of Tessia here. And that's going to allow Tessia to actually play the game for a little bit. Chaz now in a silence. Tessia rotting down to Belay's pressure, but he's going to blink into the room, shifting power, reset his blink with that. Lontar now pushing in with no trinket. I'm getting flashbacks from last game here. Ring of Fire available. Mercy panics in, leaps with the intervene immediately. He is not having that again, but it might actually go down. And Lontar here dropping quite low, has straight out the Earthen Wall as well. And this is all the defense before the combustion. The next kidney shot more or less has to close out the match for Method here. Tessia now forced to use his trinket defensively, show shaping back away from Mercy as Chaz is sitting through that crowd control. Chaz needs to go for a drink here, but they're going to play to win instead. This is the setup.
This
There's
could
the
be
trick
it.
of the trade. Panda onto Waz. They don't have the lockdown. Waz trinketing gets the master spell there from Delay onto Lontar, and Chaz realizing this setup is not going to kill. He needs to go for the drink immediately here. He's sitting down in the room right now, getting some ticks. Tessia on the opposite side here, just spam sheeping Mercy. Going for the invis here right now, Tessia, but Mercy's going to leap in, stun him in the room. Chaz is very far away. Chaz actually is running in stealth because Valet is trying to clothesline him with that silence into fear combo. They get the silence. Chaz trinketing out here. Here comes the setup. They get the cyclone onto Mercy, but it's DR. Tessia going for the Ring of Frost. Doesn't manage to land it. Mercy's there now with the intervene and with the damage here. Fear onto Chaz. No trinket. Waz going to be the target of choice. He's got evasion rolling here. It's going to be enough. Tessia blinks in. Dragon's Breath. Double Frost Nova.
Oh, these shadow steps.
Like Reload. It looks like Reload and Waz will survive to fight another day. And it's actually Chaz who has the mana lead right now. So
but look who it is. Look who it is. MVP Rocky right now. Start cueing the music right now for the Rocky theme. Lontar's got the Earth Elemental out, but he's caught in a kidney shot on match point. Trinket Link, the last line. Mercy Trinket intervenes to try and protect him. These earthquakes on Waz, buying him time. Chaz has a little bit more mana than Lontar. They drop a Shadowy Duel, trying to kill Lontar, but Lontar just refuses to die. Mercy and Valet need to do the most amount of damage they've ever done if they want to win this game. Lontar has 0 mana remaining. He sneaks in a Fleshcraft around the corner. He is praying that his team and the Rock Elemental can kill something, but Mercy gets blinded with no trinket. Lontar gets stunned up. How is he going to survive? He's just tanking the stun at the moment with Fleshcraft, managing to stabilize for now.
And with Intervene available out of the stun, he should survive. And Mercy's on the back foot. The Proc Cauterize, are they actually going to pull this off? They are battling for their tournament lives. Chaz gets Earthquake stunned on his way back to Tessia in the room. Valet is hunting them down. Lone Tar on the right side, Valet on the left. Mercy going after Waz, just trying to maximize his damage. Chaz getting Innervate value out the wazoo right now at the moment. Moves in and bashes Mercy, and this could be the game-winning setup if Lone Tar isn't careful. Shackles of Malediction stunned on his trinket, but he slips the Spirit Link through. And with that Spirit Link totem down, he should survive through this attack. Necrolord banner comes up in 9 seconds. I'd love to see Mercy just drop a dive on the sword aggressively on that. Go for the kill, try and close this game out. His trinket's going to come up before it would become a problem later on. They need to do something aggressively here. Waz gets stunned up. Mercy's trying to go for the kill with the banner. Drops a war banner preemptively and offensively for himself, but there's no trinkets. Lone Tar could die in the next stun. He pre-earthen walls. Mercy pushes Waz away. Waz is forced to vanish away from the fight. Mercy swaps to Tessia. Now they're stunned up, but Lone Tar pre-earthen. He pre-astral shift. Lone Tar has preemptively used everything against the universe to survive at this moment in time, but Combustion is still available. He could just get dropped without a stun here. He's got no more defense. Here comes the Combustion. Tessia is pushing for the game-winning play, but Lone Tar line of sights him around the corner and manages to survive. Defying death time and time again. Reload Esports. Unbelievable. Chaz is trying to recover Waz. Waz Shadow steps away. How is Waz still alive at this point? Dispelling off the dots. Running for his life, but a full polymorph on Lone Tar. Around the corner. Is Waz going to be able to stabilize? A bash defensively. Trying to just crowd control the whole team and maybe win here. Mercy, you've got to trinket this, right? There's no way. Full polymorph cheap shot. Trinket from Mercy. He's got intervened. Waz is actually going to go down. Battle stance. He shadowy duels defensively on Lone Tar. Can Lone Tar kill Waz? The lava burst! The lava burst from Lone Tar on Waz. How is he alive? 1% health on Waz. Mercy leaps over. Mercy is the angriest warrior I've ever seen. That's the aggressive dive by the sword that I wanted to see from Mercy. Go for the kill. Reload Esports have done it.
They tie it up. Beautiful plays coming in from the side of Reload Esports. Lone Tar just looking invulnerable. All of the stuns and trading out the cooldowns, allowing his team enough time to win, and it took 52% dampening to do so. So, I mean, that is a long road of these heads-up plays, trying to just get in the head of his opponent, but they do it. They managed to tie up the series, and we are, in fact, going to a Game 5.
Oh my gosh, for any, Blizzard editors looking to make a hype video, or just anyone making their own hype video on their own YouTube channel, please include the Mercy is the angriest warrior ever in that, because that is the funniest line I think we'll get all day from Super Teens, but I'll let you analyze this replay, Sid.
I mean, just look, how is Waz alive right here? Like, time and time again, I'm just thinking, like, this is over. There's no way Waz is going to survive. But he's just the slipperiest rogue ever, just re-stealthing at 10%. And they're like, we're going to go for the kill, Waz, right now. We're going for it. I don't care about how low you are. I don't care about how high dampening is. We're going for the kill. But there's just not enough damage to back it up. And right here, I'm thinking, like, Waz should be dead. He shadowy duels the shaman. So Lone Tar is the only one that can see Waz. And Lone Tar's like, I got you, Waz. Lava burst. I can't believe he didn't die to that. Like, right there, I'm thinking Waz is dead. Mercy comes out of blind. Mercy has had enough here. He died by the swords. He avoids dismantle this way, but still gets stunned. But it didn't matter. I think Lone Tar actually killed Waz. Lone Tar, man. I should have said Lone Tar is probably the saltiest player. He's got Waz riding him for 14 minutes straight. Every single go is into him. And Lone Tar is just like, get off of me. Lobs out lava bursts. And I swear, lava bursts actually killed Waz at the end of the game.
Man, that was intense. Now we are going to a Game 5. What a way to start off the day. This is still the first series, and we're already seeing this level of competition, and you can tell that both of these teams want it so badly. No one wants to get knocked out just yet, and we are bringing this all to a head for game number 5. And I just feel like if the rest of the day is going to go like this series has gone, Ben, we're in for a really exciting day.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. The thing is, it's do or die for these teams, right? So every single one of the series we're going to see today is going to be an elimination series. There's no second chances. If you don't perform today, you're not going to win. So going to a Game 5 on Tolveron, Reload Esports, once again, locking in the same composition. Method EU, they have some options. They could bring in Zuniaki. I wouldn't blame them. Even though they've got both their wins with the Rogue Mage Druid, not being able to get it done till 50% dampening, I mean, you really can't ask too much more of Chaz at that point, because he's having to deal with a warrior and a shadow priest just killing everyone on his team. He's somehow sneaking away and getting drinks. And if you can't reliably take someone down until 50% dampening, or even later as Method EU, I feel like it's just not the great matchup. However, if they go back to the Fire Mage Shadow Priest, I think they actually can drag, create space, but they're not going to. They're actually going to go with the Assassination route. So Method EU going with Assassination once again. I think it's actually better in the matchup. It's likely the reason why they had to go with the Subtlety is just because they didn't want to blind lock Assassination into the Retribution Paladin, which is something Zico had mentioned. So I think this is exactly what they want. And the fact that they won that swing match in game number 3 has given them this flexibility and advantage in game 5. So this could be Method EU walking away with a win here, but Reload Esports has been playing phenomenal. I think this is going to be a really exciting match.
Yeah, I mean, I no matter how this series ends, I'd like to personally apologize to Reload Esports. I did not think that they would be, going neck and neck to Method EU like this. They've really put in the work. They've really put in the time to prepare themselves for this series, and they're really giving Method EU a huge run for their money. You can see the stress on Waz's face right now, and they are not at all making it easy for them, Zico.
Absolutely, and it's like Van mentioned, winning that game earlier was so important because now they don't have to play sub. I think a lot of the reason why those games were going into the 50-40% dampening is just because sub doesn't offer that much damage. It's mostly about the control. It's mostly about, the shadowy duels, if you go smoke bomb, the utility, with tricks of the trade and things like that. Whereas with the Asa, well, I guess Asa is the tricks of the trade actually, but with Asa, you just have consistent damage. You just kidney and the healer panics, So having the Asa in that matchup is going to be very nice for them. And they got the biggest map in the pool to do it. So Chaz, he's a kitten. He has a big sandbox to play in. So he's going to definitely be happy with that. And of course, Tessia and Waz here, they're going to have a lot of options in terms of positioning and resetting. And that's something that Rogue Mage, that's something they love to do. Kidney shot and then go for the reset. So we're probably going to see a lot of that. And this is a game where Lontar is going to be tested to the max. I feel like Lontar has been playing an insane series, just in general. He's had insane preemptive astral shifts and everything. But this is the matchup where he needs to play absolutely perfect. And they need to somehow have good offense, good enough to shut down Chaz from drinking.
Yeah, can we talk about how well these healers are utilizing just everything they have to keep both of their teams alive? I feel like I've seen so many moments, Supatis, where it looked like all hope was gone, and then the healers were like, nope, here you go, here's some health for you.
Lontar is just predicting every stun, right? So as a healer against Rogue Mage, your cue that you're about to be stunned is your teammate gets put in crowd control. Because Method EU don't want to attack Lontar without Mercy already being in a polymorph or already being in a stun. So Lontar has to constantly be monitoring his teammates and assess, like, okay, they just crowd controlled the warrior with cheap shot. Is Waz near me? No. Okay, I don't need to preempt something. Is Waz able to shadow step me? Yes, I need to preempt something. So he's constantly calculating exactly when they have to start their attack to drop a cooldown. But then Method EU could also bait that, right? They could know that Lontar is monitoring that situation and say, all right, if we stun the warrior, we know Lontar is going to pop something. So we're not going to use anything. And then Lontar uses something, but nothing was traded. So he's left exposed. And that's where it gets really scary for him. So this is easily like the most stressful series you could play as a shaman, I think, on the side of Reload Esports. And he's going to have to deliver again. Against Method EU. And the thing is, on this map, Method EU will have more opportunities to keep that pressure high because Chaz will be able to drink. So this is going to have to be the most insane game played by Reload Esports if they want to make it through this. And that's not even the end of the road for them. Like, they got to fight Skill Capped, and Skill Capped play very similar compositions. Is Lontar ready for this? Like, it's just going to be game after game after game of 8 to 15 minutes of having to play like a god. Like, you're just absolute god mode. You know exactly what the other team is trying to do at all times for the entire day.
I can't even remember what I ate for breakfast this morning. Do you feel like then, Supatis, that healers have the most amount of mental pressure on them in these situations?
I think it depends on what matchup you're playing. There's definitely some matchups where as a healer, it's not going to be nearly as stressful. But in this specific situation, I think as Lone Tart is going to be very stressful. Melee cleaves can be pretty stressful as a healer. I think the most chill composition, if you wanted to play a healer, I mean, right now being a healer is just pretty intimidating because if someone activates their cooldowns, you can disappear in like a second. So you've got to always be on the edge of your seat. But some of the more chill comps, probably double caster as a healer, because you've got like Warlock Mage, for example, with spam Polymorph and spam Mage or spam Fear. Yeah, you can kind of just control the enemy team so the healer has more time to breathe. So the more crowd control, the better. It's going to be easier for a healer. But in this matchup, I mean, Chaz is going to start to get stressed more so as the game continues on. The main stress point for Chaz is drinking. He's got to balance keeping his team alive on one side and then sneaking away and drinking on the other. And if he isn't balancing that, he'll run out of mana and lose, or he'll drink and someone will die. And that's kind of where the pressure is for Chaz. I feel like it's a bit easier for Chaz overall. I don't know if, at least on a map like this, it's going to be a bit more relaxed for Chaz because stopping a drink is going to be so difficult. I mean, remember that one game where I thought Lone Tart was going to win and Chaz just snuck away and drank for like 1 second and Lone Tart's gone, just erased from the game. So I feel like it's a little bit more relaxed on Chaz's part with this matchup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know historically, if we look at the score right now, Reload Esports, they're up 2-2 against Method EU, which is huge because the last time that these two teams played against each other was in the circuit, and Method EU did win that 3-0. So we know that Reload Esports obviously is doing a lot better this time around. In your mind, Ven, what are the key contributing factors to that?
Just playing a phenomenal series, honestly. I think so much of it comes down to how much time that Lone Tart can actually buy for his team. So the fact that he's playing so well defensively while he's being trained down, kind of reading the situation for what it is. And also, I mean, the thing that's really scary for Lone Tart is he has to throw his positioning. He has to throw caution to the wind in a lot of situations. Even though he's being trained down, it's really scary. The next kidney shot could be his life. He still has to push in, get dispels on his warrior, get purges on the mage, or they're not going to end up winning the game. So I feel like for him, he's kind of been the MVP, but it certainly helps when you have a phenomenal Shadow Priest and Valet backing you up with quick mass dispels when you really need it, and healing for you when you need it as well from Mercy. So I just feel like as a unit, they're working together really, really well. And I mean, it shows. They put in a lot of practice and preparation for these matchups, and we'll see if they can get it done. Method EU, obviously, they do not want to be eliminated. Really, really strong team. And keep in mind, this is now the map and the composition pick that they want. So they do have an advantage here in this final game, but it's still anyone's game. I mean, it could really come down to just like big crits, because there's plenty of times where Tessia has got no ice block, he's no cauterize, he's 20% health. If they get a big crit with a mortal strike, then all of a sudden he's just dead instead of surviving. So I think this is going to be a wild game.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we did have a little bit of a delay going on behind the scenes. Reload Esports took their delay timer and used it on this one. So I think they're really trying to focus in before they head into this game number 5. I was a little bit worried about Method EU yesterday after their games, after their loss yesterday. Especially Waz was looking a little bit stressed out. So I'm really glad that seemingly at least they were able to put that behind them, put that loss behind them and recover today, because they're definitely looking really solid right now, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, both of these teams, it's a bit bittersweet. One of them is going home at the end of this game, but they've had a phenomenal season. They've both looked absolutely insane, and this is their last chance to really show us what they've got. So I'm expecting to see the A game. I'm expecting to see absolute perfection here from both sides, and we're going to see if the nerves get anybody or if that's what we're going to get. And from the side of Method, they are looking to get their opener here. Whereas sneaking in behind the pillar, they get a sap onto Lone Tart. Mercy tries to blade storm him out, does not succeed. They're gonna get the reset. Oh, intervene is up actually for Mercy. He's gonna cheap shot Mercy, Geralt Lone Tart here. No intervene for this kidney shot. Delay though with a beautiful massive spell should allow Mercy at least some uptime here, potentially go for the disarm. And Lone Tart is just not gonna take any damage in that first setup. They don't like to really commit their damage. in that first setup. They just kind of try to get the earthen wall out of the way, try to poke away the fleshcraft shields and things like that. And then on the next kidney shot, that's where they really commit most of their damage. And Lontar is aware of this. He knows Waz is the person who needs to stun him. Beautiful earth grab totem there onto Waz. Get spelled out. Waz going to make his way back. Here's a kidney shot onto Lontar. Ring of Frost coming out here from Tessia, but no crowd control really onto either Mercy or Valet here. So his kidney shot not going to net them too much. Waz did commit his vendetta here, though. However, nice counter spell snuck in by Tessia. Fleshcraft, though, is going to heal Lontar. Back up, full war banner gets dropped, and it looks like Reload Esports live to fight another kidney.
Yeah, and they're purging down Tessia. Chaz trinkets. His nature swiftness goes into nothing. Tessia has to ice block. This is an amazing position for Reload Esports. They hold all of their medallions. They still have pressure on Tessia. Reload Esports might be able to do it even right here and now. The Earth Elemental is out, just pounding away at Tessia, trying to kill him. But it looks like Lontar may have switched his legendary, wanting to get more value out of Earth Shield against the Assassination Rogue and focused more on defense. But getting through Ice Block Medallion, Quaking Palm for the win as Panda into full fear. Tessia's in a stun. Waz needs to help. Where is Waz? He's not able to do anything. Tessia is getting burned down at match point. There's nothing left for Chaz. He has no cooldowns. He goes for a Swiftman. Tessia, he wraps around the corner. This is such... Oh man, you would be sweating right now in that position. Now they're turning it around. Combustion. Big damage on the Lontar. Mercy Trinket intervenes and manages to stabilize Lontar for the push. They need to ride this momentum. Getting cauterized and ice block already so soon. They need to get on top of Tessia, but the more Lontar pushes across the map, more opportunities for Waz to take him out. Chaz is running across midfield. Tessia is retreating, and I don't think they can stay on target here. Mercy actually mounts up to try and get back to Tessia. Lontar is going to run around the corner. Waz doesn't want to go after him. Vendetta is available. Where is Waz going to go with this one? He could swap to Mercy. He kidneys Mercy. He's baiting a cooldown. He hasn't popped Vendetta just yet, but they're not falling for the bait. But Chaz is drinking. And that is the most important part for Method EU, is Chaz's ability to heal Tessia and find drinks. Tessia pre-blinks the Stormbolt. Chaz pre-Ironbarks the Silence. This could have been the end of the game. It might even still be the end of the game for Method EU. Tessia alter times. He's trying to blink back in time to Chaz. Maybe they purged it off. It looks like they purged it. No, alter time, but he's still low. Nature Swiftness doesn't even look like it did very much. A full fear by Valet, but a polymorph on Mercy. Mercy can't connect. Lontar pre-walls the incoming kidney shot while his team is crowd controlled, but it wasn't Vendetta, and Combustion is coming up pretty soon, and he actually just has to wall right now? Or at the end, towards the end of his wall, now chaining it into Earthen Wall Totem. Lontar is trying to buy time for his team, but Combustion is coming up, Vendetta is coming up, and you remember how fast Lontar died the last time those two cooldowns met him at the same time.
And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, Tessia, he was playing aggressive, and they were able to get so many cooldowns from him. He's got no cauterize, no ice block, but now that he wants to live, he's just running and hiding the entire game. Basically, all he's doing is running away from Lontar, just trying to isolate Mercy, but they might actually get caught. Big damage here on Tessia. He's forced to trade out the trinket. He gets another polymorph onto Mercy. And Lontar, this is what I'm talking about. He has to throw caution to the wind. If their team wants to win, he needs to play kind of reckless in a way. I mean, he's got his trinket, he's got his Spirit Link Totem, but Combustion Vendetta available. Huge hit of damage. However, Reload Esports, they've kind of caught Tessia right now. If they can get the purges, they can get the warrior damage, they could close it out. Double Fear coming in from Valet. Master Spell, beautifully done. Valet, MVP in that situation, basically completely turning that situation on its head. Quaking Palm now on Chaz. Tessia still on the run. Can he get away? He's in soul shape, and it looks like he's going to be able to cross the map once again. He's just got a few seconds left on his ice block. One more shifting power, and he will reset it. And now all of a sudden, Reload Esports looks to be in trouble. Maybe they make a swap on Waz. They get Evasion and the Cloak of Shadows, but I think it's unlikely Waz ends up going down in this match, at least at this point in the game. And now cooldowns are kind of evened out. The Method EU is not nearly as much in a panic mode.
Valet gripped Lontar out of his earthen wall there.
I think Lontar is actually going to be the one who's in more danger here for sure. Tessia, he's got his ice block, he's got his cauterize, so he's going to be completely actually he doesn't have his cauterize, but he at least has his ice block, so he's going to be fine. But Lontar on the other hand doesn't have anything. That's going to be his trinket and his Spirit Link coming out. That's just still ripping in with the combustion. Big damage coming out here. Waz going to have his Vendetta available right now. He might just pop it, and he will. Astral Shifts coming out, as well as the Ascendance here. Lontar literally using his entire spellbook here to try to stay alive, but Waz still with Vendetta rolling, could close this one out. He's going to get a couple of seconds here before that Astral Shift fades. Maybe he can do something with them. It doesn't look like it. Lontar is doing a great job just kiting Waz around that corner without that Cloak of Shadows. Really struggling to get some uptime. He actually trinkets a route just to get this, and this could be the game here. Valet is in position here. That's shifting power, resetting his counterspell, lands the counterspell, and Waz, you are absolutely right. Yes, we are moving on to the next series. Method EU staying alive here in the lower bracket.
I mean, you have to feel for Reload Esports. That was such a well-fought series for them. So although they're going to be eliminated in fourth, I feel like it doesn't fully tell the story. Really, really competitive in this top four. Had a phenomenal season, but ultimately it is going to be Method EU who is victorious.
In the replay, I feel like Mercy ends up making a mistake. And I mean, it's to Method EU's credit, like they created this situation, but what you'll see happen towards the end of the game is that Mercy chases a mage who still has Ice Block all the way across the universe and can't get back to Lontar. Meanwhile, Waz had no Cloak of Shadows and no evasion. So I think going onto Waz behind the pillar would have made a lot more sense. And I mean, this is the point where the game almost ended. Lontar has to trinket Spirit Link Combustion. He played this part tactically. He saved every cooldown for an answer. Any other shaman would have walled right now, but he knows that he needs wall for Vendetta. And as soon as Vendetta goes, he pops wall. And it's right here. Mercy chases Tessia. Look where Waz is going. Waz is basically like, hey, I'm a free kill behind the corner right now. I have no evasion and no cloak, but Mercy just runs out after the mage, gets Frost Nova'd, probably gets polymorphed again, can't hit anything. He gets charged, he gets polymorphed again, and nobody is there for Lontar. Poor little Lontar is like, hey, I've got a rogue over here. It's like primed up, juicy target to take out, but because Mercy got pulled into such a far position, they couldn't get back to Lontar to save him.
Yeah, well, that is going to be, unfortunately, the end for Reload Esports for Season 2. But, I mean, what an incredible feat these guys had. They played out of their minds in this series. It wasn't quite enough to get that W, but Method EU is going to be moving forward in this bracket. And, unfortunately, we're seeing Reload Esports go home. But, yeah, I got to give those guys credit. They really stuck it out through some really difficult situations. And now we're going to see Method EU move on to face off against Skillcap Zico.
Yeah, and that's more or less El Clásico that we've come to expect and to love here in the AWC. So that's going to be a really tough one. And I think the real winner of this series, aside from Method, is of course going to be Horizon. I think Reload was definitely one of their most threatening teams in this entire tournament. So for them, they would rather get that rematch against Method. They would rather get the rematch against Skillcap. And they are at the edge of their seat, of course, to figure out who they're going to go up against, waiting in that grand finals. But for them, the biggest threat is out. So this tournament, unless somebody has some surprises for them, it's looking like it could be theirs.
Yeah, I'm sure Horizon is breathing a sigh of relief right now as they just watched that series. But they are no longer. They are going to get that fourth position. And then we are going to head to a break before we head to our next series. Like I already said, we've got Skillcat, we've got Method EU. It's another elimination round as well coming up. And then the winner of this very next series is going to move on to the grand finals to face off against Horizon. We can take a look at the bracket as we see there. That matchup that we just played on the bottom left-hand corner is elimination. So Reload Esports, they are out. Method EU moving forward to go against Skillcapped, and then that is another elimination. So we're about to see another team go home then.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, Zico kind of mentioned it. This is normally the finals, Skillcat versus Method EU.
So true.
So what's really interesting about this one is one of them is eliminated. No matter what happens, one of these teams will be eliminated. It's actually Horizon, who is the final boss of this tournament, which is a huge surprise. I mean, that hasn't happened. We haven't seen a new roster kind of rise up in Europe in a really long time. And I feel like this next matchup, if I had to predict what's going to happen, it's going to be all about the Shadow Priest Fire Mage. So just Shadow Priest Fire Mage, Druid Mirrors, through and through. I feel like if Method EU is afraid to do that, if they don't go with the mirror match, then I think they'll ultimately end up losing. I think it's their best shot to just go toe-to-toe, try to beat Skillcap at their own game, and we'll see if they can rise to the occasion, because Skillcap has definitely been winning the kind of matchups between these two teams in recent history.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny that we keep using this like final boss metaphor with Horizon. I feel like at least with the European bracket, especially with the way that Reload Esports has been performing today, Vin, I feel like all of these teams are equally just really making it tough for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you make it to the top 4 in Europe after going through the cups. I mean, let's not forget how these teams got here, right? There was
Yeah.
a grueling cup stage where they had to consistently get points in order to make it into the top 8. And then going from the top 8, you go into a round robin with the other best 8 teams in Europe. And then at that point, the best 4 teams from that round robin get to make it here. So I mean, you've really proven yourself. Even just making it into this top 4 is quite a feat. So yeah, you can't turn your nose up at any of these teams. They're all phenomenal. And I definitely have to take them all seriously, or you can get caught off guard. I mean, I don't think many people would have expected Horizon to be sitting in the grand finals, chilling, beating Method, beating Skill Cap, but here we are.
Yeah, most definitely. These teams have had a very, very long road to get here, and a lot of work has been put behind these teams to be playing today. So it's always a little bit unfortunate and sad, at least to me, when we see them go home. And of course, it'd be great if everyone could win, but we have to crown our European champion, and we will see that very, very shortly. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Skill Cap versus Method EU in an elimination round.
World of Warcraft Arena is a 3 versus 3 deathmatch. The last team standing wins. These teams are composed of 1 healer and 2 damage dealers, whose main objective is to defeat their opponents first, effectively trading their abilities more efficiently than the other team. Each class has its unique skills, but the most powerful ones are displayed on the spectator UI in 2 rows. The top displays the defensive abilities, and the bottom row shows the offensive ones. When the player activates one of these, it lights up. If a player uses one of their primary offensive or defensive abilities, they will gain an on-fire or shield effect, respectively. Classes also have disabling abilities such as stuns and silences, referred to as crowd control. When a player is crowd controlled, the abilities icon is displayed over the class icon of the nameplates and unit frames. Each player can also pick one of 3 trinkets that can help them mitigate crowd control effects: Adaptation, Relentless, or Gladiator's Medallion. You can find this vital cooldown tracked on the unit frames here. Teams trade cooldowns and crowd control to kill and survive during battle. Once a match reaches 5 minutes, all players will receive effect called dampening. This is a debuff that reduces the healing and absorption effects received. Dampening increases as the match goes on, meaning the longer the game, the fewer teams can sustain, ultimately leading to one team falling behind and dying. There are countless ways to best your opponents in the arena, whether you favor the compositions to outwithstand your opponents through attrition, or you prefer crowd controlling your opponents to force their cooldowns quickly. You can find a composition to watch and learn from in the AWC. Now that you can follow along with all the action, I cannot wait to see you in the arena.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished our first series of the day, and it was an elimination round. We saw Method EU go head-to-head against Reload Esports, and we saw Reload Esports go home after a 2-3 loss. Now, Method EU moving on to face off against Skill Cap, and this is another elimination round. Super Tees, who do we think's going home for this one?
My prediction was skill capped.
To go home or to win?
To win. Their Fire Mage, Shadow Priest, I think it does more raw pressure overall. They're more focused on just doing damage. Method EU are much more precise in terms of trying to coordinate their attacks. And the way that it plays up in the matchup is it just goes to deep dampening, and it kind of feels like whoever does more damage is going to win. I think it was these teams also in one game where they had identical scoreboards in the season play, where and that almost never happens, where the damage was identical on both sides. Will we get to see that again? Does anyone have a curveball? I mean, we saw in North America that Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman seems to deal with Shadow Priest Mage Druid pretty effectively, and Method EU have played that a couple of times, although I kind of doubt that they're going to. It seems like Method might be a little bit shaky too, right? I don't think they were playing at their 100% capacity in that last series, and then they just have to come off the back of it and clean up against Skill Capped, who has kind of got them on lock, so it's going to be tough for them.
It also kind of feels like, we're kind of starting to sound like a broken record a little bit with these two teams, Zico, but Skill Capped and Method EU, we see this matchup time and time again, but it kind of feels like every time we do see these teams go head to head, it's just like one team makes some sort of minor adjustment, and every series is a little bit different with them.
Yeah, they always have kind of their own meta, and it's like, okay, well, right now it's a skill cap meta. They're winning with their mage warrior or whatever it is, and then after a while it's like, okay, now it's a method meta. They're winning now. They have this one comp with the rogue mage that skill cap can't do anything against with any of their comps, and it just keeps evolving like that, and we've seen them get very creative, and this is obviously the time where they need to bring things like that out. This is loser of this goes home. Winner has a shot at taking home the whole thing. So there's a lot to play for, and these two teams, they got a lot to work with here.
Yeah, they most definitely do, and I feel like Skill Capped and Method EU, when it counts, these teams both are really playing their A game. You rarely see them make mistakes in situations such as this, Ben.
Yeah, it is true. I mean, I think the main mistake, honestly, if I could criticize Method EU, I feel like their main mistake is just not having kind of the courage to go head to head, because I do feel like what happened last season, if I remember correctly, is Skill Capped versus Method. It was always the Shadow Priest Mage mirrors, and Skill Capped pulled slightly ahead, and then Method just lost complete confidence, and every time they'd play against them, they'd lose, until in the finals, they decided, you know what, we've tried everything else. Let's just go with it. Let's go with the mirror. And then they almost won. It was their best showing by far. So I hope they go with it, or they have something prepared for skill cap, because I'd be willing to wager that skill cap's going to be locking that in blind, and they are. So skill cap, they're going with it, and Method EU, they're going to be mixing it up. So they're bringing in the assassination rogue instead. I don't really know who is supposed to win this matchup. I feel like you definitely go either way, but in the past, skill cap has definitely won a lot more than they have lost. So we'll definitely see how this one plays out. Skill cap versus Method EU. I mean, this is just unbelievable that both these teams find themselves in the lower bracket. This is an elimination series, lots to play for. The winner of this will have their chance at a rematch against Horizon for that championship title.
Yep, and it all begins here. This is the matchup. They need to win this one. And Method EU, of course, maybe a little bit fatigued from that long series they just played there earlier against Reload. And now it is time for them to reload their mental state and get aggressive here. Right now, it's going to be actually skill cap getting aggressive onto Waz. We force out the vanish right there, and that was one shackle committed. Now Sheep Shot into Ring of Frost here by Maro. A nice master spell coming out though from Prophecy. Prophecy getting polymorphed, but the damage is already done when he gets that master spell, and that means the setup will be shut down. And honestly, I feel like Method are struggling very, very much right now to find pressure. So for them, they need to find a good target and start forcing out these trinkets, because I feel like if this game goes on for a long period of time, they might actually be the team that's going to be on the back foot. And as I say that, Raz makes a smoke bomb play. They get the dispersion for the smoke bomb, but it is overlapped with the Iron Bark, so small victory there. But in general, dispersion for a smoke bomb is definitely a trade that you would favor for the Shadow Priest.
All right, let's see if they can get anything going here. They're definitely not confident in mirroring skill capped, so breaking out Waz on the rogue, but he will be susceptible to getting pulled into the middle of the map and torn apart as he retreats back to the pillar, channels a Fleshcraft to bolster his defense before making another push. Both druids on the outskirts of the map looking to try and find drinks. Asgarath gets sniped and prevented on his, and they're trying to go for a kidney shot, but Waz is getting roasted by Maro right now. Barely recovering thanks to Chaz's nature swiftness in that position. And they're trying to capitalize on the downtime of dispersion here. They go for blind onto Asgarath. Asgarath trinkets blind, gets sapped on his trinket. Beautiful punish by Waz here. They might be able to clutch out a win if they can get a bit more damage, but they just can't connect. Waz gets stunned up and away from Prophecy, and they can't close the game out on that sap trinket. Waz is still trying to build momentum. Vendetta is available, but Waz is stuck in midfield, and this is what I was saying earlier. Where is he going to go? Defense or offense? He's got this tough decision where his teammates are behind him, and he doesn't want to overextend without them. So they're going to move together as a team, cross center field, go for a kidney shot, pre-evasion and incoming stun from Asgarath, and try and net the kill. 6 seconds away from dispersion, 5 seconds away. Nature Swiftness comes out from Asgarath. Now he's caught into a Dragon's Breath. Tessia goes for Ring of Frost. Asgarath gets pulled away from it. Now Waz is stunned up. Chaz Iron Barks the stun. It is constant back and forth between these titans of Europe.
Yeah, nice vanish there by Waz, trying to avoid the shackles of malediction coming in from Maro. Tessia right now using his own shackles on Frosty, gets polymorphed on that really, really quickly with an interrupt there on Chaz. Nice defense there by Maro, keeping Frosty alive. But 3 minutes elapsed into the game. A significant mana lead here has developed for the side of Method. So the Assassination Rogue and kind of the healing reduction it brings with its poisons and Shiv starting to add up in terms of just raw pressure, but big damage on Waz. He's going to shrug that off with a feint, and a big heal coming in from Chaz as well. That was his nature swiftness. And then it looks like Method should be able to survive this push, but a full polymorph lands. Chaz might have to trade out his trinket. A bit of a mistake there. Now a Psychic Horror on Waz, forcing him to go after Asgarath. A bit of a defensive posture, just trying to get out of line of sight and avoid some damage, as Method EU has decided to retreat.
Yep, no, Waz charging back out in midfield as soon as Asgarath threatens to go for the drink there. Initial on the Prophecy, they get the Iron Bark here from Asgarath, comboed with the Thorns. Waz just hitting into it right now. Fleshcraft now by Prophecy as well as getting counterspelled here. See if they can do something with that. Doesn't look like it. Maru's going to get sheeped here actually. Drop down the Ring of Fire kind of defensively here, but doesn't get too much down with it. And now Asgarath is setting up for a drink. Dragon's Breath is going to come into him, into the Ring of Frost. Prophecy pushing him for the Master Spell here, and he will find it there. Maro, or Tessia rather, wasn't able to land that counterspell there, and it will be Prophecy now. That will be the target for Method. Rides with an early Iron Bark here actually by Chaz. Maro's gonna have his combustion now with no Iron Bark, so Maru definitely packing a big punch here if he needs to. Obviously, again, in the kidney shot. Mana in favor of Method here, and that could be their win condition. Maybe just tunnel the Shadow Priest and just try to do as much split pressure as possible. Make sure Tessia is shutting down the drinks and try to win a long game on mana. The big thing about the Assassination Rogue, of course, in this matchup compared to the Shadow Priest is that you bring those that wound poison, you bring those healing reductions, especially if you're running that Shiv as well. You just have a lot of ways to reduce healing, and at some point in dampening, you can basically make target just unhealable, and that could be a way for Method to win this one. Just play out a slow, longer game. Make sure Chaz always has mana, and try to just win with pressure.
Yeah, it seems to be the name of the game here for Method EU. Just attack, all-out damage, run Asgrath out of mana. Asgrath is running laps around Chaz at the moment to avoid him and try and find a drink, but Chaz just keeps chasing him, and he's not giving him any room to breathe. As both druids are crowd-controlled here, a Mass Dispel comes through, removing the Cyclone of Asgarath, as he is going to be able to connect a lot of heals. Morrow now into a Cyclone. Waz is trying to connect through the Ursul's Vortex, goes for a pre-Fleshcraft, anticipating Asgarath's Wild Charge there, trying to immune an incoming bash. So clutch read by Waz, but Asgarath was patient. He held on to the bash. Waz is now getting blasted. Chaz tries to recover. They drop a smoke bomb. They edge it. Beautiful edge smoke bomb from Waz as Prophecy's trying to get out of it towards the side. Is he going to survive? Cenarian Ward, he might just go down. Greater Fate on 10%. Iron Bark as well. Chaz jumps in aggressively for a bash. He grips him away from the Ring of Frost, but they follow up with Cyclone. Instant Mass Dispel from Prophecy. He's running out of cooldowns here as his Iron Bark is about to fade. 10 seconds away from Dispersion. Asgrath is on the run, trying to reposition, but the damage is still going up higher and higher from Method EU. Can they close it out? A massive swing, and they manage to do it. 1%. Dispersion comes off cooldown right when Tessia pulls the trigger on Combustion. Maybe it won't matter. Prophecy is still taking a lot of damage at this point. Method EU are really taking it to them, but now Tessia with no ice block is on the back foot. Suddenly things are spiraling out of control. Tessia trying to get back to the pillar, waiting for Chaz to assist as Chaz uses his medallion to break crowd control and recover. Now Waz on the back foot, and that was their moment for victory. Now 28 seconds to the next vendetta for Waz to try and close it out.
This is unbelievable, and they might just reverse it here onto Tessia. He used his ice block aggressively to try to close out the game, and Frosty lives at 1% health. If Tessia ends up going down as a result, I mean, that is going to be incredibly frustrating for the side of Method EU, but still have a bit to go. Tessia retreats behind the pillar, doesn't want to be taking too much of that wizard damage. They make a swap over on the Waz, but with Koga Shadows, he looks like he's going to be okay. They do have the Vendetta. He decides to just rip it. There's no defense for Frosty whatsoever. Asgrath has a huge heal. He trades up the Nature Swiftness. Perfectly what he should have done. That's exactly what he needed to do. Before Frosty gets too dangerous, before the CC lands, just top him off. And now they've bought the time that they need. Still Trinket Iron Bark. They still got the Dispersion, the Greater Fade rotating back up. And it's Tessia! He actually might just get dropped! He's 5% behind the pillar. He's burning down. He's gonna get popped.
It's behind the pillar.
They can't kill
It's
him.
behind the pillar.
He's fine.
Morrow's
there. The ball's egg, Morrow!
Drops it at the nick of time. Unbelievable skill cap with the reverse. I mean, Method EU, they were so close. The offensive ice block ends up backfiring in an unbelievable turn of events.
I mean, you can't even blame Tessia for that ice block.
Not at all.
If he just crit, like, well, I guess he had combustion open, but you know, if he just got a little bit, tiniest little bit more damage, if Waz got one more crit, that would have been their game. And you know, sometimes that happens when you offensively ice block. Unfortunately for Method, they weren't able to get the kill. Tessia going down, and to make it even sadder, Tessia, his seed had like 1 or 2 seconds left before Morrow came and boiled it with his combustion. And we're gonna see. I think this was after the Dispersion and that super close call onto Prophecy here. This was towards the later stages. They get the fear onto Waz. They get some damage here onto Tessia. And this is Tessia still has his cauterized, but he dies through it, I believe. And so they get the sheep on Chaz. They get a stun onto Tessia. He's no way out. Combustion is there. They trigger it. And then Tessia is just standing here behind the pillar. He procs. He becomes a seed. And then look at Morrow. Sneaking in here.
Bounce.
And then he's shifting powers here and then resets his Fire Blast, and that's what kills it. And the second he kills him, Chaz is there as well to potentially heal the seed. But definitely a close matchup. And I think this is just what we're going to see from both sides, I feel like.
Yeah.
So, another game 5, you think?
It's hard to say. It could be a 3-0, 3-1, 3-2. I mean, the games are going to be close. There's no doubt about this. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. Even if it is a 3-0, I think every game is going to be a nail-biter like we just saw.
Yeah, most for sure. And if you look at the stats for the last game that these two teams played against each other was in the circuit, and it was skill capped, and that one was a bit of a blowout. It was 3-0 in favor of skill capped. So I don't know if I think you guys are right. I don't think we're going to see another 3-0 from skill capped because Method EU, they're going to come back super strong for game number 2. Super Tees, what's their move going forward?
Seems like they really want to utilize this Rogue Mage Druid. But I'm not sure how well it will do into other things as well, right? Like there's Warrior Mage potentially as well with Blizzo. That would be difficult for Rogue Mage Druid. So I'm not confident in this being the comp that they can play the entire series. Maybe we see them get desperate at some point. I think theoretically Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman would be a good option for them, and they have that with Chaz on Shaman, Waz Rogue, Zuniaki Shadow Priest. I would maybe like to see that once in this series. It might be now, maybe this game, to lock it in on a small map and try and run the Druid out of mana, bait them into a Shadow Priest Mage lock-in, and to get a win that way. But at the end of the day, like, what are going to be some of their better options? Like, I almost think they're going to be forced into a mirror by the end of the series if they want to win.
What do you? Who wins if we see a mirror then, Sufties?
Skill Cap. I can't go against my prediction. I think Skill Cap is still going to take it, but that's probably their best chance, right? Like, I can't see anything else working for them. It doesn't seem like, at least in Europe, that Windwalker Mage has really picked up any speed. Like, almost none of the teams pretty much play it anymore. It seems like only Drake in North America is still running the Windwalker Mage. I was thinking maybe that into the Shadow Priest. It's still kind of tough because as a Windwalker, you can get isolated just like a rogue. But I don't know. It's going to be really tough for Method. They're going to have to think this through, having now lost the blind pick. At least if they had been able to win the blind pick, like that one moment where Frosty almost died, then they could have kind of like tried to counter comp and counter map pick the whole series. But now that they've lost it, they're going to have to win a blind pick. And we got the stats here with a game record of 32-14. Skill capped are 8-3 versus Method EU this expansion. So this is not too favored to Method EU here. So if you're betting, I think that you're putting your odds in Skill Cap's favor. And based off that first game performance, I think it's still a safe bet. Like Frosty had some really insane plays to peel for himself. I like these kind of moments where he silences the healer and then fears the rogue when they run out of cooldowns. That was like a very clutch use of crowd control defensively. So, and those are abilities you normally want to use aggressively, but he was able to switch gears and then use them to survive when he needed to, which was really clutch.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting when you look at the stats as well, because we say time and time again just how even these two teams are, how we're always seeing them in the finals. But when you look at the numbers for that Zico, Skill Cap statistically, at least on paper, is I don't want to say better, but winning more games. And I guess if I like would have had to guess without trying to like really reach in the back of my mind and remember how many games Skill Cap has won, I wouldn't have guessed those numbers.
No, definitely not. I mean, that's the thing. These two teams, they kind of just have seasons, I feel like. And right now, It has been skill capped season a little bit lately, where they have been kind of pulling ahead in the race between them. But there's also, the Method seasons where they're just winning every single time. So I think if you go far enough back, you're going to find out that the scoreline is always like this. It's pretty 50-50, if you have a large enough sample size. So definitely not too surprising. But you are right. The Skill Cap have been kind of the team that has been winning more often than not lately. So for them, they're going to lock in the same matchup and they're going to try to do it again here.
Yeah, that would be a cool number to have, all of the total amount of games for these two teams that they've ever played against each other. But looks like we are getting game number 2 started. We are going to Asha mains as well. Skill Capped, if they win this second one, that is going to put themselves in a very good position. It's best of 5, so they would be on match point, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, they've 3-0'd Method EU in the past, so it's definitely a possibility. Method EU seem to be all in on this Rogue Mage Druid. They're really the only team right now in competitive play that play this, but it also speaks to maybe a lack of confidence because skill capped could be mirrored with Shadow Priest Mage, but Method EU are refusing to do it. Let's see if they can overcome the odds here on Ashamane's Fall. They selected a really large map that's also a bit strange to me on the Rogue Mage Druid side, but maybe not at the same time if they want to just attack Shadow Priest and drink and maintain mana and play for a late game win that way. But it's going to be pretty tough here. And I like what Asgarath has done here. He's adapted his talents. He's actually choosing to run Flourish. I think against an Assassination Rogue, this is a really good move because it extends the duration of your Cenarian Ward. And basically, you can guarantee that that target with a Cenarian Ward extended is not going to die. And what's Waz going to do? Switch targets off of his Vendetta? He's really not going to. So Asgarath, with that talent change, means he's going to be doing a lot more single target burst healing. And he's going to be able to manage his mana a lot better as well.
Interesting. So yeah, I guess we'll see how that pays off for him. Something we don't see too often here. About a minute into the match, Waz trying to stick to a target, Morrow getting aggressive. And one key thing that's changed in this matchup is actually Kleptomania being removed from mages. So not having the Kleptomania means both these mages get a little bit more value out of their combustion if it's not being dispelled off. Frosty now with a kidney shot. And let's see, Tessia deciding to use his combustion right now, getting damage out on 2 targets. But unfortunately, not able to find the pressure he needs on Frosty. Now Morrow's going to be using his combustion, forcing Tessia back to the pillar as he retreats. But I would definitely say Method EU got the better end of that exchange. However, it was Chaz that traded out his trinket. So there's no Gladiator's Medallion. The next CC break coming in from, or the next CC coming in from Skill Cap, there's going to be no break from Chaz. And that's where Skill Cap can try to make a move, potentially get the Cauterize, potentially get the Ice Block if Tessia's not careful.
Yeah, and we're going to see Tessia, almost going down there for a second. He's going to take a big chunk of damage. Now, finally, Smoke Bomb coming out here onto Prophecy, but doesn't actually net them anything right there. And Waz going to be retreating back. And the map, I feel like the map can definitely backfire here for the Assassination Rogue. I think the Assassination Rogue, they want to build up a win condition where they go for that late game kind of pressure kill where the damage is just too unhealable. But I feel like it's a risky gamble because it's a large map as well where Waz kind of has to leave the pillar and make it to his target, right? So could be tricky if he doesn't get any restelves. Gonna see how that part plays out because we actually never hit that part because both teams were playing so aggressively in that last game. Now we are going to see here, Prophecy's still just going to be the target, and he's kind of happy to just soak up the damage here in midfield. He's just trying to position far away from Chaz. So if Chaz wants to dispel Waz, if he wants to do anything, he has to run out in the open field where Morrow has a chance to do something to him, Dragon's Breath, Sheep, etc. Tessia going to activate the Triune and blink back to the pillar here, but Morrow's doing good damage here just with the combustion. Morrow's just kind of throwing caution to the wind here, not going for like big setups with his combustion. He's just going for raw pressure, and it nets them a Cloak of Shadows. It burns a lot of Chaz's mana. They continue the chain here with a bash. Prophecy now taking some damage because Tessia decided, okay, maybe I should actually just send the combustion as well here. I'm getting a lot of fireballs since I'm just standing here at the pillar. So both mages kind of copying each other's playstyles here. And Chaz definitely feeling the heat, though. His mana is not doing too well compared to Asgarath. And Asgarath actually sitting down for a drink right there. But he will come back to deflect some of that kidney shot pressure.
Okay, let's see if they can manage to navigate this game here. It's going to be tough for Waz with no Cloak of Shadows. His main way to avoid magic damage, which is pretty much the entirety of Skill Cap's lineup here. And he's actually stuck on the corner with a Ring of Frost. Shadow steps out of it, getting back onto Prophecy, trying to get pressure out despite having limited defense. Tessia moving back with his healer Chaz. They stun up Waz, they silence Chaz. They're going for the win here. Waz trinkets. He needs to avoid the fight. He shadow melts the shackle, but his teammates are still crowd controlled. He stuns Morrow. He stalls the fight. Line of sights with Chaz and manages to recover, but it cost his medallion. Now he won't have that later on, but he has blind and he's got Vendetta. So where is he going to choose to go with this? I can imagine he wants to utilize it here onto Prophecy, but Flourish is going to be such a great counter. They actually use blind defensively onto the mage, preventing the combustion pressure here into a polymorph. And you can tell Method EU, their strategy is to just D up, just total defense, and really post up and try and win the late game utilizing their blind onto the mage. But I don't know if it's going to work. They're actually the ones behind on mana and constantly just dying.
Yeah, mean, so far it's not looking super great for them. Asgrath right now going in for some crowd control. Let's see if he can find it onto Chaz, as both these druids are on the same pillar. Actually, they're not, so I think Chaz may have relocated. Actually going for a drink, so this is massive. If Method EU can sneak away, get a drink, recover their mana. At the same time, Frosty could potentially go down, so this is basically a 2-for-1 for Method. Chaz is getting to reset his mana. They have all the pressure and the momentum. Definitely not what you want if you are skill capped, as we have just entered dampening. Waz once again, he's got basically a lot of his defenses up right now, so he's got the Cloak of Shadows, he's rolling with the Vendetta, but he needs to be very careful. He's caught in the middle of the map with no trinket. Chaz is there for a Dispel, and Waz is forced to use the Cloak of Shadows. And now, at this point, Waz really can't afford to play aggressive. If he gets caught in anything, he's going to go down. He's got no Cloak, no Vanish, no Trinket. Chaz has no Trinket, so I would expect Method EU to play very defensive for at least 40 seconds at this point.
Yep, and sometimes offense is the best defense, though. Matt's going for the kidney shot, but decides against it there. Going back to the pillar here with Chaz, and they are just going to be stalling out, waiting for some of those cooldowns, wait for that trinket to come back up. Waz with the Shadows potentially as well. Waz now going to be trying to make his way back to Prophecy. Shadows to pick, and he is not going to commit too much with this. Actually, they have a sheep on Morrow in a pretty good spot here, but Morrow does get dispelled. Ascraft now pushing in into a bash, into a cyclone, but Waz, he does not want to play aggressive right now. He realizes he is in big danger. Full silence onto Chaz. Defensive smoke bomb coming out here. Morrow with combustion axe.
That's it, I think.
Stand. Full cyclone onto Chaz. I think that's it. Waz, he vanishes, but he gets Dragon's Breath on his vanish. Morrow hits the counter spell onto Tessia. Waz trying to stay alive for just one more second, but he's not going to be able to do it. Chaz sits through the crowd control chain, and Skill Cap are one game away here from advancing to the grand finals.
You could just see it in the cams, man. Like, Morrow is just like, yeah, we got this. And then Waz is just like, we got to figure this out. Like, you can just tell there's a large difference right now. I don't think Rogue Mage Druid's going to work for them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that game looked pretty one-sided. Although, to be fair, when Waz went down, I mean, he literally got CC'd on his Nature Swiftness. So if you look at, we're going to see in the replay, Chaz had everything. He had Overgrowth, he had Iron Bar, he had Nature Swiftness. I mean, maybe that's what Waz was frustrated about is, trade up the cooldowns a little bit faster and they can extend the game. But definitely a rough spot to be in. Skill Capped appeared to be in the driver's seat for most of it. The thing is, I don't know if these large maps are gonna work out. I feel like the large maps play in favor of Skill Capped. And yeah, I don't know. At this point, Method might have to go into the mirror matches. They could just have full faith in their Rogue Mage and go for it, but they're one away from being eliminated in third.
Yeah, that would be a really frustrating way to end things. They had that really close series against Reload, and now they are, like Ven said, only one loss away from getting knocked out of this tournament, and Skill Capped closer and closer to moving on to the grand finals. We can see that replay right here.
Yeah, so here, Waz, he doesn't want to actually play aggressive. He just wants to kidney shot Prophecy, slow him down, and buy his team time, to maybe get a Cyclone, push back to the pillar here, go for a re-stealth. He's just line of sighting Morrow, but then here, Tessia's like, I can sheep Morrow over here. So Morrow is going to try to go to the right side to keep Waz, and Tessia blinks, or Morrow blinks in, Tessia sheeps him, and here Waz kicks Prophecy, and he's already retreating, but since Morrow is in crowd control, he kind of gets a little bit baited to continue going here. Morrow, of course, Shaz, gets the crowd control onto Ascraft, but now Waz is kind of stuck here in midfield, and they're pushing in for the game-winning crowd control. Instant smoke bomb here on the CC chain, and look at Chaz here. He's just stuck in CC forever. He can't do anything here. He has cooldowns to work with, but he just gets he got bashed there. Tried to NS heal him out of the Cyclone, but wasn't able to actually get it off there. He got bashed on it, and he just couldn't have done anything there.
That wasn't Chaz's fault at all. I mean, when he got silenced, Waz was 90% health, so there's no way he could have known he was in trouble. So yeah, just a great setup there by Skill Cap.
Well, Chaz is kind of the one who started the offensive push there. I think that's what the issue was. Yeah, he ran up and bashed Ascarath into a Cyclone, and then his Cyclone got emptied, and then they silenced him and started the chain kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, I think as a team they just needed to be defensive there.
Well, They've got one more shot here. We are going to be headed to Tiger's Peak. Method EU, a minute left to choose what exactly they want to play for potentially their very last game of the entire season. The decision they make right now is absolutely crucial, and I can't imagine the nerves that are going on behind the scenes right now, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really difficult spot to be in as a competitor. Obviously, you've worked all year to get to this moment, and now you find yourself against what I would say is probably the hardest team Method has ever faced. So really, really difficult for them. They're down 0-2. They have to win 3 in a row against Skill Capped if they want to have a chance to make it into the finals. So lots on the line, lots to talk about. But at this point, you kind of just have to, do your best. Forget the rest, do your best. Little mistakes here and there in game number 1 and game number 2, but you kind of just got to shrug it off, put full faith in your team, and just go for it. I mean, at this point, it really comes down to using the power of teamwork and friendship to overcome your opponents, and they are going to be switching it up. Waz is actually going to be going sub. Was he assassination in the previous two?
He has been assassin.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he switched. This is a big change. They're going to switch it up, try to go for a little bit more control and single target burst. But you lose a lot of overall pressure with the subtlety rogue. So definitely a trade-off. I don't know if it's the correct trade-off, but you can't blame them at this point for trying to mix it up and try something new. Skill Capped, I feel like, is probably not going to be too sad about this lock-in. Probably still feeling pretty confident in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's got to be. It's their last chance. So it's got to be a really tough decision to make when you're in a position like this. You're in the grand finals tournament. You're one loss away from being knocked out, and it's like, what do you do? Do you keep trying the same thing that you've tried the last 2 games that didn't quite work out, but maybe you can make it work this next one, or do you try and switch things up? And looks like that is what they're going to do. So I would say, hopefully they're confident in that decision. How do you like it, Subtis?
I think in this specific matchup, subtlety has got to be better. You get more mobility. It just synergizes better with the composition. What I think they're worried about is that they can't blind lock it. I think Skill Cap will probably pull out a warrior if this even ends up being a problem, which it might not even be. But I could see just Waz is going to have way more control of the game. And he's going to be able to be a playmaker more on subtlety. Whereas assassination is much more just trucking out damage, playing the mana bar. This is playing more to Waz's strengths in my mind, I think, or as their whole team. They like to set up, do the goes, 3-2-1, perfect setups. That's how I'm seeing Method EU's strengths play out so far this season. So subtlety, I think, will play more so into that. But for the entire series, I don't know if it's something that they can rely on, but they're pulling out all the stops. This is their last ditch effort to take a game off of Skill Capped. Otherwise, they're going to be going home in 3rd.
Yeah, that would, I know we've said it so many times before, but that would be weird to see Skill Capped or Method EU in that 3rd place position. So to see Method there would definitely be very different for this region here on the side of Skill Cap. We can look at Skill Cap's stats as well. And, we did look at Tessia's stats earlier on, and this is something that I was going to mention and then I forgot, that Tessia actually has one of the highest interrupt rates in the entire region. I don't know if we have time to show him just one more time, but that's super impressive. I mean, this guy is definitely a very, very valuable member of this team, Ben, as a mage.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Tessia has been really, really solid as a pickup for Method, playing basically only the Fire Mage, actually exclusively playing the Fire Mage and nothing else, but it's worked really well, being able to play with Zuniaki and Waz. It seems like they have good synergy together, and I think he's been a great replacement on the roster, obviously proving that he's got what it takes. Before this season, before he actually got picked up by Method, Tessia was just a name that I heard from Zico every once in a while, so I didn't really know too much about him, but I think he's been in the European scene for quite some time.
Yeah, maybe I should have thrown that one over to Zico so you could hype him up a little bit. But I mean, you could tell that he's a newer pickup because all of the pictures that we're using for those little player stats are, back when we did have lands, and he has yet to be able to play with these guys in that kind of a situation. So I don't know what he looks like. At least maybe some people do. But anyways, game number 3 starting off here. Hopefully it's not the last one of the day here for Method EU. If you're a fan of Method, definitely show your hype in the chat for these guys because they could be going home.
If you're a fan, you're pretty stressed right now for Method EU. They got to win 3 in a row against Skill Capped, and they've just been getting dominated throughout this series. And They're pulling out Subtlety Rogue. Like, really? I mean, if I was a fan of Method EU right now, man, this is going to be really dicey. They're setting up crowd control on the whole team. Sap out a kidney shot. That could be a main path for Method EU to find victory here, as they get a long extended chain on Asgarath. But they don't even dent Frosty. They just get his Vampiric Embrace. That's it? That's all you're going to get for a kidney sap? That's not a good position. They're both on the back foot. Chaz tries to get a Tranquility, but he's Dragon's Breath on it. And Chaz has already used his medallion to escape crowd control. His whole team is dying. Asgarath is just BM bear form on top of him, thrashing them at this point. Caught in a kidney shot. Waz, can you land a sap off of this kidney shot as well? I think he wants to. He's standing next to him. He gets a sap out of the kidney. Swapping over to Morrow. Try and blast him down. Morrow defensively Dragon's Breaths. Waz gets dispelled. He gets right back on target. Love this crowd control chain. This is the type of pressure you want to see from Method EU on match point. And they net a cauterize.
Yeah, that was a great push. And now Morrow's not going to be feeling nearly as confident or have the capability to really be so greedy with his Ice Block. So losing that cauterize is massive. But at the same time, Asgarath did hold on to his Iron Bark as well as his Trinket. So I still think there's a considerable amount of defense here for Skill Cap, and they're not going to be too afraid at this point. But it seems like going after Morrow has got some good pressure here for Method. So bit of a strategy change. And I mean, you called it out at the beginning. They got the full kidney shot into the full sap, and Frosty Health didn't even move. Besides the Vampiric Embrace, they got 0 cooldowns. So mixing it up has at least netted them something here. And maybe going forward, they need to just go after Morrow, try to keep him in stuns, get off those shields, and burst them down as fast as they can. So that might be what we see from Method EU.
Yeah, let's see if they can pull that off. Right now, they did get themselves a nice big cooldown with that cauterize, but now they need to push for the Ice Block here. And they get it is the question. The setup doesn't look like they can net themselves anything. Asgarath able to avoid it. And now it's down onto Waz here. Big pressure. There's a silence on the Shaz. Nicely done there, but no panic coming out there by Waz. He's going to hold on to his Trinket. They would have loved to get that Trinket combined with that Cloak of Shadows, because then they can kill him even if he has Cloak of Shadows in a long stun lock. But Waz able to get away with that greed. And now looks to counterattack here. Double Dragon's Breath by Morrow. Morrow anticipating that damage here. Beautiful alter time. He's got the Iron Bark as well. So Morrow and Tessia, they're just going to hold their cooldowns here. Tessia's going to shifting power, which will reset his Dragon's Breath and his Blink. So he's going to blink Dragon's Breath now instead when that Iron Bark has faded. And a nice counter spell there on the Master Spell. But Chaz needs to do something about these Shadowmans. That's finally Cyclones in, but the damage is already done. I feel like that was a big mistake, actually, there by Chaz. He should have just interrupted him. If he didn't get those, that would have been the Ice Block. Tessia played that setup so beautifully there. But a rare misplay there, I would say. Maybe he was hesitating because it was DR'd, but that was definitely a nice setup, beautiful opportunity, and Method are not going to be too happy about the fact that they didn't actually get a single cooldown from that.
They're trying to go for a setup on Frosty here. The stab on Asgarath, but Frosty is just taking no damage. The kill has got to be on Morrow, at least prior to dampening. Maybe deeper in dampening when the Shadow Priest healing is lower, that's an option. But in the meantime, Wallace needs to be careful. He's the main target. Popping a feint, reducing damage, and he's on the run. Line of sighting along with Tessia while Chaz sits through a fear. Asgarath jumps across midfield, gets caught in a kidney shot. Waz is good and actually swapping to Asgarath. I love this swap from Method EU. Mixing it up against a Resto Druid is very important if you want to net a kill. If Asgarath ever jumps in the middle of the map like that again, he is going to regret it. Waz will have Shadowy Duel. He's got Shadow Blades. I'd love to see that set up. Asgarath knows that he's probably going to be a target again if he plays like that, so he's going to Fleshcraft, maximize its effectiveness in bear form before getting back into the fight. Tessia is getting blasted. He blinks back to the pillar. Waz is all alone up here, but he goes for a blind. He's baiting Trinket. He got Trinket from Asgarath. I think Asgarath is about to... Why did he shadow... Is that why Asgarath trinketed? Because he saw Shadow Blades? I feel like if Waz is running the Omega one-shot Subtlety Rogue build here with Duel, he's got Echoing Reprimand. If he gets a bit of combustion damage maybe tagged in there, no Trinket Resto Druid, I feel like that's got to be the play at this point.
Yeah, I think Asgarath as a target, like you said, if you can mix it up against a Restoration Druid, catch them off guard where they don't have those heal over time effects, then that's when you're going to be able to capitalize, especially when you're playing a burst-oriented composition with the Sub-Rogue going after Frosty. They get the Dispersion, mixing it up once again. The heal over time effects just aren't there, and as a result, they get a major defensive cooldown from Frosty, and he's playing Relentless. Keep that in mind. So he does not have the Trinket in order to get the Greater Fade off. which means he can get bursted down relatively quick. So one crowd control chain on Asgarath. There's no blind available, but Tessia and Chaz can push forward, get the CC, a kidney shot of Frosty with combustion. Method EU, they have a golden ticket to potentially win this game.
Yeah, and let's see if they can cash in that ticket. Double Ring of Frost coming out here from Maro, trying to get something going here with this combustion, but doesn't look like he will be able to. Full cycle now onto Maro. Frosty gonna be a juicy target here for the next 50 seconds or so. No dispersion available. Dragon's Breath comes in. There's the Ring of Frost. Here's the damage. They could just close it out right here. Frosty uses his every man for himself right there to break it up with the Greater Fade. But that was a nice victory here for Method once again, getting that 3-minute cooldown there. Unfortunately, Waz doesn't have a smoke bump with his build. Otherwise, he could punish that because typically you save that cooldown because it lines up with smoke bump. But Prophecy won't need to worry about that. Now Chaz pushing in for the crowd control. Kidney shot on the Prophecy. Let's see, do they have the damage? Maro gets cheap shotted. There's a shackle. Nice pressure coming out here from Method. Do they have anything more? You get the full
8 seconds.
here, but they grip him into the Ring of Fire there and break him out. Prophecy with the get out of jail, well, get out of sheet free card, and it looks like Skill Cap will hold on.
I mean, Frosty is just playing such a solid series so far today in terms of flipping between defense and offense. He's looking untouchable. Maybe I'm going to regret saying that, but he's got a lot of cooldowns available right now. Mana is even. I mean, right there, it might have been dispersion if he didn't have the heads-up play of gripping in a Ring of Fire. Now they're blasting back. Tessia's trying to recover with Iron Bark. Waz moves in with a blind onto Asgarath. Is Asgarath going to use Trinket here? Frosty fades. They sap the blind. It's going to be a long crowd control chain on Asgarath here that he is choosing to sit through. Will he end up regretting it? Frosty holds on. Asgarath dodges. Going into bear form on the polymorphs and avoids the crowd control and sitting through blind sap. That's not a good position for Method EU to be in right now. On match point, mana is even, no blind. Asgarath charges into Waz. Waz pre-evasions Bash, but didn't fall for it. Asgarath still holds on to Bash, but now he's in a kidney shot. Can Waz get a sap on the kidney shot? He gets stunned. Beautiful stun by Frosty. Stops the sap of Waz. Asgarath keeps in combat and still has Bash. He could get Trinket from Waz. Maybe go after Chaz with it. Chaz goes for Bash, but it's on DR. Now he's going to get disoriented. Asgarath's on the run. He Iron Barks Frosty during the combustion. Fair trade. Waz is falling behind. On match point, he can't afford any slip-ups. Morrow gets blasted out of nowhere. He's down to 10%. Asgarath is trying to recover with Innervate, but Waz is pushing in for the win. He's cutting through the Iron Bark. Morrow has to blink back defensively again, but Waz is pulled into a bad position. Waz is in a terrible position. He has to Trinket. He's still critically low. Chaz doesn't have many options. Trying to Swiftman through the pain here and recover and hold on to that precious Cloak of Shadows. And this is going to be a bloody finish to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so back and forth between these two teams. Method EU battling for their tournament lives. Skillcap wants to earn their place in the grand finals and a rematch against Horizon. Lots to play for here. Skillcap is just one away. Can they do it? Ring of Frost gets interrupted there by Waz. Double interrupt, actually. Now Sheep's coming in. Nicely done. Waz gets Iron Bark by Chaz on that Psychic Core. Beautiful Iron Bark. Chaz not going to make the same mistake. Does not want to let Waz go down with his cooldowns up. So he trades out the Iron Bark, a bit more than fair exchange. Here comes the Smoke Bomb. Morrow is stuck in it, but looks like there is enough time for him to get the Triune Ward off, and ultimately that will keep him alive. You know, Waz and Morrow kind of going head-to-head here in the middle of the map. Frosty and Asgarath on one side, Tessia and Chaz on the other, as Asgarath tries to sneak away for a drink. Let's see. Yeah, Tessia doing a good job tracking him, keeping the Flame Strike up, and not allowing him to recover his mana, as we are at 27% dampening.
Absolutely incredible so far by both of these teams. Asgarath, though, finding himself in a kidney shot once again. He gets the free bear form, though, for that damage reduction, but Waz digging through it with that fire mage damage as well from Tessia here. See if they can turn it around, though, on the side of Skillcap. They get a fear onto Waz. Full Sheep being casted out here, but it gets counterspelled by Morrow. Morrow now ripping in with the combustion here once again. Morrow just trying to deal as much pressure as possible whenever he's free, but he gets crowd controlled on it here by Tessia. Very nicely done. The potential here for the Cyclones as well from Chaz. He will get a triple DR Cyclone, unfortunately, onto Morrow. Prophecy in a kidney shot takes decent amount of damage. Nice grip there onto Asgarath, shutting it down. That long CC chain that could have happened. And now it's going to be Waz on the back foot. He has his Cloak of Shadows. He doesn't want to use it on too low HP, but the Battle Master is running for him. Right now, Chasto might get mind controlled here, manages to get away from it. Prophecy gets sheep, Waz still on about half HP, finally catching the Iron Bark, and it looks like Waz will survive here. And now, who is the next kidney shot going to land on? Morrow in a sheep and a cyclone, Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost onto Asgarath, and it looks like I have no idea who the target is going to be here. Morrow is all the time, Prophecy's in a cyclone, and Asgarath is already on DR, so there's no good target for them. And it looks like they are going to try to go after Asgarath now, finally, but they don't have any more CC here for Tessia, for Morrow and Prophecy. So Morrow and Prophecy should be able to deflect this one. Prophecy making his way back. Asgarath had to trade out his bark skin here, so not the worst setup, but they would have liked to get at least a trinket from somebody there, as Asgarath looks to get full HP once again. He's got full mana to work with, and Chaz, though, he's sitting down drinking on the opposite side, and he definitely needs it. Method right now, one game away from being eliminated for the season. They need to try to stay alive and find the kill here, Supertees.
Any slip-ups, this game could be over. Chaz is so far behind on mana at this point. Asgarath is just tanking up in bear form, expecting the attack, line of sighting. Tessia is just running in a straight line at Asgarath. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. Gets that life grip again by Prophecy. Pre-fades to avoid future crowd control. Asgarath is stunned up. Can they finish Asgarath? Can they put a point on the board against Skillcapped here? They need it, but no, a Void Shift comes in from Prophecy, exchanging his health for his own, allowing Asgarath to survive to his next round of Iron Bark and Barkskin. And Chaz is almost completely on fumes at this point. A Cyclone at low health. Waz goes for a re-stealth in the backline, has forced to sprint in if they want to capitalize on the low health of Prophecy here. Asgarath gets Nature's Swiftness, trying to dodge Polymorph and heal Prophecy at the same time is going to be stressful as he launches out Adaptive Swarm, full hots, but dampening is quite high. He's struggling to heal Prophecy. Shadow Stun, swap over onto Asgarath. He has to Trinket. Now he won't have Trinket for Blind. Big opportunities here for Method EU to still take this, but they've got such a limited clock with Chaz so low on mana, and Waz can't afford any slip-ups. He has to trade Cloak of Shadows. And I think with Cloak of Shadows now out of the way, that he's pretty much got a hard commit, but he's going through a full Fleshcraft Resto Druid. Tessia's on the back foot. Tessia's trying to get back to his team and get aggressive. They're so desperate at this point in the match to just stay alive and fight for a chance at a rematch against Horizon in the Grand Finals.
47% dampening. Everyone has Mortal Strike on them at all times in this game. Everyone has Sharpened Blade on them at this point in the game, so healing is very stressful for these teams. They need to avoid damage and deal as much damage as possible, and that's where they can pick up a lot of momentum. While he's going to be going after Prophecy right now. Looks like Asgarath in a prime position to heal him up. See what he's going to be able to get done. Chaz, not too much mana left at this point of the game. Master Spell onto Morrow. And need to free Morrow in the game so he can get something done. Potential Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Here's a Smoke Bomb, immediate dispersion, but they can continue the chain. I think they did.
This is it.
They're going to be able to battle it back. Frosty down to 10% health, and he is going to get dropped.
What?
No way, a full blind. Can Frosty actually live? Asgarath, he's got Nature's Swiftness. He just needs to get there. That beautiful silence. The bash, where is it?
The clone at low health.
Frosty's
He's
getting
got NS.
Need to get it. The Poly
get chipped.
Beautiful crowd control chain coming in from Method EU, and they do it unbelievable from Chaz and Waz. Can't believe it. I mean, that was insane. How long? We're going to see in the replay. Asgarath was CC'd forever, and they almost lived.
What's that face?
55% dampening. No Trinket Druid. Got his Shackle on the dispersion. There was one point where I thought Prophecy was going to make it. I mean, this is going to be the most intense replay I think we've really ever seen. Like, that crowd control chain was so long. Method EU, they've done it. They got a point on the board, but man, was it dirty. Like, 55% dampening, grueling late game kill, barely even finish him off. And I think this is a little bit far ahead from the point where they actually got that insane crowd control chain. So, I mean, right here, we're really worried about Method EU. Chaz is at 30% mana. Their entire team is just scrambling, trying to figure out where they want to go. What's their next move? What's their opportunity facing such a deficit of mana? They start pushing aggressive, and they just pull the trigger on the Shadow Priest. I think it's just stun, smoke bomb, shackle. Yeah, they just go stun, smoke bomb, combustion, shackle. They say, what? Dispersion? We don't care. We're killing you. And they sap Asgarath around the corner as he was coming back into the fight. And then they full blind him. So this is 8 seconds. Prophecy gets a Shadow Mend. He line of sights Waz with Frost Nova. Line of sights Tessia. Tessia's like, you're not living. Blinks on top of him, silenced. And he's like, okay, Asgarath, you're going to heal me out of that bash, right?
right here he gets DB'd. And I don't know, it's Askarath, like he could have gone travel form or something maybe, but at that point I think he's probably had no heal over time effects. Like he would have had to NS with no swift mend. It was really tough for him at that point, but he still almost lived, which tells me that if they're going to blind lock subtlety, this is going to be the hardest next 2 games they've ever played.
Oh man, what an intense game, what an intense series this has been. Method AEU really pulling it back when it counted, and they're still in this series. They're still holding strong, and they are going to live to fight another day, and we're going to see if they can continue on in this winning streak as well, or this winning pattern. We'll see what they do heading into this next game. What do you think Skill-Cap's best move is then to respond here as we go to the next one, Zico?
I mean, it depends what comp they lock in, but in general, I feel like Warrior is pretty good into sub-rogues, so maybe it's time to bring in a Warrior if they do blind lock the sub. And also, I don't know exactly what map you would go for here, but I feel like in general, just pick something kind of neutral here out of what you got left in the pool. I think for skill cap, it's just play reactionary, and if you see a sub rogue, probably time to bring Blizzo in.
Ooh, bringing in. You want to see that, Ben?
Oh, of course I want to see that. I don't know if they'll do it, but I would love to see it. I feel like anytime you bring in Blizzo, you just know things are going to get spicy. So Method EU, they're in a difficult situation where they have to choose if they want to lock in Subtlety Rogue or the Assassination Rogue, or maybe they go with Shadow Priest Fire Mage. I want to see the mirror match, but I don't know if they're going to do it at this point. But still, they got to win back to back if they want to win this series. Not an easy spot to be in, and now Skill Cap actually gets to just pick whatever they want. And they went to a big map, so I don't know what they're going to try to set up here. Likely the Shadow Priest Mage again. That seems to be the comfort pick for Skill Cap, but Method EU has to make a tough decision.
Yeah, they most definitely do. Even though they won that last game, they're still facing elimination. They still have no more chances to lose any of these games. So all eyes are on these guys as they choose their composition for this map here, Imperial Domain. It could be their very last match of the season. So very, very tough very, very tough choice to make, especially when you have to blind lock your composition. I mean, do you think they're nervous or stressed at all right now, Super Tees?
I mean, there's a lot to debate, right? Like, how many different answers are there going to be for Subtlety Rogue? Seems like they're going to need sub if they want to beat the Shadow Priest Mage, but if Blizzo comes in, are they confident that it can beat a Warrior? Is Zuniaki sitting there thinking like, hey, it's time for mirrors, get me in there or something? Because we've yet to see Zuniaki play in this series, so there's a lot to debate here. And they're running the clock to the absolute limit, right? Like they want to make sure that they're making the best decision they can, given their current ability and current circumstances. And where would I sit if I was them? I mean, they just barely won a game at 56% dampening, just barely, with the most insane crowd control you're ever gonna see. Like, it's a tough sell. That's a tough sell on a sub rogue right there. They're doing it. Sub rogue all the way, I guess. You got when you're down, you just got to keep investing. You got to believe in it all the way through. Blizzo time. I don't think they're gonna do it. I feel like they're not gonna do it.
I think they're not gonna do it either. But I want it. I don't care.
I want it.
I don't care what they want. I want Blizzo to be tagged in. I want to see the Warrior Mage. Something that Skill Cap kind of pioneered. Believe it or not, the Fire Mage Warrior. I mean, they were doing it before it was cool. That's true.
It's true.
The original hipsters.
Yeah.
No, it would be definitely cool to see Blizzo come out. Hopefully we see it happen. It's always a little sad when you don't really see their fourth player that often in finals such as these. But unfortunately, Ben, we are not going to see him. So now that we've got both of the compositions on the board, you did try it. How does this map go in your head, Ben?
How does this map go? I mean, Imperial Domain, it's kind of the wizard headquarters at this point. It's the newly appointed wizard headquarters.
They relocated.
So if you're a wizard, you get to create a lot of space. You get to run away. You get to drag Waz in the open. You get to overextend Chaz and Thessia, which is exactly what you want to do. And yeah, that's why they picked it. They want to just play the same match, and now they have a little bit more of a map advantage. But for both of these teams, I just want to say, if you're getting to the point where we're at 55% dampening, there's no guarantees. Like I really don't think one of these teams has a huge advantage in dampening. I think once you're there, it's just one good play will win you the game. So really, really unstable. And both of them want to try to close it out early. As like I said, once you get to the point of 50% dampening, it's the point of almost no return, and sparks are going to fly. You're going to have to start trading out your cooldowns out of sync. And that's where you get caught into a full sap, or kidney into a full sap, into a full blind, into a cyclone, and you just cannot recover in that situation.
So let me get this straight. You don't think that there's a team that's more disadvantaged the deeper we go into dampening in this situation?
Nope.
Okay, well, it's kind of good then that we are on pretty even footing at the moment, at least for this game. I don't know. I kind of hope that we go to a game 5 with this one. I really don't want to see Method EU get knocked out in this way. So I'm hoping that they can recover in this series. But has anyone changed their mind on their prediction yet for this series? I know everybody going into this was team skill cap, but has anyone crossed over? Are we all still
back out?
all
nobody?
my predictions are still living strong in both regions, so
Oh.
I'm pretty happy with my predictions. I think I'm just gonna let them ride out the tournament.
That's fair. Yeah. I respect it. You gotta make a prediction
did all
and
three
stick
of us
with
have
it.
the same exact predictions in both regions?
I think
we did.
I might be different
yeah.
for NA.
I don't remember the exact brackets, but I know that everybody was Horizon for winning, and then one of you guys was Golden Guardians, and I said I was gonna check up on that, and then
That was me.
Yeah, please
it's
check.
Sky.
I said Golden
Yes.
Guardians will make it to the finals, but they won't win.
No, somebody predicted Golden Guardian. I swear it was you, Sid. I'm
I
gonna
did
check
not
my
say
notes,
they'll
but
win. I said they're making it to the finals. Well, this is an interesting epic finale map version of Empyrean
It
Domain.
is.
Purple
Look at it.
Domain.
Yeah, what?
Whoa, this is awesome.
Maro might be upset. You know, he's got like keyboard that matches. Now he's got to like change the chroma key to purple or something. But purple Empyrean Domain for
I
the
love
match point here. Skill cap versus Method EU.
Do I dare say that I like this version of the map a little more?
Same.
I like the purple. This is really cool. Anyways, Waz going to be going with a kidney shot. Looks like he potentially wants to go after Asgrath. Could be using it as crowd control or just trying to break the fleshcraft. So the initial go, obviously not going to be committing too much. Asgrath has a shield on him with the fleshcraft. It's about 40,000 absorb, and there's no way you're cutting through that as a sub-rogue. So you just have to be really, really careful. They get through it. Now they actually throw a full blind on Asgrath. This could easily be sapped. I think Waz is trying to get in position. Can he get it? He gets the sap onto Asgrath. Big pressure here on Frosty, but a beautiful grip. Beautiful grip there by Frosty, gripping Asgrath into the ring of fire. But this might backfire. Now he's stunned. Bringing Asgrath out of the crowd control, but kind of into the flames. And it looks like Method EU, they're all over the place at this point of the game, keeping Skill Cap guessing, but Skill Cap really hasn't committed anything in terms of their defensive, so all that work didn't really accomplish too much.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see Method here chasing down Frosty. Was trying to get back to his target here, and he's not doing too much damage. Looks like he's just waiting for the right moment. There it is. Kidney shot now onto Asgrath. Dash onto Maro. Stun onto... Oh, they're going to go after Asgrath, actually. And they will get a Dragon's Breath here on the Maro. Continue the chain, but Maro has Combustion rolling. Should have some good pressure, but he does get kicked there. So Maro not going to get anything, really. Oh, that was actually Tessia's Combustion that he stole. Okay, so Maro's going to have his own Combustion coming up soon. And Tessia forced into the Ice Cube here. Not the situation you want to be in. Where is Chaz?
He purged in this.
Chaz looks like he had to trinket there as well in the midst of all fray. But look at Asgrath. He's caught him in the stun lock into another stun here. Dragon's Breath coming out from Maro. Should buy Asgrath at least a global here to get himself up. But they really don't have anything to work with. Just the cauterize between Chaz and Tessia. They can get a big CC chain onto Chaz. They could potentially take him down, Suplease.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Skill Cap have a lot of options, a buffet of targets for them to just close this game out. And if you're Method EU, that is not a good thing. Chaz is going to Fleshcraft while he's counterspelled, try and maximize his globals. Asgrath gets stunned up, setting up for damage. As Waz going to get a sap out of this kidney shot. He's moving in position, needs to get a re-stealth. He gets Frost Nova, but he can't sap Asgrath. Great denial by Morrow. And now here comes Combustion on match point. Chaz clutches out a big Nature Swiftness, but the damage is still rolling forward onto Tessia. Frosty is interrupted. Tessia stalls the engagement for a moment here. He's trying to just pummel away at Frosty. Blinks in on top of Asgrath. Dragon's Breath Polymorph. Frosty in position to assist here, gripping him away, but he actually gets pulled back by Ursul's Vortex. Asgrath on the run. Waz is soloing Asgrath at the moment, but not able to finish him. And Asgrath gets away, being greedy in that position. No Medallion, no Bark Skin. Waz now just setting up stuns on Frosty. Tessia, he's got Combustion available. He wants to go for it, but Morrow is just shutting him down. Counterspell, Dragon's Breath, trying to keep them at the pillar, stop Chaz from drinking. Waz is trying to figure out where he wants to go. Asgrath is so far away from Tessia. He's sitting in bear form, almost taunting Tessia, like, here, come for me behind the pillar. You're going to regret it. Waz wants to. He goes for a blind. Kidney shot onto Frosty, and they may just overwhelm the Shadow Priest. They get a Trinket and Dispersion. A mistake here by skill cap. Those are two important cooldowns that usually do not need to be used at the same time. In this situation, most certainly they did not. So now with no Dispersion and no Trinket on Asgarath, Shadow Blades, Shadow Dance, Echoing Reprimand, there's a lot of options for Method EU to stay in this game and take it.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I feel like Method EU right now, they're playing a really, really solid game. The only thing that worries me is Chaz's mana. So at some point, they're going to have to do a go where Chaz ends up just running away. But Waz right now forced to trade. Oh, man. He trades out his Trinket and the Cloak of Shadows going after Asgrath. He gets gripped away. Waz Shadow Steps and chases him. Big damage potential here on Asgrath. But I fear they may... I guess they didn't commit too much damage. That wasn't the Shadowy Blades, but they did get the Bark Skin. So that was actually great. I mean, Waz goes after Asgrath. They get the Bark Skin. He's got no Trinket. And now there's a huge all-in potential. Frosty... he does not have his Trinket. So what they need to do is get a setup onto Asgarath, get crowd control on Frosty, and they could easily just blow him out of the water. This is what they're setting up. Polymorph on Asgarath. Here's the kidney shot. Here is all the damage. Frosty gets interrupted. Can they take the damage?
No way.
No, Method does it. Perfect.
Wow.
Wonderful. Crowd control and burst. They set that up perfectly. This is the Method EU we know and love. That was absolutely perfect.
Woo! All right, let's all take a breather. This series has been so close so many times, and they are going to be taking us to a Game 5. Method EU and Skill Cap both facing elimination in this series, and both of them holding out strong. However, Zico, it looks like Method EU may just be recovering and getting a win.
Method EU, finally, they're getting some momentum right now in the series. Skill Cap, they won the first two games, but Method EU right now, they got a composition that's worked for them twice in a row, and they just need to do it one more time here. That setup in the end was absolutely beautiful. They got the Bark Skin, they got the Trinket, then they sheeped Asgarath, picked the Master Spell, swapped the CC to Morrow and Frosty, dropped the Smoke Bomb on Asgarath, and sent them home. I don't even need to watch the replay to know what happened there. That was absolutely insane. And yeah, Method EU looking really deadly here. Who would have thought that the Sub-Rogue would be the kryptonite here for Skill Cap?
I mean, there's still one more game.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but I mean, so far, it's true. It is true.
Yeah, but I mean, look at how this series went the last time these two teams played. Skill Cap won 3-0. I mean, Method EU, regardless of how this one ends, this is still a tremendous difference from the last time we saw these two teams face off, Sid.
Yeah, certainly. The one thing that I like about the Subtlety Rogue is that it's just playing into the strengths of Method EU. Just these massive burst setup windows, finding your opportunities, trying to be a playmaker. That's the one thing that I like about it. But other than that, I think there's a reason why we literally see nobody else playing the Subtlety Rogue in tournament format. So it's definitely playing into their strengths. I'm glad that they found this as an option for them to be able to find victory. I mean, they won this game so much earlier than we've seen them win almost any other game. I feel like almost all the games we've watched today have been going into very deep dampening. So I really like what they did. I love that they swapped targets constantly. They were going after Asgarath part of the game, Frosty other parts of the game, and I really liked how they just switched it up. And right here, you're thinking there's no way Asgarath dies. He gets kidney shot, he bark skins, and he's going to be able to survive. He then bashes up Tessia and repositions, but with no Trinket and no bark skin, he's definitely a very susceptible target, but he's thinking his team is in a confident position to win, right? There's no cloak on the rogue here. Waz goes for a defensive shadowy duel. I think maybe Asgrath gets caught, and that's where the big mistake happens. If you're polymorphed in as a healer in the middle of the map against Rogue Mage, you're dead. You're just immediately stun locked out of it, and you are going to get KO'd. So definitely Asgrath getting caught there in this game particularly, and that was just a nice play by Tessia to be able to fish for that, right? Like normally as a mage, facing a really good druid, right? Like Asgrath, you might not even bother trying to get a polymorph, just a random cast, because he's going to shift it. I'm wasting my time. But he managed to get that. He's thinking like, oh, Asgrath is pressured. I'm going to cast a polymorph and catch him. And if you do that on a healer in the middle of the map, they're dead. Like no trinket, no personal defensive. You're polyed for 8 seconds. That's 8 seconds for the other team to just get right on top of you and pounce. So that was nice by Tessia.
It was really nice, but I think the big mistake that game was just the bark skin. It was so not needed. I mean, Waz didn't commit any damage. Tessia didn't commit any damage. In fact, he actually had a shield too. He had his fleshcraft up, so he immediately snapped bark skin. I think that was a bit of a panic, and is what allowed Method to actually get that set up.
Okay, well, all of that is behind us. We're gonna put it aside because we are going to game 5. We have a fresh start. We could potentially be seeing Method EU reverse a sweeping skill cap, which would be absolutely insane for these guys. Look at them. What was that?
Dalaran. Are they gonna do Warrior Shadow Priest?
That's what I think.
You think?
I don't know.
Didn't Method EU just beat
for some Blizzard?
Didn't Method EU just beat Reload though? I don't know. I'm sold on this.
Play Warrior Mage.
Yeah,
on Dalaran?
Why not?
I guess.
Are you questioning?
They normally go
skill
Blades
capped?
when they do Warrior Mage. I think they're talking about it. I mean, they're obviously talking about it with the countdown still going. But skill capped aren't comfortable, I think, off that last game. Although it just seemed like a little bit of a misstep. Like just keep it clean and calm, and I think they would have still been able to manage to pull that off. They were winning on mana, but going to Dalaran makes me think there's no way they're doing Shadow Priest Mage. I feel like they're going to lose if they do Shadow Priest Mage on Dalaran.
Yeah, I don't think they should play Shadow Priest Mage at all. But they might. I mean, they feel they might not be confident anymore, but in the past they've been very confident in the matchup. But I think you bring in Blizzo 100%. He's fresh. He's ready to go. Nope.
What?
Small map.
This is either the biggest throw ever or the most like 300 IQ, and they just randomly win in 10 seconds. Like, there's no in between. This is either going to be like
no in between.
The worst
a disaster
loss ever,
or
the
brilliant.
Greatest, yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, all of our predictions are on the line. I mean, if Method ends up coming back with a reverse,
skill cap, what are you doing, man? Like, just trying to make us wrong? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I won't say I'm happy to be wrong, but hey, if Method comes back from a reverse sweep, I mean, good job to them. I mean, the games have not been easy. That last game was beautifully done, and I feel like they've thrown skill cap for a loop. The way they're doing their crowd control, the way they're all over the map. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see from a rogue mage. A rogue mage druid, a rogue mage priest. You want to see them not just doing the same thing over and over. Every setup is unique, every setup is different, and that's how you create opportunities, and that's exactly what they did in that last game. The small map, I think, I mean, it just seems like skill cap is having a really difficult time actually getting to their target. So even when they have good pressure on Tessia, it's easy for him to just cross the map. And then if they want to chase him, Waz is just there being an annoying rogue, stunning everybody. So it might not be the case where these wizards actually want a large map. They might actually just want a small map so they can dogpile CC and they can chase down Tessia when he's actually in danger. So I think that's kind of the thought process here, is they're realizing, hey, we're living a long time on these maps, but we're not actually able to close it out. And it's Method that's finding the win conditions. So maybe on the small map, it will give them more opportunities to win.
You can see both of these teams really discussing, and it's quite a contrast as well between Maro and Waz. Maro definitely looks a little bit nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Waz like laughing and kind of taking it easy, at least from the appearance that he's showing on the camera. But it looks like we are ready to go into this game. We are on Dalaran Sewers. If you're just tuning in, this is game number 5 of a very intense series. Skillcap having won the first 2 games, instantly putting themselves on match point and throwing away that chance of a 3-0 very quickly thereafter. Method EU close to reverse sweeping here. Loser of this series will be going home, will be knocked out of the tournament, and winner moving on to the grand finals.
This is it. This is what they've worked for all year. Can they do it? Method versus Skill Cap. This is their entire year on the line. Loser goes home. Winner advances to get a rematch up against Horizon, waiting for them in the wings of that grand final. Gates are open. We got Shadow Priest Mage versus the Rogue Mage. Both of these teams going to be ending the year with their best foot forward with comfort. Let's see how it goes for them. Waz right now going after Propsy here. Gets a kick into a kidney shot. They poke out the Fleshcraft. With this, they're not going to commit any damage here. Just to go for a nice little bait there. And they are going to sheep up Propsy there and go after Asgarath. So Asgarath and Propsy going to be the targets here for Waz and Tessia. And I feel like on this map, the reason why all of us are so surprised is because sure, Chess can't drink as much on this map, but Waz, he's going to have an excellent time. I mean, look at Propsy, Maro, and Asgarath right now. They're all just on top of each other. He can just go and stun the whole team if he wants to. They're actually going to go for the smoke bomb play here onto Propsy, trying to fish for the dispersion. He doesn't want to trade it. Gets the desperate player there in the gap, and it should be enough defense for Propsy to stay alive here. Now, looking to get aggressive on the Tessia. He's got all the time rolling, though. I believe he got purged on it, though. And that's coming out there from Chaz. Should be enough here to stabilize Tessia in that setup. And now, once again, Method looking to get aggressive here.
Yeah, Chaz is chasing Asgarath. Asgarath runs away. Chaz can't keep up with him. Wallace and Tessia just blasting Propsy. Propsy goes for Fleshcraft, trying to anticipate the attack here. Chaz is still chasing Asgarath around the map, but Asgarath is constantly one step ahead of him, staying out of range. Kidney shot. Are they going to blast out some damage here? Ring of Fire. Waz trying to edge it here, but Propsy can just walk out of it pretty easily. Chaz gets a free Tranquility around the corner here as Frosty tries to reposition. I think Frosty might want to try and bait them to stack up for triple fears. So he's going to jump off the side here, and Tessia and Waz are going to pull forward. They're not going off the side, though, just yet. Waz is sneaking around towards Asgarath, looking for a kidney shot. Is he going to be able to get a sap? It looks like they're swapping damage tomorrow. Oh, he's not going to get a sap. That life grip pulls Asgarath so far away from Waz. Now Waz is going to have to figure out where he wants to go. He's got no stuns. He's going to go for a Vanish. Just avoid damage, hide in stealth for a moment, reopen up on a Frosty, but he's got Cenarian Ward for this stun lock. Cenarian Ward is going to be a powerful heal in Frosty. I think it's unlikely we see him take any damage, but they've stacked him up for triple fear. What can they do to capitalize off of that? Doesn't look like too much as Tessia and Chaz are just retreating back to the boxes to line of sight Frosty. Asgarath is far away. He could drink right now. I think this would be a wise move by Asgarath, even though his mana isn't that far ahead or that far from maximum. Just making sure he's always topped on mana is going to be important as he's running that Flourish build. So if he gets a Cenarian Ward Flourish on any go from Method EU, I think it's almost guaranteed that target is not going to be taking too much damage, or at least will avoid death. So Asgarath is going to have to preempt these attacks with that combo as much as possible.
Yeah, let's see if he can get it done. 3 minutes into the game. Do we actually like how the small map is working out? So far, it doesn't seem like Skillcap is able to get too many cooldowns out of the way. Chaz is going to be sitting down for a drink, and it seems like it's kind of the same old situation. Tessia and Chaz can sit back. Waz is just setting up the team, and when he does get that crowd control, that's when Tessia and Chaz can actually move forward. So far, Skillcap hasn't fully capitalized as a blind on Asgarath. They're going after Frosty, and they do get the dispersion, but they could go through. Waz, does he have a sap? He has a full sap. Frosty getting shackled right now by Chaz, and he is getting low. Fleshcraft might be able to keep him alive. He's trying to dip out of line of sight. Double fear coming in. Nicely done there by Frosty. Now Tessia actually into a Ring of Frost, so good setup there. Kidney shot on Asgarath. Still not over yet. Was actually going for re-stealth off of the Cyclone, so great play here by Method EU. Good setup, but it looks like they will be able to hold on, and Asgarath super happy that he was able to greet it with his trinket, his medallion. Frosty still has his Void Shift, his Greater Fade, playing Relentless, so has to be a little bit careful. Tessia right now going for a Ring of Frost. Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost gets interrupted. Good defense there by Maro, but still, it's Frosty on the back line. Asgarath seems to be able to heal him. Yeah, Frosty is going to be A-okay through that Smoke Bomb. The Skillcap's going to be feeling much less afraid. Now that the blind has been dealt with and the Smoke Bomb's been dealt with, Skill Cap can look to get aggressive.
Yep, and we're going to see if Skill Cap can get anything. So far, I want to say the map hasn't actually done anything for them. It just makes it so easy. Look at another setup here. Waz just standing between Asgrath and Props. He doesn't need the shadows. He doesn't need to do anything. Just saps him up out of the kidney. Gets the pressure here and resaps Asgrath here. Can they continue to chain? If they get the tackle, it can be dangerous.
It's match point!
They almost get it. Chaz getting counterspelled there. That was a big counterspell. But Prophecy's not out of the woods yet. They get the Cyclone here on the Iron Bark. Prophecy's going to have Dispersion here. Asgrath with the Fleshcraft does not want to get CC'd right now with Prophecy being so low. They managed to hold on to that Dispersion, but that was another deadly push here from Method. And honestly, I feel like Skill Cap are just playing to live right now. They're not actually forcing out any major defensives on anybody on the side of Method. And Method, they have an opportunity here to just walk away with this win and potentially advance.
Skill Cap has been dominating Method EU basically this entire year. This is their last chance to come back and show everybody what they've got. They've locked the whole team down in crowd control, blasting down Frosty, but Frosty deflects with Greater Fade and Master Spell. Now they're just trying to polymorph and stall, waiting for crowd control. Asgrath retreats away from Chaz and Tessia. He needs to stay far away from that Mage Druid crowd control. Waz trying to line of sight cast at the side of the stairs here. Cyclones on Morrow. Chaz, he's moving in. Doesn't want Asgrath drinking. Jumps right on top of Asgrath, bashing him. Tessia in position, not going for Ring of Frost. They go for Cyclone instead. They interrupt Prophecy. Can they kill him in a kick lockout? 2 seconds left on the lockout. Not enough damage to do so. Shadowy Duel. Not going to be really doing too much here. Frosty just tanking Waz in that Shadowy Duel. Not taking too much damage. Waz feints with Iron Bark. Looks like he's able to tank the rest of this damage pretty easily. Druids slightly in favor of mana towards Asgrath at this point, and Skill Cap have locked a map that is very difficult to drink for either side, so it might get dicey here. Kidney Shot and Asgrath. Method EU are setting up to try and go for another cooldown. That Dispersion is the one that they need to get, and they're not finding it. It looks like the sap is going to break. Maybe an Ignite spread there onto Asgrath, breaks him out of the sap, and now Waz is in a bash. Skill Cap need to counterattack here. They need to net a Cloak of Shadows on this push, but they don't have enough damage to do it. Waz is just going to feint, walk it off, and recover. Pushing forward, waiting for that Kidney Shot into sap onto Asgrath. Maybe a Kidney Shot swap at some point here as they're both stacked up. Asgrath in bear form, expecting it. Waz is just waiting. He goes for the Kidney Shot. Cheap shot on Prophecy. Morrow is interrupted. He drops a defensive Ring of Frost. Waz dodges it. Vanishes. Gets the full sap. Pushing for Dispersion. They get Dispersion without Combustion and without Shadow Blades. This is a big opportunity if Smoke Bomb's available for Waz to make a play and win this entire series for his team.
These Kidney Shot saps are so insane. I mean, Waz is getting all the crowd control by himself. It's absolutely ludicrous. I mean, he can just go for the Kidney Shot, it gets the sap, and if Asgrath ever trinkets, he's going to eat a full blind sap. And at this point, I feel like Frosty's going to be in a lot of danger. There it is, the full blind.
Smoke Bomb.
Smoke Bomb drops down with a beautiful Iron Bark. Asgrath reads the situation perfectly. That is the Combustion as well. Morrow getting a little bit of damage here, but now, I mean, you look, there's no Dispersion. Waz, all he needs to do is Kidney Shot. Does he have a Vanish? Does he have... The big thing is if he has his Night Elf Racial, he actually can get the re-stealth and go for the sap. So Tessia needs to reload his Combustion, but I don't know if he's going to be able to in time. But still, Method EU, their setups have been looking good. Morrow trying to get something done here onto Tessia, who's in the open, but they're actually swapping now on Asgrath.
No
Does not want to commit his Bark Skin. He is really greeting out the Bark Skin this time. Does not want to give it to them for free. And I really like that play from Asgrath. Skill Cap's been playing beautifully defensively, but Method EU, I mean, their offensive capabilities, the way they're bouncing around targets, definitely looking good in this one.
Yeah, and we're going to see Asgrath now once again caught up in the Dragon's Breath into a sheep. This is how he died in the last game. Right now, Kidney Shot is going to connect. Big damage coming out here from Tessia.
No way.
That pillar.
Through Barkskin?
In a Ring of Frost. Can they kill him through Barkskin? That is the question. You get a re-stun, but the damage is done. They do get a big heal. There's still 2 minutes, though, for Prophecy on that Void Shift. Plenty of opportunities still for Method to run away with this game. Can they do it? That is the big question. They got the Combustion coming up for Tessia in a second. They got the Shadowy Duel. They got all the tools they need here potentially to close it out. But Chaz right now getting caught up in CC. There it is. Now they pull the trigger here. Doesn't look like it just yet, actually. It's going to be Skill Cap pulling the trigger first. And it looks like they want to go after Waz here. Morrow popping his Combustion. Waz caught up in a stun. He's going to trinket. He's going to fade. He's going to try to survive here. Tessia with the alter time as well as the triune. But now Raz pulls the trigger.
They're going for it.
He's done.
They're going for it.
Everything. He's a 1%. And Method EU with the reverse sweep. In the semis, in the lower bracket finals, they find the way to victory, and they manage to turn it around with the sub-rogue. Insane.
Absolutely incredible. Method EU, I mean, the first 2 games, a little shaky, but the last 3, I mean, they just looked absolutely on fire. This is the Method EU you know and love. I mean, they just played this Rogue Mage out so beautifully. I feel like maybe Skill Caps could have played a different composition here, but I don't know. This is just a beautiful series. I mean, you said it, Zico. Maybe in the most recent history, it has been Skill Cap pulling ahead, but Method always just such a force, and when they come to play, they can beat anyone.
Oh my gosh. I mean, we all saw those stats earlier on in this series, 32-14 in favor of Skill Cap for individual games won before we went to the series. And the last time they faced off, they lost 0-3. And here they are having won in game number 5. And here's how they did it right here.
Look at the final moments. Like, Waz had to use Cloak of Shadows, and then he went for the win when he was on like 30% health. So right here, they get Bark Skin. That was the last cooldown that they needed to get from Asgrath. He's got no trinket, and now he's going to have no Bark Skin for an attack. They set him up. They prime him up for the kill. But what was really impressive about the kill on Asgrath is that Waz has no cooldowns to survive. And with no Cloak of Shadows, going for the win on this Deep of Dampening, Game 5, your final tournament of the year, like, this was an insane move to make right towards the end of the game. So Asgrath is sitting in bear. He's like, I know I'm the target. I'm just going to Yogi bear right now and just sit in bear form, be as tanky as possible. My teammates have cooldowns. They can't die. And I'm going to make sure that I don't get caught out of form or stunned out of form. And because Asgrath is positioning like this, out of line, he sets his team up to get double fears, try and get counter pressure, but they're just not finding it. And I think it's right here. They get Waz's trinket on this bash. And so Waz has no trinket, and he has no cloak. He's at half health. Tessia's at half health, and Waz is like, it's time to go. And he jumps on Asgrath, and he goes for the kill at 30% health on match point with no cooldowns left, and then pulls out the game right at that moment. Like, I feel like at any other time, like, a player's thinking, like, let's just live for a little bit longer. Let's just get a little bit comfortable before we go for the win. But they knew that was their moment. They had to go before Asgrath had a trinket, and it was coming up in like 5 seconds or something.
You know, I mentioned a little bit, but I feel like one of the main dynamics that's changed in this matchup so much is Kleptomania being removed. Like, if this was, you know, pre-Kleptomania, when Kleptomania was still in the game, Mara would have just Klepto deleted Tessia's combustion, and he wouldn't have died at all. So I feel like it's just a lot more opportunities in the match for Tessia and the Rogue Mage to get aggressive. They're not afraid of just that instant Klepto and all the damage being canceled. And maybe that's kind of turned this match into more of a favor for Rogue Mage.
Whew, what a long day as well it's been so far for Method EU. They've won 2 series in a row now, both having gone to game 5s, and in both of those series they actually lost the blind pick, which is a difficult thing to recover from, and now they've played 10 games in a row and they have to go on to face, which may be their most difficult series of the day. It's going to be Horizon. So 3 series in a row, both having gone to game 5, those first 2 ones. It's going to continue to be a tough day for them, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final boss, right? At this point, it's been easy. I mean, they have to go play against the team that knocked them down to the lower bracket to begin with. So the question for Method EU is, have they figured out something else? I mean, what have they learned from going back and studying the VODs? Because you have to think about that, right? Like, after you lose a series like that, I can tell you as a player, you go back, you look at all the games, you really try to analyze and talk about, you know, which situations could have been fixed, what we could have done differently. Because there's a few games I feel like when these teams last met where Method was caught off guard, and Horizon was able to kind of surprise attack them. You know, little things like Chaz maybe switching over to the Medallion if they're going to play the Shadow Priest Warrior Druid once again instead of the Relentless, gives them more opportunities to live. So Method EU so far, they've had a phenomenal day. Their final boss is ahead, but I think they can do it. At the same time, though, Horizon is unbeaten so far in this tournament. They beat Method, they beat Skill Cap, they're looking phenomenal. And I think it's going to be one heck of a grand final.
Well, yeah, like Fen just said, they have already beaten Method U 3-1 as well. So it was kind of an easy, I don't want to say easy, but easier game for them. And they've been there all day. They almost immediately got into that grand finals position yesterday on Saturday, and they've been watching these games very, very closely, waiting for an opponent. They finally have one in the form of Method EU, and it's all coming to a head. All of the work that all of these teams have done for the circuit, for the cups, for Shadowlands is all going to end right here in this very next match. It's Horizon, it's Method EU, two teams that have worked so hard to get here. Method EU having fought their way back from the lower bracket to face off against Horizon and get a rematch. It's their second chance. Can they do it? That's really the huge question. We're going to a break, of course, and we will find out very, very shortly, though. Subatees, we've been surprised so far today. We thought Skillcap was the team to win that last one. Do you think we're going to get surprised again?
I mean, I thought today was going to be a wash. I was honestly expecting like Method EU to just stomp out Reload. Reload almost took it. Then I was expecting Skill Cap to stomp Method. Then Method took it. I mean, this actually couldn't have been a better day so far. Seems like every single series just gets hyper and hyper.
Yeah, most definitely. These teams are really showing up today. I mean, they were incredible yesterday, but I feel like today especially, they're really making it count and they're fighting so hard. And I can't wait to see what exactly Horizon has in store for us and how Method EU is going to respond. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is the AWC Season 2 Grand Finals of the European region. We'll be back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, Method EU has fought their way out of the lower bracket, winning 2 series in a row, both of them having gone to Game 5s. And now here they are in the grand finals, and they're going to be facing off against Horizon. Now, we haven't seen Horizon play all day today, Super Tees, so tell me about this team.
I mean, this entire tournament has been Horizon domination, right? Like, I think they've dropped 1 game so far in the top 4, and that was to Method. I would say Method looked like the second most threatening team for them overall in this bracket. And I just saw Chaz tweet out that he's going to pop off in this final, apparently. So apparently there's going to be some big stuff happening from Method EU in this final. But the story of the day has been kind of, to me, Lone Tar's defiance in the first series in that lower bracket. Like, he was such a live lord in that series, almost taking what everyone was counting against them. And then it was the comeback, the upset, the Method upset. Like, they haven't been able to beat Skill Cap in a long time. And they did the upset, the reverse sweep with Subtlety Rogue. So now they're in the grand finals. They've got maximum energy. They're ready to go. The only thing that's maybe working against them is that they've been playing all day. This is going to be the 3rd series in a row. Meanwhile, Horizon, they already know, I think, what's coming, but maybe there's a surprise. I don't know. Maybe Method EU have a curveball comp or something they're going to pull out here. But if Horizon is maybe too comfortable, that could come to bite them. Also, is this best of 5 or best of 7?
Best of 7.
Okay, so we're going the distance here. That might play in favor of Method EU, honestly. It gives them more and more games to figure out how to beat jungle.
Yeah, that is very true, and I can't wait to see Method EU pop off. I wonder what that means if the last two games that they played weren't popping off already. So I guess they're going to be bringing their S tier gameplay that we have yet to see today. However, I think we are just taking a little bit of a delay timer heading into this, because as we know, Method EU, they played 2 very long series in a row. So I think you guys are definitely right. They're going to be a little bit what's the word? I don't want to say like tired, but yeah, I mean, it can't be easy coming off of 2 really difficult series like that, and then heading into this one against Horizon.
I like it.
All right, yeah, talk
fire.
to me about this composition.
I'll talk to you about it. I mean, Method EU just played Rogue Mage Druid and they absolutely stomped. So I'm happy. Just
End
switch
of
it up.
sentence.
Play what you know.
Yeah.
There's a few different ways they can approach this matchup. They can try to play a composition they're not as good at and try to counter comp, or they can just throw caution to the wind, play what they're best at, try to outplay, try to create opportunities, force mistakes on Horizon and win. So we're seeing, I mean, basically the best composition Horizon has, their main composition, versus Method EU, kind of their main composition in this Rogue Mage Druid. I mean, you could not ask for a better matchup going into these finals.
This is exactly what we want to see. And Waz, once again, going to be bringing it in on the sub Rogue. Let's see if he can do it once again. It's been their ride or die with their backs against the wall. This has been what actually works for him. Look at Waz trying to eat the trap there potentially while he is in stuff, but now he is going to go absolutely crazy here onto Kasu. Big damage coming out here with the ring of fire. Big pressure coming out. Kasu immediately has to use his trinket, his battle master, his turtle, his exhilaration. He has nothing, and it's going to be up to Relza to either drop that barrier on the smoke bomb or potentially to free pain suppression it, because that next smoke bomb is going to be absolutely deadly coming out from Waz. It wasn't seen on the UI earlier, but he was running it, so I'm assuming that he's running it still. We can check that on the AWC companion.
This could be it.
But right now we got another setup. This could just be the game here. Relza's in a polymorph. You might need to trinket here into...
That's it. It's almost there.
Here. He's not trinketing, and that's going to be game number 1. Going in favor of Method EU in just a minute and 20 seconds here.
This is what I'm talking about. The Method EU, their crowd control looks great, their damage looks great, then you can kind of throw the enemy team off guard with this one. I don't think Horizon was expecting this, and I feel like we haven't seen, I don't want to say we haven't seen Rogue Mage in a while, but I feel like we haven't seen too many Subtlety Rogue Fire Mages in the AWC in quite some time, at least in Europe, I do believe, except maybe Method. But Horizon, they might not have the most practice against this composition. Just from start to finish, it just seemed like it was Method EU in the driver's seat. This first initial setup almost takes down Kasu, immediately goes down to 10% health. And then when we look at the final setup, I mean, that's going to be the most important moment. When we look at the final setup, Casu, obviously, he's already traded out everything, so he has no way to keep himself alive. And Relza, it looks funny that he sits with the polymorph, but Waz still has blind. So Relza, if he doesn't trinket, he loses, and if he trinket, he loses. And at that point, I feel like unless you have like a major defensive cooldown, you can trade. You kind of gotta greed it and hope that you can survive in this polymorph. So you can see here, there's the full polymorph. If Relza trinkets, it's going to be an immediate blind. And Cassio basically has to do what he can to live, but obviously it's not enough. And Relza perhaps a little bit too late. Maybe he could have trinketed early. The only thing I could see is he trinkets early and pain suppresses, and they live that go. But the next go then is just an absolute nightmare. So well done by Method EU. Now let's see if they can carry this momentum forward.
Okay, I think this is bad for Method EU because the last 2 series that they won, they lost the blind pick, and now they've won the blind pick. I don't know.
This is a bad omen.
It's a bad omen, exactly.
Yeah, winning. Yeah,
should have thrown.
You kind of mentioned it. So there's a couple of different ways. You mentioned it actually at the beginning of this game, Aya. You said something like, Method EU, maybe they're fatigued, maybe they're taxed. They've already played these grueling series, but there's another way to look at it, that they're warmed up. And they certainly look warmed up in that game number 1. Whereas Horizon, they haven't played today. They're not playing, world-class teams. And maybe they're getting some war games. And I don't know. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes. But Method EU for sure. They've had their reps in, got that communication dialed in, got their synergy ready to go. And Horizon's kind of playing catch-up at this point to try to, get that energy and that momentum up as well.
Yeah, it's very true. You saw, Waz rolling up the sleeves, getting ready for that game number 1, and they started off super strong in this series. It's best of 7 as well, as we've already mentioned. So they've had a long day, and they've got a long series ahead of them. But I think you're absolutely right, Ven. They're going to be riding off that momentum, which I feel like makes a huge difference in these AWC games, Zico. You really see players when they're on those winning streaks kind of ride that out. But when they're in, kind of a losing situation, it's harder for them to come out of that mentally.
Absolutely. And the thing is, for Horizon, well, they kind of live by the jungle and they kind of die by the jungle. And for them, once they run into one of those brick wall compositions that they just feel like they can't do anything against, they don't really have the most flexibility. Sure, they can bring in Galu, but if they're losing to sub the Fire Mage with the Hunter, chances are they're also going to be losing to that with like Feral Mage. So they don't really have much flexibility at all here, and it's going to come down to changing their covenants, changing their talents, changing their legendaries, things like that is the most flexibility that they have to work with. So for Method EU, if they can win another convincing game like that, that is just going to dampen the morale of Horizon, and that's really going to make them guess. And it's very, very quick. A series can just kind of spiral out of control and just go out of your hands. And that's exactly what's going to happen if Horizon can't bring it back here. So they're definitely taking their time, locking it in, thinking about exactly, okay, is there a way we could have prevented that opener from being that bad? Is there a way we could have avoided, the CC at the end? Should we swap off? Was there nothing we could do? That's the conversation that they're having right now. And let's see if they make the right choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they kind of do have that, working against them at the moment. Like, just to sort of recap, they are a jungle team. So if Method EU has figured out a way to beat them, do continue on this. They, like you already said, they don't really have anything to swap off of. And then on the other hand as well, they're kind of a newcomer to the scene there. We don't typically see these guys up playing at this level. So if they're, if they're down bad and they're kind of not in the best of spirits, they don't have that experience to fall back on like Method EU might in situations like this. So hopefully they can recover from that game number 1 loss and put it behind them. And we'll see if they can catch up here in game number 2 on Runes of Lord Ronsid.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing for Horizon is that they've been learning how to dampen. I feel like they're like one of the best dampeners in the game, which is weird because they're jungle, right? But that's how they've had to adapt is because the meta has shifted into this point where they needed to learn how to dampen. But Method EU are not playing to dampen as Rogue Mage Druid. They're playing to win. They're going for triple setups. So Horizon has to shift gears from that kind of just passive play where they're avoiding the fight and trying to get as much pressure out and figure out how to deal with these setups, because it seems really tough. You're going to have a mage blinking on your priest. It's Dragon's Breath Polymorph. You're going to have Waz kidney shot the Feral Druid into Cyclone from Chaz, and then the Hunter is going to get sheep shot 3 times. And it's going to be that every single time. And if you don't have an answer for it every single time, you're going to die. And it seems like if Method EU on paper played that situation out perfectly, that they could take this. Like they could take this 4-0. And no one in the game plays this anymore. Like Rogue Mage Druid, what year is it? I feel like I need a what year is it meme. Like nobody plays this. So Horizon have zero practice into this, at least as Druid. I would imagine it's got to be like close to zero practice. Whereas Method EU are basically playing like it's 2015, right? It's like WAS in WAD or something. Like they know what they're doing as Rogue Mage still. Whereas Horizon are like, wait, you don't want to take this to 80% dampening? What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
I want to just say this. To be fair to Horizon, they won like so many games. When they beat Method, they killed Waz in 10 seconds, 2 games in a row.
Yeah. So,
that's true.
I believe you. But yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely interesting how sort of the meta of jungle has changed quite a bit. They've always been sort of any jungle team has been that one comp team, and they've definitely just the composition as a whole has adjusted to being these really long drawn out games, whereas like previously, I mean, really not even that long ago, it was sort of these super explosive quick games. So I don't know, do you think that it's hard to revert back to playing in that sort of style then, Super Tees?
Maybe
against
maybe
Rogue Mage.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to figure out how they want to deal with these setups, right? Like the first one felt really awkward. Like they didn't know who should trinket, and then they waited too long, and then Cassio had to use too many cooldowns. Then on the second attempt, it's like, should Tony trinket? I mean, Tony could trinket and maybe heal as well. How are they using their Roar Sacrifice? Is the Hunter pet getting stunned or something? Because Roar Sacrifice is supposed to be like the main point of defense for the Hunter against the Fire Mage. And it seemed like it didn't exist in that first game, so likely the pet is getting crowd controlled because Cassio is just getting shredded most of the fight. Maybe they need to go after Mage when they play like this, so that Tony is closer to the Mage. Maybe like a trinket kick on the Poly is how they stop one of the goes. But the blind is always going to be a threat then. I was actually curious if Cassio switched to Survival to try and get more defense and durability. I'd have to check the talents. Was he running? I would imagine that he was running. He actually wasn't. So he could maybe pick up extra damage reduction for himself through his PvP talents. Like right now he's running the Chimeral Sting, which is great for getting an extra silence. But maybe the silence isn't necessary. Maybe more extra damage reduction on himself through the 10% damage reduction when his pet is nearby might be enough for him to survive one of the goes. And I think he must have been running he was running the Feigned Death Legendary. But it just seems like Method EU, they've got a straightforward strategy. They're just executing on it, plays into the strengths of their team, even though this comp is literally unseen, especially with a Subtlety Rogue in competitive play, maybe even the ladder. I can't remember the last time I saw a Subtlety Fire Mage Druid on the ladder. It's probably years. They're breaking it out in the finale of this entire event and just running away with it. Like they're literally just running away through the whole bracket with this dusted off, like it's like an antique. It's like the Method EU Rogue Mage Druid. They're just dusting it off, and here you go. We still got this. Do you remember this?
Are you calling them old, Sid?
Maybe. I mean, they kind of are. I feel like it's been a couple of years. They're getting up there.
I mean, really though, if you think about it, we've really been able to watch a lot of these players, especially with Method, because they've been around for so long, grow up, and they're still together on this roster. They're still playing at that level that we're used to seeing them as. So I don't know. It is cool to see them sort of develop in that way, and now here they are in the finals, and we've got these young newcomers coming with a classic composition such as jungle, and they are facing off against each other here in this best of 7 series. We're going to see in game number 2 if Horizon can tie this one up then.
Yeah, I mean, well, we definitely are. It's all going to be about Casu and Relza, how they decided to rotate the defensive cooldowns in game number 1. You could tell they were definitely caught off guard. It took 2 quick setups for them to get absolutely dusted. So Method EU right now, Tessia is going to be moving forward, and in Invis was sitting back as well. So kind of see who they decide to go after. What are they really waiting for? Waz doesn't want to get flared out. I kind of wonder why he's sitting back so much in the match. That's because he's going to be spamming out Flame Strikes, potentially trying to fish out the Hunter if he can. maybe just doesn't want to wait. It doesn't want to open until Casu opens. So if Waz can get the jump there, that will give them a slight edge as they can do their setup a little bit sooner. So Casu actually is found, and this is an opportunity now for Method EU to strike.
Yeah, let's see. Who are they going to strike after? It looks like most likely will be Casu here once again. They're poking off his shields here, and Waz is making his move. Chaz actually getting stunned up here. Tessia does not eat the trap right there. 3 ulti times the stun though. Waz actually getting feared here on his opener. Nice counterspell though, snuck in onto Relza. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Waz wants to stun up Relza here. They pull the trigger, stunning up Tony, but they don't get the stun onto Relza here. And it looks like they won't even get the Cyclone here onto Tony either. So this setup not looking too clean, but now Dragon's Breath coming in. Tessia looking for the Sheep. They're looking for the Cyclone as well. And they don't find either. Casu going to be completely fine in this first setup here. Big change from that last game that we just saw these guys play. And so far, the jungle, they seem to have made some adaptations defensively as well as offensively. Now, looks like Relza might go for the fear. No, they go for the trap. Casu lands it. Dragon's Breath into Sheep. It's a 2-on-2 here, but Waz is feared into disorienting roar. It's just Tessia by himself, and he's gonna proc the cauterize here. Casu sends it in, but now they have an opportunity to counterattack onto Casu, and they get the trinket as well as the exhilaration there from Casu. So even exchange there across both sides, I would say.
Yeah, damage back and forth here between Method EU and Horizon. Casu makes an adaptation, going after General Draven Soulbind for more defense. And we'll have to see if that defense is enough. I mean, Method EU have massive damage, but at the moment, Horizon are leading the charge. A pre-Iron Bark on the trap here by Chaz. That was a nice defensive play. Tessia is taking 0 damage as a result. Now, Relza gets caught in a polymorph. This could be game over. Tony, what are you going to do? He's in a bash. He can't help out. Relza's trying to move in line of sight. Drops the barrier. With the polymorph breaking early, it looks like Chaz's adaptive swarm either jumped to Relza or he accidentally pressed it on Relza. It's going to break the polymorph. That allowed them to survive without using a trinket for blind. Now Tessia on the back foot. Are they going to get a block here with 1 second left into a freezing trap? Triple fear. Chaz trinkets. And Nature's Swiftness is valuing the ice block of Tessia, but they're a trinket ahead now in this position. They're both evenly matched in terms of mana. Who is going to be able to close this game out? Tessia's moving in. Dragon's Breath. If he gets this polymorph and he trinkets into a full blind, it's game over. Ring of Fire being casted out. Tony, he's trying to avoid Cyclone and heal, but he's going to get caught into the Cyclone, and Casu is all alone, trying to get out of that Ring of Fire, managing to restabilize. Here comes Bestial Wrath. Frost Nova on all the pets by Tessia. Well-timed Frost Nova, trying to stabilize and recover. Ice blocks, that's all that's left for him. If he gets Mass Dispelled on it, it's going to be game over. Rels is moving in on top of him with a kidney shot on Tony. Tony can't get any pressure out. Waz with great peels onto the Feral Druid, preventing his push here as Chaz sits to the freeze jump, but now he gets fully cycloned. Master Spell around the corner on the ice block. I'm waiting for it from Relza here. They don't have enough damage. A defensive blind on Tony. Tony doesn't want to trinket, but will he regret it? How are they going to navigate this? They can't afford to throw right now. They're so far ahead. A full Ring of Frost. Relza deaths the Ring of Frost, moves into line of sight, and gets a big Rapture Radiance heal onto Casu, and they should be able to recover. And with that recovery, I think they can win on this next freezing trap.
It's definitely looking possible. Let's see what Waz can do to slow that down. Tony's got no trinket, so if he gets caught into a kidney shot on the go, he might be able to survive. A full trap, a full maim. Waz has to be the hero.
Block.
Can he save the day? Master Spell coming in. And now, since he is still in a lot of trouble, he has his alter time, but the crowd control is not over. There is no cheat death. There's the kidney shot onto Tony with a cheap shot on Relza. They reverse the pressure onto Tony here. Can they take him down? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to, but beautiful exchanges by both these teams. Waz reversing the pressure there with his crowd control. Excellently done.
Yeah, and that's going to be what allows them to actually stay alive. Even though they didn't get the kill onto Tony, they got a lot of his cooldowns, and they stay alive. And that's the thing. When you play that sub-rogue mage, you have to continuously do these setups. Otherwise, you are going to fall behind because you don't have the most sustained damage here. Here we go. Here comes the setup. Chest gets speared. It's down onto Relza. No sheep to be found here, unfortunately, from Tessia, but he pushes in. Dragon's Breath. He gets it. Sap onto Tony. 3-on-1 for Casu. Another sap onto Tony. And that is going to be the aspect of the turtle. The chain continues, though. Tessia has one more polymorph. Just looking for the Cyclone. It's a DR Cyclone, however, because of that, Dragon's Breath. And it looks like Casu should be able to stabilize from this. The Waz still has a lot of damage for him, but now here comes the jungle. Big setup here onto Chaz. They got the full freezing trap. Tessia behind the corner here, trying to stay alive by himself.
That's
but
it.
he's just getting absolutely crushed.
Alter!
What an excellent
Oh.
alter time. Tessia here now blinking back. Gets the full sheep here potentially. No, he gets kicked by Kazu. Excellent sap here coming out once again from Waz as well. The kidney shot into the sap. Relza here with the spell, with the thought steal, trying to polymorph Tessia here so he can actually go for sheeps, but he can still do Ring of Frost. He's trying to land it and unsuccessfully. And now it appears to be Horizon's turn to get aggressive, Sid.
Yeah, they're going for the kill here. Bestial Wrath pop. There's no Frost Nova. Chaz is in a stun. Tessia hides behind the cart here, dropping a Ring of Frost onto all of the pets, but they could switch to Waz too. Tony sits through a blind, jumping into bear form and expecting that he's going to be the target. He gets kidney shot. He's not the target. They want Kasu. They stun Relza. They shadow step over to reconnect. 1 second left on the stun lock here on the Kasu. Someone needs to do something. Feigned death from Kasu. He's going to disengage back to the pillar with Exhilaration. Relza comfortably sits through the crowd control with Rapture up. He's trying to go for the win. Tessia blinks away with Alter Time. So he could cancel this altar. I think he's going to cancel the altar so he stays at the pillar. He doesn't want to blink back on top of Kasu. They managed to stabilize, but mana is absolutely zeroed out for Chaz. It's going to be zeroed out for Relza in a moment. Kasu in another full stun lock, but pre-pain suppression right before the polymorph landed. Are they going to kill him through pain suppression with combustion? He's down below half. He goes for another polymorph. They're trying to finish Kasu in game 2 here, but Tony is uncrowd controlled. He stuns up Waz, stalling the damage for a moment as Relza finally comes out, and Waz gets swapped to and almost dies out of nowhere, trading evasion. Tessia on the run. Chaz tried to drink. He got a bit of mana. A bit is better than none, but he's in a freezing trap. He trinkets. Waz is getting bitten down to the ground as Chaz barely recovers with 1 heal, but he's interrupted on the next one. Waz is trying to set up for the win. He stuns the whole team, but now they don't have a stun for Kasu. Kasu can try and kite. I don't think he's going to out-kite this. Tony trinkets. He disorients. He's trying to stall the damage as long as possible, but Relza is still in a polymorph. 1 second left on the polymorph. Feigned death comes through. Smoke bomb. Kasu immediately gets out of the smoke bomb, but Relza is struggling to heal through this, and he hasn't found a drink throughout this, and Chaz did.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Relza's mana is not looking good. A full Cyclone lands. Kasu could be in some trouble. Here's the Ring of Frost coming in from Tessia. Unfortunately for him, it gets interrupted, but the cheap shot might be enough. Feigned death comes in. Massive shield will keep him alive for the time being, but a stun. The damage from Method EU is unrelenting as they continue to make a push, but I feel like this push may be over. They need some crowd control. They need to wait till Relz is off diminishing return, and Horizon needs to figure out something fast because they are on the ropes right now.
Full blind.
Full polymorph lands. Waz throws a full blind on
Buzz.
Tony. 3 versus 1 situation. Big damage, and Kasu's forced to trade out the aspect of the turtle. Luckily for Relza, he still has his trinket available, and Waz has no threat of blind, so they might be able to live, but a big combustion. Rapture shields could be enough. Rapture after rapture after rapture, power word shield after power word shield, but Relza gets interrupted and doesn't have access to that tree. A nice cyclone coming in from Chaz. Can they get anything on Relza? Relza just goes for it. He gets a fear on Chaz, but a Dragon's Breath, full polymorph, it lands. Do they have a stun on Kasu? Can they get there? They just need to get a little bit more. And the Method will be up 2-0 in this series. Can they do it? Oh, it looks like it broke. And Relza is able to connect some heals, but is it enough? Dampening is high, and now the pressure is being reversed here onto Waz.
Tessia is playing this game absolutely beautifully. Kasu, what are you going to do? The next kidney shot is coming. We all know it. And there it is. Now Waz goes for the kidney shot onto Relza. Pre-barrier comes out. Double Ring of Frost opportunity for Tessia. He gets kicked. He gets kicked again on the sheep. That was the Shadow Word Death. He can still spam zone Relza here by just casting sheep. He can blink for it and land it, and he will. And Relza has trinket, but if he trinkets, there's not going to be a trinket for the next blind, and that's going to be up in about 40 seconds. He chooses to trinket into a cyclone. Can Chaz cyclone Kasu now? That is the big question here. Chaz gets feared up. He has trinket. He doesn't get it out. Waz is in a stun. Chaz needs to trinket here. He's not trinketing. He gets the nature swiftness. Waz hangs on, and the next setup is happening right now. There's a combustion. There's the bash.
No way.
Damage coming in. Can Chaz land it? He lands the knock into the entangling roots. What an insane knock by Chaz at the end of this one. Absolute peak performance, and he was not lying on Twitter. Go follow him right now as well.
Yeah, go follow Chaz. Chaz_wow on Twitter. He deserves that one. Go ahead, man.
That typhoon, when we see it on the replay, oof, that was disgusting. Oof, loved it. I loved it a lot.
I feel like I didn't see it, so I'm waiting in anticipation to see what exactly it got done. But yeah, Method to I mean, they played this one well. You have to give a lot of credit to Horizon as well. They managed to deal with these Rogue Mage setups a lot better in this one, and this one really came down to the wire. Both these healers out of mana, was barely surviving there at the end as well. 30% dampening it took to close out a match between Rogue Mage, Druid, and Jungle. So you can just tell how well both these teams are rotating defensively. Their offensive capabilities are looking good, but it is Method that is pulling ahead, and they're up 2-0 in this best of 7. They only need 2 more to close it out. Got a lot of work ahead of them if Horizon is looking to win.
I mean, this is wild. Like, only early on in the day they would have lost to this team already, but here they are 2-0 right now, only 2 away from winning this series. And here's the replay as well.
Yeah, so here
Where's that
Tessia goes
knock?
for the double ring. Look at this kick by Cassio, and then a kick by Tony. But Relza overlaps it with the Shadow Word Death there, of course. So Tessia blinks, lands the sheep, and then Relza trinkets during this chain, and then look what Chaz does to Relza towards the end of this replay. So he trinkets the Cyclone here, he gets Recyclone, he continues the chain a little bit, and then look at Chaz here. He gets feared, he sits the fear, Waz almost goes down, but he pre-fainted. If he didn't pre-faint, he was for sure dead there. He gets topped up, and then look at Chaz here. He just goes for the bash, and then look at his knock.
Oh,
Oink.
I like that.
It's so good. And then he just starts rooting him behind the pillar. Like, absolute peak performance. And that's because his Cyclone was obviously on diminishing returns right there, because he trinketed it and then he got the DR Cyclone. So it was either a triple DR Cyclone or the little boink. And it was enough.
Oh, man. Oh my gosh. I mean, who would have expected this, like 2 in a row from Method EU? I would have at least expected Horizon to win that second game if Method EU was going to win the blind pick, but Method EU completely dominating in this series so far. And like we were saying at the end of game number 1, Horizon doesn't really have anything to fall back on. They don't really have anything they could do in terms of changing up their composition. So what can they do in this situation, Super Tees? I mean, they can't afford to lose any more if they want to have any hopes of bouncing back in this series.
I mean, if Chaz is running balance affinity, they could actually attack Chaz. I wonder if that's an option. Just use a trinket on one player every go and run the Druid down and just play to win before you've burned all of your medallions. It'd be risky, but at the same time, we've not seen them try it. It would then at least, I think, force Waz to stun defensively more. If Waz can just sit there with his diminishing returns and get every single setup, it seems like that's really tough, and they haven't been able to find a way to force Waz to kind of stun too much outside of his cycle. It seems really tough for Relza to trinket. Like the blinds are going under the Feral Druid, and Relza's still kind of just sitting like trinket in hand. But if he doesn't play trinket and plays Relentless, I think he'll regret doing that too. It seems really tough for Relza overall to figure out where to allocate the medallion. Maybe we see Gelu come out at some point. Maybe a Feral Mage. From them for this matchup specifically. We haven't seen Gelu play. I don't remember the last time we saw Gelu play. When was the last time we saw Gelu play? Has he even played in the second season?
One time.
Yeah.
He's been tagged in a few times, I think, like maybe 1 or 2 games.
Yeah.
This might be the time. Fight fire with fire.
I don't know. That game was really close. I think tagging in Gelu right now, and if they lose that, that's going to demoralize them. I think that game was still really close. Could have gone either way. Even West could have just died there, like on the replay. So I say run it down as jungle. And I mean, they obviously know jungle better than anyone. So if there's any adaptation that you haven't thought of, make that adaptation and see what happens there. Because that game, it really felt like it just came down to Chaz getting that little drink, and they just had a little bit more damage on 1 or 2 of their setups. Could have easily gone to Horizon. So I don't want to see either side swap. Not right now. If they lose this one and it's it looks like game number 1, then I would say, okay, it's time to bring in the Panda. Let's see Gelu.
I feel like it would be kind of sad to see Horizon swap as well. I mean, they've made it this far with the jungle composition. We haven't seen a team do that, make it to a finals, a jungle team do that in quite some time. So it would feel kind of anticlimactic to see them swap off their main composition this late into the series, or sorry, into the season as well as the tournament. But Horizon sticking with that jungle. They locked in a Robodrome as well, and I mean, I guess they're going to stick to their guts. So let's see what they can do as we head into this next game. If Method EU wins a third one, that means that they are on a match point. It is best of 7, so it's first to 4 wins that will be winning this one. And Horizon is I can't imagine how they're feeling right now, because they probably thought they had this one almost easily, especially considering how they won that first game just earlier on in the series in the tournament against Method EU is 3-1, and now they haven't even been able to win a series or a game against them yet, Sid.
It kind of feels like Method EU, like last minute before they had to turn in like their university thesis, they were like Rogue Mage Druid, but like on the final night they just did an all-nighter on Rogue Mage Druid and just came in here and they're just stomping everybody. I mean, it's nice to see Waz and Chaz back together in this, and now bringing Tessia as the newer third at this point. And they're really owning it up as Rogue Mage Druid. They're the only team. Horizon, on the other hand, the only jungle really that we've seen in tournament play as well, just battling it out, and they can't get defeated. I mean, that was a long game. Kasu just levitated across the whole battlefield to try and flare Waz out of stealth. I've never seen someone do that. Did you watch him? He got levitate, disengaged, and was like immediately across the map and almost flared Waz out of stealth. It was like a really small thing, but if he flared Waz out, it could have been the difference in winning the game. But he's not going to find it, so they go back to their post at the pillar, waiting to see if they can find Waz with the flare. Oh man, Waz almost got flared again there. It's right behind him, I think, because he's just going to walk away from it. I wonder if Waz realizes how lucky he is right now to dodge both those flares, because Kasu's in stealth as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game it looked a bit funny, but eventually if Castu does get pulled out, that's a big advantage for Method. So everyone's kind of in stealth right now, pardon me, except Tessia and Relza, but it looks like the game is going to get underway. They pounce Waz, they actually do manage to find him. Tony's going to be moving forward and going after Tessia, so it looks like it's not the worst start. The trap actually got eaten there by Tessie. He's got ultra time up, so they managed to deflect this jungle opener quite nicely. Now it's going to be up to Method EU to kind of strike back, chase down Kasu. Let's see if they can actually get the crowd control they need on Relza. A big deal in this match is actually just Relza avoiding Tessia. The Dragon's Breath Sheeps are absolutely brutal for him to deal with. There's the double Dragon's Breath, potential Ring of Frost, the bash, but the maim as well. Let's see if they can get the polymorph. Tessia doesn't have his trinket available, so he's not going to be able to get it. Relza escapes, and that's going to really hurt the offense of Method EU.
Yeah, and we're going to see Kasu actually pushing forward here, looking to get a little bit aggressive, but Waz Shadow steps over to him immediately. They actually sheep him up here, and they're going to try to slow him down. Chaz going for some hibernates. He gets bashed up. That's going to be the trap here onto Chaz. Kidney shot, though, onto Kasu. They got the full blind rolling onto Relza. Potential for a sap there as well. Waz will get the sap, but Kasu's HP is not moving whatsoever. No damage to be taken right now by Kasu, and he will get cycloned here. So Relza gets away with holding his trinket for that entire go, and that's going to be another small victory in this game going for Horizon.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the lead here. They've been looking better and better throughout this series, so it is possible for them to still reverse this. Chaz is stunned up. Tessia is getting blasted. Shackles of Malediction. Relza getting in position for a fear, but they decide to drop it as Chaz uses Medallion. Now they're focused on defense, entangling roots onto the road. Waz uses Cloak to break out of the roots. They're swapping to Tony. Tony is going to Barkskin. Is Barkskin going to be enough for Tony to survive in game number 3? It doesn't look like it. Oh my goodness, the shackle value on Tony right now. That shackle is absorbing all of the heals. He's down to 10%. He gets Cyclone. If they can switch this crowd control to Relza, they could KO Tony out of this chain. They need more Cyclones. They can't get the Cyclone. Tony recovers. Such a close call. Definitely one of his 9 lives used up there. Waz is still going after him, but Tony goes for a bash. He's trying to eat the freezing trap. Alter time from Tessia. He's line of sighting the purges. They're not going to be able to remove that alter time unless they get a lucky trank shot. Maybe they did hit it. Tessia is still behind the pillar, but Chaz is out of crowd control. Waz is getting ready for the attack. Tony tries to re-stealth. He's going to stun Waz. Swap over to Waz, but pre-feint by Waz. He's going to easily tank out the damage and the stun. Tony's moving forward. Roots Waz. I like these entangling roots on Waz. Just utilizing more control. And his Relza, he's running Thought Steal. He's stealing Polymorph from Tessia and crowd controlling Waz with his own Polymorph. Interesting talent choice here from Relza. I don't even remember the last time we saw a Priest running Thought Steal. Seems like a long time, but it's putting Tessia behind an awkward position where they can't do a go. Chaz in the freezing trap. They're trying to set up damage, but Waz shuts them down.
Yeah, nicely done there. About 4 minutes elapsed in this game. Polymorph now onto Relza. Casu could be in a little bit of trouble, taking some bursts here from Waz, but Tony in the backline throwing in Regross, just playing more of a supportive role on that Pharaoh Druid, just avoiding the interrupts, avoiding crowd control. And if he can cast, if he's got the mana and he can cast, he can absolutely keep his Hunter alive. So that might be one adaptation we're seeing from Horizon, just allowing Tony to go for more crowd control. And that way, Method EU actually has to get triple crowd control if they want to close it out and actually have a hope of winning. Mame stun now on Tessia. It seems like Horizon is playing this game just much more defensive, just do as much damage as they can, try to survive. And this is kind of what you were talking about, Sid. They are playing to damp in this one, it seems. Not really, not giving away their positioning, but Relza gets caught into a polymorph. Casu down to 10% health. The Feigned Death Legendary ends up keeping Casu alive as Tony moves forward. He gets interrupted. Nicely done. That's the triple crowd control we were talking about. And Casu is forced into the turtle. Beautifully done by Method, and they get a lot of cooldowns as a result.
They might just
Absolutely
win.
insane push. They might just win on that. They still have CC onto Tony. They sheep him. Tony going for some regrowths now. Relza also finally out of crowd control. Casu will survive. Full trap here on the chest. Look at Tessia already in soul shape. Alter time is active. I'm not sure if it actually got purged there though. Relza now in a kidney shot. We're trying to start up the chain here. And nice fake attempts there coming out from Tessia, but he does not manage to fake us those interrupts. And now Relza has a chance to potentially Shadow or Death that polymorph. Jazz is in a silence. Tessia is going to just abandon that push, resetting his Dragon's Breath, resetting his Blink. And Casu is dropping dangerously low here once again. Tessia now going for the double Dragon's Breath, double Ring of Frost here. Can he get it? He does. And the pets as well. Big damage coming in from Tessia. That's going to be an instant trinket barrier coming out from Relza. And that, my friends, is big trouble because Tessia, he has his combustion, Waz has his shadow blade. The next kidney could just be the game, and if not, well, guess what? They got blinded in 30 seconds. They could CC Relza for an eternity and take somebody down here. But Chaz is getting so pressured here. They're just sending it on Chaz. All the damage in the world here onto Chaz. He's getting swapped to. He might just go down here, but where's Tony? Tony now into the cheap shot, into the full cyclone. That's gonna be it, most likely. No way Cash can survive this one. He Feigned Deaths one of the shackles. Relza's not in crowd control. The smoke one's not gonna be enough, and they pulled the trigger on the shadow blades, but not on the combustion. Blind is now off cooldown. Super easy.
No trinket, full blind. It's do or die. They have to kill Chaz. They have to kill Chaz literally in the next 20 seconds, or I think they're about to lose. They blind Relza. If Waz gets in range of Casu, he's going to die. Waz Shadow steps into kidney shot. Tony jumps over to help Waz. Trinkets to go for the kill. They pop combustion, but he Roar of Sacrifices. Is Roar of Sacrifice going to be enough? They grip Casu back to the pillar. If Casu can somehow hold on here, he's got pain suppression. Is he really going to die through pain suppression? Roar of Sacrifice. Rapture comes through, but Relza has 0 mana. They still need to find a target to kill. Tony is trying to whittle away Chaz, but he's just not finding momentum. They go after Waz. Waz shadowy duels one-on-one with Casu, down to half health in game number 3. Method EU looking to move to match point. They have mana advantage. Tessia's moving in with Soul Shape, looking for crowd control. They're confident. They sap Tony. They stun up Casu, and Relza is absolutely tapped. There is 0 mana left. He barely survives the stun. He gets an exhilaration, but Relza's now interrupted. He blinks out of the Ring of Frost. He Feigned Deaths at 10%. They're battling it out to the absolute bitter end with 0 mana left in the tank, but Waz Shadow steps in, and with crowd control across the board, Method EU have solved Horizon, it looks like.
Yeah. I can't believe what I just watched. I mean, in the replay, Relza had an absolutely phenomenal game. He tried to keep his team in it, but Method EU, their pressure is just overwhelming. And Horizon is just, their main problem in this game is they're really struggling to find damage. It just seems like they're on the back foot from start to finish. And this is what happens when you play against a good rogue mage. They're constantly doing setups. And as soon as they aren't doing setups, they just go into a pure defensive posture. And they just have all the momentum as a result.
Man, Relza at the end there, we're going to see it in the replay, but that was sick. I'm almost like a bit sad that Casu went down there. I mean, the setup for Method was insane as well, but the way Relza was avoiding all the crowd control, that was really, really nice.
Oh my gosh. Method EU, they're on match point now. It's 3-0. Let's break down that game number 3 kill as well.
I mean, so at this point, you're in checkmate. Relza has no trinket. Waz, yeah, actually, no, this is right at the kill. Look at that death from Relza, though. He premonitions, and look at this blink as well. He premonitions the blink Dragon's Breath from Tessia, and then he blinks with his soul shape while he's kicked. Since he can't dispel the Nova, Tessia tries to like Nova Ring of Frost him, but he soul shapes it. And then he gets, I think, one mend off there as well, but it just wasn't enough for him to be able to keep the Hunter alive. And for Method, I mean, this has got to be a matchup. They probably didn't even know that, okay, we're just going to run it down as sub and see what happens. I really think this was something like they just had enough in their series against Reload, and they were like, you know what? Let's just see Sub Rogue. Let's just run it down.
Oh, look at that from the starting gate. The flare. Look at the flare. Look at Waz. He's literally he's like an inch in front of the flare. That could have decided the whole game. Or at least the start of the game. Like, if you pull the rogue out of stealth as jungle, watch Kasu. This is a flying bomb of flare, and Waz is right there. Like, I don't know if he realized how lucky that was. Like,
yeah, so,
wow.
So what they do there is he jump mounts, and then while he's on the mount, his priest is spamming the levitate, and then when he dismounts, he gets a levitate, and he just flies in like that. That's why he was like so high up as well, and so fast. That was nice.
Does Method EU just win this whole thing 4-0?
I mean,
it's looking more like it.
It's not looking bad. It's not looking bad for them. They're up 3-0 right now. I feel like, you know, if I was thinking about who's going to win the next one, I feel like Method EU definitely has a lot of momentum, but you can't count Horizon out, obviously, but they need to figure out something. It might be Gelu that needs to come in. I don't know if the jungle's working. Maybe they need to switch over to playing Survival instead of Beast Mastery. I really don't know, but what I will say is whatever they're doing right now, Method EU has figured out. So it seems like they're very safe in the matchup. They're confident in getting their crowd control and eventually taking someone down. So Horizon needs to be the one that mixes it up, in my opinion. Otherwise, I feel like Method EU is going to walk away with this one.
It's really exposing the vulnerabilities of being a one composition team.
Yeah.
Or at least
when
favoring
jungle
one.
looks good, it looks good. When someone figures out how to beat jungle, then it doesn't look so good. So, I mean, so far, it's like Horizon, I think. I mean, at least in the round robin, I believe they lost their first two series against Ret Warrior. So they played their top two hardest teams first, and they lost to them. So they were down 0-2. Things weren't looking good, and then they just started winning. They won 5 in a row and ended at 5-2, I do believe. So they've been looking really good. And then you have to keep in mind, after that, their momentum in the top 4 has been a win into the grand finals. And now Method EU is saying, hey, you know what if we just go back to what we're best at? And it's been working out. And now Horizon is really being challenged because are they going to switch off the jungle? They need to start making some hard decisions because in the last 7 series, they have not had to make a change whatsoever. Yeah. And now this is where it becomes really, really difficult if you're only playing one composition.
Yeah, I mean, it really is crazy when you put it like that, Ven. They've just done nothing but won. They've had this crazy streak, and Method just put a halt to it, and all it took was them reverting back to a classic composition. I'm seeing people all over Twitter being like, oh my god, what year is it? Kind of mirroring what Sid was saying earlier on. But we'll see if they decide to respond in any way on the side of Horizon, or if they're going to continue on with their jungle composition. It would be interesting to see Gelu come off of the bench when it really counts like this. But it would be a risky move, I think, for sure, because they can't afford to drop any more games. The Method EU, they are on match point. They are one victory away from winning the entire European AWC Season 2, and they would be our new champions for this year. So Hook Point is going to be where we're headed to. Method EU, no changes there on their side for their composition, and now all eyes are on Horizon. This is the biggest moment up to this point for these players in their World of Warcraft career, and they've only got 2 minutes to make that decision. That could be the difference between going on and reverse sweeping Method EU or being dropped out of this tournament, Zico.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, for Horizon, you tried the jungle 3 times now. There's one thing they haven't tried, and this is something that they do a lot, and that's bringing in Kasu with the Survival Hunter. That's usually in response to, assassination rogues and things like that, where you want to remove all the bleeds with Survival Hunter. But I feel like with Survival Hunter, at least, Kasu can maybe get a little bit more distance. He can at least, just bleed and just kind of run away. Because let's be honest, right now, his pets are getting Ring of Frosted a lot anyway to stop his combustion. So I feel like he's not getting the highest value from them. Could be a thing, or it could be time for the chalky milkman himself, Mr. Gelu, to send it in on the Panda Mage, combust somebody, send them home, and see what happens. Because that's what they have ran when they have kind of altered away from this jungle. that's been their go-to pick, has been the Holy Priest Feral Mage, and they are incredible at it. But I don't think it's the greatest matchup, but that could also be an option for them. So I think either Survival Hunter or we're going to see Gelu finally tagged in here.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We got about 20 seconds left. They've definitely got a lot to talk about. I believe they've also already used their delay timer. I'm not sure if they've got any of it left. They used it earlier on in the series, so you can bet that they've got a lot to talk about, but it looks like they are going to be sticking with that comp, Sid.
Well, I mean, in that last game, they started poking Chaz, and that was the most amount of pressure they had in the whole game. But they started poking him when they had nothing left. So if they actually attack Chaz when they have cooldowns to use, I think that's their plan on Hook Point. They pick a small map, you go all out aggression, you chase Chaz, you put fears into the DPS, you put traps into the DPS, you run the Druid down, and you just full gas pedal. But it's match point. So gas pedal strategy on match point, I think they have to do it. Like the only time in the game I was like, wow, maybe they can win is when they were hitting Chaz. But it was too late at that point because they had no more defense left to keep doing it. If they hit Chaz when they still have defense, I think they can do it. But it's one of those things where it's like, are you willing to commit to that? Are you willing to go all in and just try and run down the Druid? It's match point. Can you win 4 games of doing that? It's going to be really tough. And like we've been talking about, this is Horizon's domination. Like Horizon has dominated everybody other than the Ret Warriors up until this moment. Method EU have crawled through the lower bracket throughout Lone Tar's Defiance. Like they beat the almost unkillable Shaman Legend in the first round. And then they had the upset against Skill Cap. They haven't been able to beat Skill Cap in months, maybe years consistently. And they were able to upset them. Now we're in the finals, and they are just trouncing Horizon. And like Horizon had complete control. Like all of us put bets on Horizon winning the whole tournament. Let alone even considering that Method EU could win this as Rogue Mage Druid. This is very impressive. Like this, no matter what, this is going to be a treat.
Yeah, it certainly will. I mean, it's really incredible that the series has ended up this way. Horizon, like you said, Sid, has been completely dominating this bracket, as well as Method EU. The last 2 times that they played against this team was on Saturday and also in the circuit week number 4, and they won 3-0 in week number 4. So the perfect conditions for Horizon at the moment. They're playing against a team that they've historically beaten. Their hardest competitors got knocked out of the tournament already, with Reload Esports getting knocked out, and they're just kind of throwing it all away. So hopefully they turn it around. They don't lose right here because they've got one more chance to stay in this tournament.
All right, let's see what they can do. Waz in stealth right now, going to be a little bit of a mind game once again to actually see if he can find his target. Casu's sitting in stealth as well, so the same kind of mind game and battle we've seen in the opener. Tessia is going to be throwing in flame strikes if he can, and he does. He finds Casu, so gets Casu out of stealth, and this is Waz's opportunity to move forward and actually get a opener. Let's see, he's going to wait to stun Casu. At the same time, Tessia wants to go for a Dragon's Breath, so here we go. Polymorph on Casu, but Tony's going to come and try to disrupt with a stun on Chaz. Tessia down to 50% in this opener. This small map should be really, really explosive. Casu in a kidney shot right now. Tony gets gripped. And it looks like triple stuns will be coming in from Waz. Potential Ring of Frost. Can he find it? And he does! Beautifully done there by Method EU.
Oh, that
Tony
vortex.
gets the vortex in. Nicely done. Triple crowd control. It looks good. Casu's low. Aspect of the Turtle potentially trading out. No, it's the Exhilaration and the Emblem. So this is a great start for Method.
That was a sick vortex. Once again, Chaz just popping off here, and you got to give it to Tessia as well. Landing that double CC there was absolutely insane. Let's see what else they can do here. Tony potentially getting kidney shot sapped here. Waz decides not to go for it. Casu trying to stop Tessia here. Dragon's Breath comes out. There's the roar onto Tony. There's the full Dragon's Breath sheep. Casu, what are you going to do here? It's going to be the Feign Death into the aspect of the turtle, but they have more crowd control. Another sheep sneaks into another one, and Chaz doesn't have the Cyclone DR there since Dragon's Breath started the chain, but that could have been just Casu's life. And guess what? Tessia is going to have combustion in 25 seconds. Waz, he has Shadowy Duel. They have all the tools they need to potentially close this one out. Blind is ready. They pop it. immediately here onto Relza. Where is the stuns? Where's the damage?
Oh,
Can
no.
they get the Ring of Frost? They get stopped. They get the staff.
Zap!
And there is the kidney shot. This has got to be Relza's
It's
trinket
over.
grip here. He gets bombed on his trinket. His heals are doing nothing right now. And Tessia could potentially close this one out. They get a DR sap out of the bomb. Can they get anything else? Bash now onto Relza. Chaz gets stunned up into a full freezing trap. Is he going to trinket aggressively here to just close this one out?
Shadowy Duel.
He might have to. Shadowy Duel comes out from Waz here. Pain suppression now as well for Kasu. They got absolutely nothing, and Combustion is ready. This game is all about done here, Sid.
This game should be done and dusted for Method EU unless Kasu pulls off a miracle. He's running for his life behind the fence line while his teammates are crowd control, but Waz catches up, but he doesn't KO him in the stun lock. Kasu is now out of a stun. How long can he kite and stall here? His exhilaration comes up in 15. They're setting up damage on Waz, trying to blast him away. They get Chaz's trinket. They've got evasion out of the way. There's maybe potential for Kasu to pull off a miracle here, but he is dancing with death on match point. They have to reverse sweep 4 games in a row. Waz is moving in for the game-winning stun. Gets rooted, gets dispelled. Tessia gets interrupted. Waz is falling behind. Kasu is in the full stun. This could be it for Kasu. Tony is emergency healing, but instantly counterspelled. And Kasu is about to get KO'd. Powered shield comes in at the last possible second, but now Cycloned at low health. If they can switch any crowd control on Relza is abandoning the mission, trying to go behind the pillar, but Tessia's zoning in, Chaz is zoning in. Kasu trying to disengage back to him. He's done everything that he can. They get a full fear. Can they kill Waz through Ironbark with a full fear? Can they do it? Can Horizon do it and reverse it back? They have in game 4 on match point with nothing left. Put a point on the board.
Oh, we got a series on our hands. Horizon is not going to make it that easy for Method. They battled it back. They did a great job that game. I mean, there's so many times in that match where it looked like Kasu was out of it, but they had the cooldowns. They could rotate through. They didn't panic. They didn't overlap. And as a result, I think Method EU, they got a little confident in their push, and they just kind of forgot about defense. It was just all about offense for them. And Horizon said, you know what, we can still do some damage. They go after Waz when he has nothing left, and he's already traded out to go offensive, and they're able to take him down and put a point on the board.
All right, so we're gonna see it here. It was kind of insane that at the end there they were able to turn that around, because this looked so dire for Kasu. Kasu, I mean, he was definitely feeling the heat during this matchup here, and you can see it here. He's in the Cyclones. He's got no defensives really to work with aside from that exhilaration, and Relza, of course, as well, with no trinket here. So the next setup is just deadly, but they managed to turn it around. You get the shackles, they get the double roar, you have the damage to back it up, you get the CC there onto Chaz. And I'm not sure if Chaz triggered it offensively a little bit earlier, but that might have been what actually costed them there. But still, it was a good pick as well. Hook point, I think, is a big reason why a lot of this pressure was possible. So Horizon, they're still in it. And that's the thing, when you see both of these teams kind of running the same composition over and over again, it really just, the scoreline almost doesn't matter. It's all about who wins that game, right? So for them, definitely not an easy road ahead, but it is possible.
Right here, I think, is Chaz's trinket. So what does Chaz ultimately trinket? Because he didn't have it at the end of the game. So he gets stunned. I think it has to be a full trap, right? There's no other thing that he would trinket. So Waz is at like half health with faint.
Yeah, okay, it was good. It was good. He had no Ironbark as well. If he falls behind there, he kind of had to trinket there. But I almost wanted him to trinket offensively earlier when they nearly killed Kasu and just send him home. I feel like they actually could have gotten the kill the kill earlier if they did that. But it's obviously easy to say, after. They might also lose because of it.
Yeah, I mean, this could spell disaster for Method. We were kind of mentioning it a little bit earlier, how Method could be, warmed up after playing those 2 series earlier today, and then Horizon hasn't played at all until this series, and maybe they're warmed up now. Maybe they're starting to find their stride, and maybe they're a bit, on the edge of a momentum swing here, Super Tees.
I mean, definitely. Every game is more practice for them, right? This is a matchup that I don't think they could have really prepared for, because nobody plays this comp in the game, like, period. Sub Rogue Fire Mage Resto Druid, like, nobody plays it. So now in game 4, they showed that they can get pressure, force cooldowns, and win the game. Whereas in the previous 3, it was kind of like, you're staying alive a long time, but I'm not really confident you can win. That last game, there was confidence that they could win. even being so far behind. Method EU, the only thing maybe, I think there was one point there when we thought Casu was going to die, and Tony went behind the fence to heal, and Tessia and Waz both interrupted him. So maybe Waz should have just stayed on target doing damage, and then Tessia should have interrupted him, and maybe he would have died there. And that's like a very minor thing. But now we're going to big maps, and Method EU have been winning on mana as well in some of these longer games where Chaz is actually able to drink. It doesn't feel like Relza ever gets a point where he is allowed to drink. Someone will just die immediately if he does. So Chaz has a lot more breathing room on big maps like this. And Horizon is going to have to battle big map after big map after big map, basically 3 games in a row. It's going to be the gauntlet of big maps.
Yeah, and you know, back on your note with getting more practice against this composition as well, I almost wonder if game, you know, having this be a best of 7 is going to be the sort of the saving grace for Horizon. You know, had this been a best of 5, they would have lost already. They wouldn't have had these chances to sort of come back from this, regardless of how this is going to end, if it does end in this next game. So you know, we'll have to see if they're feeling more comfortable in this series. Sorry, but yeah, we're going to head into this next game here. We're going to go to Ashmains as well. So the question then is, Ven, will Horizon be able to repeat what they just did?
I mean, I'm sure they hope so. It was close. Let's not forget. I mean, they were on the back foot for the last couple minutes of that game, barely surviving setup. So they need to find those opportunities where Method maybe gets a little bit too aggressive and try to capitalize on that. I like the fact that they went after Waz in the game. I feel like he's getting to do what he wants a lot in this matchup, and going after Tessia doesn't seem to be actually shutting him down very much. So maybe you just focus more on Waz, try to train him down. Not even train him down, just make sure you're doing swaps to him, as it can be really, really punishing as that rogue. And jungle has a lot of damage. I mean, both these teams, so much damage, lots of crowd control, lots of outplay potential, and that's why it's just a beauty to watch them kind of go head to head. But Horizon can definitely get back in this one. I mean, they're picking up a little bit of momentum, a little bit of steam with that game 4 victory, keeping them alive in the tournament. And now at this point, it's do or die. They cannot lose a single game. And Method EU, you can tell they're hungry. They want it. I mean, they've had a grueling day, and they're 1 away from being the champions.
All right, this is what potentially could be the last game of the series here. 3-1 right now in favor of Method. Ashmain's fault selected. Let's see, can Horizon do it again, or will their fate be sealed right now? Tessia pushes in, looks to poke Relza a little bit to make sure that, you know, he's there.
Hey Relza, what's up? It's match point. How you doing? I'm just gonna poke you a little bit. You haven't found my rogue yet. Casu comes out of stealth. So Tony is waiting for Waz. It's Tony and Waz. Who finds who first? Waz are right on top of each other. How did they not see Tony accept him? This is devastating on match point. That is just extra free crowd control. Casu runs for his life around the pillar. Waz finally catches up, but Relza fears Tessia, avoiding any crowd control to heal Casu. But now he's interrupted. He goes for a Shadow Mend. Tony is still crowd controlled, waiting to start playing the game. Jumps over to Tessia, dropping a defensive Ring of Frost, trying to hit the pets. Not going to hit it, but that Frost Nova is still getting value. Casu's trying to find his footing, blasting down Tessia, now swapping to Waz. Big heals, but big damage as well. Chaz is falling behind. There's pressure onto 2 players. He's in a full freezing trap. Tessia is trying to line of sight Casu at the pillar. He manages to avoid him, but Chaz used his trinket. Chaz used his medallion. There's opportunities for Horizon now to pull out a kill, but Casu is in a stun lock. He's playing far away from Relza.
Oh my goodness.
He's trying to make sure that Waz can't stun multiple players, and they're trying to spread out, but if they leave Tessia open to find Dragon's Breath Polymorph, that might backfire.
Relza's playing insane. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he used Premonition on the, or Shadow of Death on the Polymorph, or on the Dragon's Breath, pardon me, and then Tessia tried to go for a Shimmer Polymorph, and Relza Shadow melded it, so he's just doing a great job of avoiding crowd control, but Tessia is forced into the Ice Block, massive damage. Now Tessia just exits. He throws caution to the wind while his healer's in crowd control. They're going for a Polymorph on Relza. Casu low. He has to trade out his trinket as well as his exhilaration. He's still low, but at the same time, Tessia is low also. Back and forth are these two teams exchanging cooldowns and going for blow at about 2 minutes in the match.
absolutely insane so far. Both of these teams seem to have found their targets here. Could be Kazu in a smoke bomb. It could be Tessia here. He only has the cauterize to rely on right now. Tessia's trying to line of sight here. He blinks back in and snipes the counterspell there onto Tony. Now he tanks the stun when Chaz can back him up. Now here comes Method. Blink, Dragon's Breath, bash into the Cyclone. Tony trinkets out to stop it. DR Sheepshot comes out. Where's the Ring of Frost? They don't have it. Tessia finally gets it off cooldown, but he doesn't find it. The Soul Shape comes through, and he does snipe it, but preemptive barrier gets dropped. And this is a big win here for Method. Kazu, he has no trinket. Method have smoke bomb, and there's no barrier. They could take him down.
There's no
in his
block.
smoke bomb, but right now it's going to be Tessia with no block. He might go down here. Kodas triggers, and that's going to be the defensive smoke bomb coming out from Waz. Tessia activates the Training Ward. He gets double Dragon's Breath. Mind Control gets stopped here by Waz, and Tessia will survive, but it costed them their offense. They had to use that precious smoke bomb just to allow Tessia to survive for one more setup. Now the question is, can they execute without it? They need to find themselves some crowd control onto Relza. Relza did actually trinket a blind there. They have a KO situation. All they need to do is just land a clean cross here, but at the same time, so can Horizon, and here we go. They're going after Tony. I don't know if this is a mistake or not. Do they have the damage to send him home? I'm not sure. He might have to. He drops to 1%. He gets the Radiance. He drops dangerously low. Nice fear coming out from Relza. Triple Psychic Scream into the trap here onto Chaz. He trinkets out immediately, keeping Waz alive here. Sheep now onto Kazu, and that was the kind of KO situation for both of these teams, and both of them survive it, but it's Tessia on the back foot. Nature Swiftness comes through. Tony is going to use the Fleshcraft here. He gets kicked on it. He realizes that he could be a juicy target. He gets caught up in the Ring of Frost. He's got the Fleshcraft on him. Tessia, though, needs to run. Chaz, is he looking for a drink here potentially? He wants to maybe hold up Tessia and go for it, but it doesn't look like it. He's going to stay in and commit. Full shape secured, full kidney shot secure, but Tony gets the restuff, stuns up Waz, stuns up Tessia. Tessia with the dragon, with the alter time, resheep, and they get another sheep here, but it's not going to be enough. Kazu will survive, and now Tessia is on the run, Sid.
I think Chaz got a bit of mana there amidst all the chaos, but Waz is falling behind. There's no trinket. If they land a freezing trap, they can win the game here. 30 seconds to that ice block. Ironbark is going to be ending soon. They're pushing for the win. Horizon need to find this crowd control. Chaz bounces them away. Tony jumps in. Waz is going after Relza at the moment. Kidney shot, pre-paint suppression, but who is he going to use it on? Tony trinkets out, full freezing trap. They're going for the win. Horizon are doing it in game number 5, but a Dragon's Breath at 20% on 2 players stalls the kill, and a huge heal comes out from Chaz. Tessia stays alive for another setup. Tony goes for a Cyclone, trying to keep momentum going before Ice Block comes off cooldown, but Combustion is available. Relza's in a full polymorph. Tony runs for his life behind the pillar. He re-stealths, jumps in, stuns Tessia, but here's a smoke bomb. Can Tony save Kazu? He runs next to him to try and help. Kazu gets out of the smoke bomb, but now Cyclone down in Penance at low health. No heals incoming. They need to make sure he doesn't get Cycloned again. He gets Cycloned again. If they can switch crowd control over to Relza, it could be devastating. The counterspell Relza. Tessia's chasing Relza. Can Relza death the Dragon's Breath here and avoid the crowd control? Tessia's moving in his line of sight. Dragon's Breath looks like it may have got death. They're not finding crowd control, but Tony's in a full sap. Kazu is going to be all alone right now, but it doesn't seem like they want him. They're going after Relza. Cheap shot, polymorph now, Shadow Step, reconnect. Everyone's crowd controlled. Kazu on match point gets blasted at 1%. He's going to aspect of the turtle. Oh, that is lucky at that point. Kazu stays alive with aspect of the turtle, running behind the pillar, trying to hold out, but there's such little mana remaining for his team. They stun up Tony during the freezing trap on Chaz. Tessia has no ice block though. He used it during one of these goes. Chaz is in a full fear. He trinkets Ironbarks, but dampening is starting to stack. Chaz's man is not looking too good either. They're blasting down Tessia. Waz is rooted, trying to set up a polymorph. Relza gets faked on his death into a full Cyclone, and now with no Shadow or Death, double ring. Ring of Frost on the Feral, Hibernate on the Feral, Cyclone on Relza. He needs pain suppression, trinket pain suppression. He pre-barriers. Is it going to be enough? The pre-barrier. He has 0 mana left. This is insane.
Both these teams playing out of their minds at this point. You could not ask for a better finals. Polymorph on Relza. Kazu still incredibly low, 11% dampening. Relza, no mana left whatsoever. Method, they just have to hold on, do damage, do not die. And I think they got this one in the bag. We'll see if they can do it. Waz right now taking a little bit of pressure. He doesn't have many defensive cooldowns. He could be a good target for Tony to go after. I mean, I really feel like Horizon just needs to go after Waz at this point of the game. They get the kidney shot, cheap shot on Relza, but the main stun comes in. Tony looking for a Cyclone, dodges line of sight. It looks like that is enough for Casu to get a paint suppression. Now Waz really is in trouble. Tony has to go after him. This Ring of Frost defensively from Tessia, freezing up all the pets from Casu and really slowing down that damage. Let's see if they can actually get a stun. It doesn't look like they can just yet. Cyclone now onto Relza. Waz moves forward, looking to get a stun, but unable to find it. Relza trades up the Raptor.
That's it! How?
And deleted. Horizon do it. They stay alive. They turn the pressure around, then drop Waz, put another point on the board, and they are up now 2-3. Still 2 games ahead of them, but they are definitely warmed up at this point.
Oh,
Absolute
for sure.
insanity.
You could see the frustration as well on Waz's face. They could taste victory. They're only 1 game away. They're only 1 victory away from winning this entire thing, and Horizon is just taking it away from them when they thought all hope was lost. They've managed to turn this one around, winning the last 2 games, Zico.
Just insane how close this game was. It just goes to show so many times where Casu could have died, where Tessia could have died, where Waz could have died. And it is going to be Horizon with the stun on the trinket there at the end to secure the kill. But they still got to do it 2 more times. Method. I mean, look at that. Look at that. He was a 1% there. I cannot believe he survives there. I just can't believe it. Like, he was so incredibly low. And then here, another, this is the setup at the end there. Unfortunately, they don't get the Cyclone there onto Relza out of that sheep. They don't get anything really onto Relza. He drops the pain suppression, and that's all they get for the combustion. That was their kind of let's go. This is our kill window here. Relza walks in, DRs himself on that Ring of Frost, and then he gets Cyclone as well. And then at this point, Relza is completely on all DRs. Waz super low here. He doesn't have anything to work with. He gets stunned. He gets stunned on his trinket, and he gets absolutely crushed. Or actually, he might have trinketed as he died there. Rewatching that.
He got stunned on his trinket. I do believe. But he was 1 second away from Vanish, too, when he died.
Oh, really?
So,
It might have mattered.
He had 2 seconds left on Vanish. If he had, the Vanish when he trinketed, it could have been a different result. But, I mean, like I said, this is probably the best finals we could have asked for. Jungle going up against Rogue Mage. The games as close as they are. Horizon potentially coming with a reverse sweep. And, I mean, I don't mean to call you out, Aya, but I mean, I feel like you kind of jinxed Method at the beginning of this one when they won that first game.
They won their blind.
They jinxed themselves for winning the blind pick. I told you. But, I mean, either way, they've got more chances. Oh, here's the replay. I'll let you guys talk through this if you want.
Look at that Vanish. Like 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 6 seconds. Does he pre-faint? That's the only thing I'm thinking. Like, right here, maybe a pre-faint. Did he pre-faint it?
I just used it. He already just used it before
looks like
that.
So he trinkets. There's nothing he can really do, right? Like, he trinkets a full stun. He doesn't have anything to use with it. So
look at Vanish. Oh,
yeah, 3
sad.
seconds, 2 seconds.
Man.
Gosh. But I mean, you guys are right. Like this, we couldn't have asked for a better finals. I'm really glad, even if Horizon doesn't end up pulling off this reverse sweep, I am glad that it didn't end in a 4-0. That would have been a really anticlimactic way to end the series because Horizon, they're coming back. They're definitely looking more comfortable in this series. They're looking warmed up. And we thought Method EU had the answer, had the ticket to beating this jungle team, but now it kind of seems like Horizon has started to figure it out. So I guess the question is, do we see Method change things up, Supertees?
I don't think so.
No?
I really doubt it. I think they're Rogue Mage Druid the whole way through. Zuniaki's just going to be sitting on the bench. Come on, guys, just 1 game. Come on. just do it, please. But yeah, I think Rogue Mage Druid is going to be their ticket, although it's still possible for Horizon. It's not like this is an unwinnable matchup. It's quite insane the lengths that Horizon are going to be able to survive in some of these situations. But what I like what they're doing now is when they sense that Method EU are about to go, they just start running away from each other. They scatter. And then because they scatter, it's really hard for Method EU to pin every single member down. And they have to pin 3 players to be able to kill the 1 target. Otherwise, the player that they don't pin is going to be able to save the player that's stunned. So Horizon are just constantly doing this like scatter and then reorganization and then scatter and then reorganization throughout the entire game. to be able to avoid enough crowd control so that Casu isn't dying in these setups. And it's like, it's really tactical the way that they're playing. It might look like, why is Tony like running behind the pillar? But he's anticipating the attack, and he wants to make sure he's not in range of crowd control so that he can even get one global cooldown off before he is to save Casu. And it's on a razor's edge, right? Like 2 more games for Horizon. Can they actually maintain control of Europe? Because they've been dominating the entire season outside of Ret Warrior, but they've been dominating Method for sure, as well as Skill Capped, which is unprecedented in the region for a long time, if not years, for a new team to be able to rival them. Method EU come in with Rogue Mage Druid. They're riding it all the way through, but Horizon seem to be getting better and better, just leveling up every single game. Maybe it's starting to get to the point where that Method aren't going to be able to do it. I could see this going to a game 5.
7?
Or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've done a best of 7.
I know, it's been like we had the circuit for 4 weeks, and like right when we were about to go to this series, our producer was like, "Oh yeah, it's games best of 7." I was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot." So it's been a while since we've had a long series like this, because even a lot of times that we do have a best of 7, sometimes they end up in 4-1s or 4-0s or something like that. So it's really not often that we do see best of 7 games go to a game 7, and I think we could very well be seeing that situation play out in front of us right now, especially as Horizon is sort of catching up in this series to what Method EU is bringing to the table. So they're looking good. Let's see if they can continue on here, because if they win this next one, that means that they're tied up 3-3, and we will be going to a game 7. But either way, no matter how this does end up, Horizon has made an incredible comeback in this, and Method EU has made an incredible run in this series, or in this tournament. You guys have to remember, they came from the lower bracket. This is their 3rd series in a row that they have played today. Both of those series having gone to game number 5. So they've had a very long day. They've fought extremely hard to be here and staying here. And I honestly, I'm really proud. I could not be more proud of both of these teams, Eco.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like when you think about it like that, Method, they were 1 game away from being eliminated in last place. I want that to sink in for a second. They were 1 game away. And that was a close game too. Like, they were 1 close game away from just being last place. But now they find themselves in the most commanding position they've had, or that you could be in, at 3-0 up in the final. However, Horizon finally starting to heat up here. They've won the last 2 games. They're looking to win 2 more. But Method, all that stands between them and winning the whole year is just this 1 game right here. They can close this one out. That's it. They're done. Let's see if they can do it. Gates are open. Tony, once again, just staying in stealth here, hiding. He wants to open onto Waz. So basically, they want to find Waz on the side of Horizon. And Casu, he's going to come out from his camo eventually, and that's going to give Method an opportunity to open on him. But if Waz opens on Casu, then Tony wants to open onto Waz and cyclone him. If they can do that, then they shut down the Rogue Mage opener. So that's basically kind of what they want to go for here. So both teams just playing it out patient, a lot on the line, of course. As they're actually moving in a little bit aggressively here, going for the first opener here. They sap Relza, they open onto Casu. I don't know if this setup is going to be... Oh, that trap onto Tessia was absolutely insane. It was a random freezing trap down, and that freezing trap actually stunned Tessia's trinket on his Dragon's Breath, so he couldn't trinket Dragon's Breath Sheep and turn that opener around. But they did, however, get the paint suppression onto Casu. So... I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but Method will take it.
All right, 1 cooldown out of the way for Method here. They've still got another game to work with. They're on match point. They could just close it out. Casu disengages. This is the scatter phase for Horizon. They need to spread out and avoid each other. And right now, Tony has managed to buy time to assist Casu during the stun lock. So great scatter phase by Horizon, avoiding crowd control. But they still keep the chain going and reconnect with Shadow Step, looking to take down Casu with a full Cyclone on Relza. Can they finish him here on match point? Lots of damage. Exhilaration comes through. Casu trying to stabilize through Shadowy Duel. It's 1 versus 1. And Relza drops a barrier. He's scared that Waz will win this one-on-one. But now there's no barrier for Smoke Bomb. Casu is an open target. Relza's getting interrupted. He's getting controlled. Ring of Frost gets disrupted. Polymorph gets stopped, but there's a full kidney shot. Tessia's getting blasted at the same time. Will Casu be able to survive this attack? Looks like he's going to make it out of the stun lock. So he at least has aspect of the turtle.
But one big crit, one accidental mistimed global could cost him his life here on match point. Rapture comes through, big heals, Casu recovers. Now that Horizon have recovered, they need to get aggressive. They're swapping back to Waz, trying to force him away and get an evasion, but they're not finding the evasion. They're trying to scatter, they're trying to spread out. Tony and Casu and Relza to avoid crowd control. Tony's a little bit too close right now. They stun Waz. They're trying to blast him down. Relza's avoiding the engagement. They knock them away, but Chaz walks into a trap. With that full trap, can they get pressure? Kidney shot on Casu. Combustion available. Are they going to rip out the combustion? Ring of Fire is down. Down to half health. Casu feign death. Trying to get out of the Ring of Fire, but he's so low. He has to turtle. An aspect of the turtle. No pain suppression. Method EU have great control of game number 6.
I mean, it looks so good for them. I mean, Horizon, they just need to kind of hold on and wait for Method EU to overcommit. A little bit of damage on Tessia right now. Full trap on Chaz. They can win in a single setup if Relza gets there. They have Mass Dispel. Keep that in mind. So even if Tessia gets the Ice Block off, they can Mass Dispel it. Trap into a Fear. Here comes Waz trying to save the day. Cheap shot on Relza. Cheap shot on Casu. Tessie is silenced right now, unfortunately for him, or he could go for the Dragon's Breath Sheep. He might get it anyways, and he does. There it is, a polymorph on Relza. Casu incredibly low. He needs to be very careful. Relza trades out his trinket, but now look, Waz has his blind. He can blind. He could just close out the game. Should they wait for the stuns? I feel like they should. Just wait for the stun DR. It's going to be a combustion. He gets ripped out by Tessia, just trying to get the damage. A full kidney shot into a potential full blind. There it is.
He reconnected.
Casu's on the run. Method EU, they reconnect. Can they take him down? Tony,
1 second left.
Onto a cyclone. Casu barely able to maybe hold on. He's got sacrifice. They can't crit him, so he's very durable right now, but I don't think it's enough.
1 second left.
Method EU,
1 second
so
left.
close. One Radiance lands. Rapture from Relta, and Casu survives. Can he survive much longer? Chaz goes for a cyclone on Casu. No, a kidney. It's never ending.
Never-ending nightmare right now for Relza. How on earth is Casu alive? This Waz is gonna die.
Bullshit.
Zico, I can't believe this.
This is unreal right now. They do survive. That was absolutely insane. Waz actually walked the pet back into that Ring of Frost. That's the damage that kind of started this entire thing. And guess what? Tessia has his combustion back off cooldown. The next setup, he got nothing on the side of Horizon. 10 seconds left on that turtle. And Casu here, he needs it super badly here. Can he get away? He's gonna need it. That War of oh my God! Look at Casu here. He actually feigned deaths clean and just stealths. He's like, you know what? I'm not playing. He's just gonna stay here in stealth, and he's just gonna chill until he has a trinket. If somebody on his stream has something, he's just gonna be invisible right now, chilling in that corner over there, walking across the map, looking for Chaz, maybe looking to get a cheeky attack here. That's now this. He goes down the step, but it might be too late. Start. Tony's so low. Tony survives. He gets the Roar of Sacrifice. Is it going to be enough? I cannot believe it. Casu runs away, forces them to go after Tony, and that will mean that Casu gets to survive, gets his aspect of the turtle back, and he will survive. But that also means that Tony now is an insanely exposed target, Super Keys.
Full kidney shot on Casu. Smoke bomb on match point. Damage launched forward. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds away from aspect of the turtle. Casu now has defensives. Relza's working with 0 mana. Horizon are on a short clock on match point. The crowd control is endless. Trying to take down Waz. Ironbark denies the kill. Now they swap back to Tessia. Trying to blast him. He blocked aggressively earlier on. Perhaps they still have a chance to take him out. Tony is assisting Casu throughout the polymorphs on Relza. Casu holds on by a thread. He snipes a freezing trap around the corner, but he is so dangerously low, and Relza has 0 mana left. I don't think he can even press a Radiance at this point. He's trying his best to get mana back, tossing out the masks from the Night Fae, doing whatever he can. Waz gets stunned up, and he pre-feints the stun. Maybe it won't matter, but they blind Tony. No trinket. Triple crowd control with no trinket on Tony. A full sap out. Relza's just waiting for Casu, and he manages to turtle just in time. And Relza is actually regenerating mana amidst all of this crowd control. He's going to be able to Radiance a couple more times throughout this fight, potentially hold his team together. He's got pain suppression as well for one more go. Waz has no trinket, and he died last game with no trinket. Can they take Waz out here? Chaz gets speared on his trinket. Horizon are doing the unbelievable. How is this possible? Waz on 10%. He goes down. Casu snipes him and brings us to game 7.
Are you kidding me? Are you
Look at
kidding
the
me? Both
reactions
of them
from
can't believe it. Waz is
both
like,
of
how are
these
they
guys.
living so long? Casu, I mean, there was a moment in that game where Relza went into a full kidney shot, into a full blind, into a full polymorph, into a cyclone, into a kidney shot, and the hunter didn't die. Like, how is it possible? I mean, I know Method can't believe it, but Horizon, I mean, in this situation, I tell you right now, if you're a player in this situation, you are much happier to be Horizon. I mean, it's a tied series, but you've won the last 3 in a row. Method has been saying, we're 1 away. All right, guys, we're 1 away. We got 3 chances. Okay, we're 1 away. We got 2 chances. All right, we're 1 away. We've got 1 chance left. And that is a lot of pressure. You do not want to get reverse sweeped in a situation like this in the grand finals. I mean, we could take a look at the replay.
Ooh.
This is such a good game.
This is the moment. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what Waz does here. Tesla's gonna drop a Ring of Frost. Look at Waz. He just drags the pet into it, and then they just send the spell book. Relza, immediate trinket. Casu, immediate feign death. Resheep on the trinket. More damage rolling in, and this is where they get that big opportunity. Relza gets roared here, or he might have just had enough damage. Honestly, here you still have combustion rolling. You maybe just send the blind, but they decide to wait. They trinket. They get the kidney shot. And Tessia is continuing the chain. They get a full bash cyclone onto Tony, into a full blind onto Relza. Tony trinkets, gets cyclone on his trinket. Kazu is getting farmed by the Ring of Fire, and he actually jumps over the Ring of Fire right there. You get a sheep out of the blind into a resheep, into a DR cyclone, into a triple DR cyclone, into a kidney shot. No, into a shadowy duel, into a DR sheep, into another DR sheep, into a kidney, into Casu just the replay literally ended while I still CC'd. But yeah, you guys saw it. He died right there, and then here, of course, I believe this is towards the later stages of the game where Casu, he has nothing. He's just like, the only person with CDs on my team is going to be Tony, and I'm just going to sit here in stealth. He comes out, Roar of Sacrifice right there onto Tony here. There, actually, that was a really late roar, and Tony survives just with the auto frenzy, of course, even though it is every single CD in the game from the RMP or from the RMD. Tony gets Cyclone, survives that one, and then here's another setup. This is the one where they force out Chaz Trinket, I believe, or no, this is where they shackle Casu. He aspects of the turtle. Chaz goes in. They get the DR sheep here, and now this is where they turn it around onto what actually happened to Chaz's trinket here. So what does Chaz trinket? Because right now it doesn't look scary at all. He doesn't have trinket, but he does have evasion to work with and call shadows. So Chaz, I believe he gets stunned here into a freezing trap, and I think he trinkets a trap here. And Tessa tries to eat it, but he trinkets out. Waz is stunned. He has no trinket. He gets feared 0.1 on his trinket into the shackle. And Waz cloaks the shackle, pops the evasion, kidney shots Tony, but it's just too much damage. He dies actually from behind there. Casu goes behind him because you can't dodge with evasion. I mean, you can't dodge in general if the person is hitting you from behind. So Casu actually sneaks up behind him and just stabs him to death there.
I don't think my heart can take much more of this. My gosh, this is just absolutely wild. Horizon, they've come back from the dead. They started up 3-0 3 games ago, and now they've tied it up. They could potentially be reverse sweeping Method EU. Horizon 3-3 right now against Method EU, and this game or this series could not be any more intense, any more close. I know we all predicted Horizon to win this one. And I think somebody was mentioning earlier about the momentum, but I feel like Method EU, they still have a shot to try and win this one, but it's really hard, I feel like, when you're coming off the back of 3 really stressful losses like that, Ben.
It definitely is. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in, but if you're Waz, if you're Method EU, you know, you're Chaz, you're playing these games, you just have to remember how close these games have been. Yeah. I mean, we're seeing this hunter survive at 10% health over and over and over, game after game after game. A hero swap on Tony, and he somehow lives at 5% health. It's ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, both these teams are playing a phenomenal series. It's back and forth. You're seeing some of the best players, you're seeing the best players in the game play, you know, some of the best compositions, and we really could not ask for a better finals. This is this is what WoW dreams are made of. And I don't know what's going to happen in this game number 7. One thing's for sure, Horizon has a lot of momentum in these last 3 games, but Method EU is not out of it. It's not like they're playing bad. They're playing phenomenal. And I mean, they are so close to getting that win, but they only have one more shot.
God, I can't even imagine how frustrating that must be to be in that situation. You know, on the side of Method EU, you get yourself on match point, and you're only one win away, and you just keep losing, and you keep losing, and you keep losing, and you make your chances of winning this series even, you know, harder and harder as the games go by. And on the other note, Casu, I don't think I've ever seen him look so stressed out as well on camera. Like, he's usually pretty stoic, but at the end, especially at the end of that last game, he kind of just like cupped his hands around his mouth and just like took a deep breath, because you can tell that he's really going through some emotions right now. He's just taking a little breather before they head into this game after they just locked in their composition. But we are headed to Tolvaron. A minute left for Method EU to choose their composition. This is the last game of the European region for Season 2. The winner of this very next one on Tolvaron is going to determine who our European championship is, and you can bet both of these players are feeling like they're in a very tough spot right now, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is probably the most nerve-wracking thing you can be in. Either you're going to get second or you're going to get first, and it's all decided off of one game, and it's the most volatile matchup as well. So all of these players definitely feeling the pressure right now. And for Method EU, I mean, what a story if they manage to come back and be one game away from being last place, qualifying here, barely making it almost, and winning the entire year, right? That's an incredible story for them. But also Horizon, a team that really struggled and finally found their footing this season and had a phenomenal run in the circuit, had a phenomenal run so far in the tournament, to bring it back here against this final boss that is Method EU's RMD. This is Method's map pick, of course, as well, Tolvaron Arena, so they have that advantage that they got to select the map here. But the last 3 games they've lost. However, they did win the first 4, or the first 3. So technically, they know what needs to be done. They just need to do it a little bit better, or a little bit, get a little bit more damage in when it matters. Just get a little bit luckier. And for Horizon, they definitely have some momentum going in. And I don't know what's more important now, the map or the momentum, because I don't know. I think you'd be a little bit tilted if you're on Method right now, where you had 3 games where the Hunter is like 1% HP 3 times, and the stun ends and he gets his turtle off, or the stun ends and he gets his exil heal off, and you got to be a little bit frustrated at that point. And I couldn't blame them. So definitely, I think mental advantage for Horizon here, and also for Method. They played. They played the whole day.
Game 5, game 5
has been 7. A game 5. Yeah, they've played more games than they did the whole season today. So,
for Method, actually so true.
I mean, yeah.
We've been live for what, 4 hours and 37 minutes, and every single game has been them. So they're almost up to 5 hours of the most intense World of Warcraft arena you could play. Right, every single game, tournament lives on the line. I mean, this is the grand finals that they've been working for all year. I mean, I'll tell you right now, mental fatigue definitely starts setting in, but they need to get up, jump around, slap themselves in the face, anything they can to wake up, because this is their last chance. Horizon's trying to take it away from them, and we'll see if they can do it. I mean, they positioned themselves quite nicely going up in the series 3-0, but somehow Horizon, they just keep holding on. They keep battling back. They keep surviving these setups, and Method EU, like we said, it's frustrating, but you just gotta put your best foot forward and try to pull off a win, because this is their last chance.
Yeah, it most certainly is. Emotions are running high right now for both of these teams. I think we've got a little bit of a delay going on behind the scenes. Maybe one of the teams has used their delay timer. I don't blame them either, frankly. This is both of their last chances to try and win this tournament, and everything is really going to count right now. What's up, Sid?
You remember the old strats, Ven, where like if you won a game, you'd go take a break and go backstage and go like take a break and just mess with them and let them still in their loss and their defeat. Like if I was Horizon and I had delay time, I would just delay just to tilt Method even further. So like,
This is Horizon's delay.
this is Horizon's
It is Horizon's
100%. This is like, this is the move you make. Is like when
It
you
is
win a
Horizon's,
game,
yeah.
you use delay, because the other team, when they've lost, is just like, should have done this better. It's your fault. No, it's your fault. We could have done this better. Why didn't he die? This could have been better. Like, you're just leaving them in their own little hectic situation after playing the entire day. And Horizon can just be like, yep, we're just gonna chill. This is exactly what you do. Like, this is actually experience. Like, I think a lot of teams don't consider this. It's like the tilt factor. Like,
The mind
use
games.
use your break time to, like, I mean, maybe they actually do need a break. It's easily possible that they actually just need to go to the bathroom or something. But there's the added bonus of using
like
your
your
delay
version
time
better, Sid.
when you win, using your delay time just to let the other team sit in their tilt.
We did that. I did that with Snuts and Sea-Doo actually at a BlizzCon. After every single game, we just take a break, walk away from the keyboards. But I mean, at the same time, you can talk about what went right, what went wrong. Even if you're winning, there's always an opportunity to improve. And I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Horizon has won the last 3 games, but a crit could be the difference between winning and losing with how close these games have been.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough what that difference is going to be, Ven. It is game number 7 here in the grand finals for the AWC European Season 2. Winner of this game will determine who our champion is for this region. It's Horizon versus Method EU.
All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final game for Europe. And it is going to be, like you just mentioned, Aya, Horizon going up against Method 3-3. Method won the first 3. Horizon won the last 3. One more game will crown our champion. We got the Rogue Mage with the Sub-Rogue.
They found him!
Jungle. Tessia finds Tony. Are they going to go on to Tony here? That is the question. They're thinking about it. They don't have too many other options. I mean, you could just poke Tony and get rid of his Fleshcraft here for free, and then potentially open up onto Tony. Tony, realizing this, doesn't maybe want to get too aggressive here unless they want to set something up onto Tessia. It actually looks like they do. Casu moves in, but Wazmite finally saps him. Oh, on the opener, he gets the sap. This is huge for Method. Chas links in, gets feared though. Tessia now going for the Dragon's Breath here. Potentially he's waiting for the Premonition. He gets the double DB, he gets kicked on the Ring of Frost. He should be able to get the Sheep though. Sheep Shot comes out. No Sheep to be found here from Tessia. Tony interrupts it, and that is going to shut down the setup for now here for Method. Chas now had to use his Trinket there, so actually early advantage in favor of Horizon.
I can't believe Horizon got through that without using big cooldowns. Like, you find the Feral Druid, you sap the Hunter. Man, Horizon, they if they can stay alive like that, man, maybe they can do anything. Chaz is chasing Relza behind the pillar. He pre-flesh crafts the Fear, trying to get crowd control on Relza to wait and see if he waited. Now Casu is stunned up, triple crowd control, big combustion onto Casu. Is he going to be able to survive throughout it? Looks like he will. And they still haven't used any medallions. This is a great position to be in with combustion out of the way. They can get aggressive absolutely for free. Tony's even attacking Chaz behind the pillar, really adding insult to injury. Relza is chasing down Chaz, looking for a Psychic Scream. There's no Trinket. Waz is isolated, but they actually just pull Casu behind the pillar. They're trying to kill Chaz. In game number 7, they're just mixing it up and going after Chaz. While Horizon are going all in. They get Barkskin from him with no Trinket, but now Casu is on the back foot, stunned up. They might regret it. He trades that Exhilaration. He's so critically low. He manages to feign death off the shackle. Relza sits through a full blind, trying to recover towards the tail end of it. I can't believe, man, that was a bold move by Horizon to go after Chaz right there. They don't get the kill. They still hold on to some pretty important cooldowns, but a swap to Tony with no Trinket, if they can poke off that Fleshcraft, could be a big threat.
Yeah, you know what ultimately kept him alive, too, is a shadowy duel from Waz on Casu, completely negating the damage. Casu using Feign Death, giving himself a huge shield, but Waz is still there. An aspect of the turtle needs to be connected. Great peels there by Tony, but Casu was not wanting to throw the game there. Better safe than sorry in that regard. Casu will ultimately survive. Horizon hold on. Very back and forth between these two teams. Tessia doing a great job. I mean, you get the Polymorph set on the Hunter. It's a great way to just slow down the game in between your diminishing returns. And now that that's over, you just go after Casu. Relza's got his Trinket available. He's got his Rapture, his Pain Suppression, but it looks like Casu's okay. He trades out the Roar of Sacrifice. Actually, Waz going down very, very fast. Forced to trade out his Battalion. And this is a checkmate situation, potentially. I mean, Horizon, they get the Trinket from Chaz. They get the Trinket from Waz. They have nothing left. If they can get a stun lock on Waz and any CC on Chaz, this could just be Horizon walking away with a reverse sweep. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, but they don't have Roar of Sacrifice, and Tessia has Combustion. Let's see, can
Send
he
it.
get the sheep? And there it is, he's sending it. Relza immediately trinkets, gets down on his trinket. Do they have any more CC? That's the question. It doesn't look like it. The pain suppression should be enough to deflect here, but they were able to get Relza's trinket here. That is very, very crucial here. But now Waz needs to stay alive here. He has no trinket, and neither does Chaz. All they need to is just a trap onto Chaz, and then Relza can just blink in with the soul shape into a full fear, and they can secure it right now. Preemptive barrier gets dropped by Relza. Both of these teams definitely trying to outplay
This is
each other.
it!
There it is.
This
This is
is
the setup. Waz, how are you going to survive this one? Full
Game
stun
7!
into full stun
That's
into a kill. And Kasu cannot believe it. Horizon have done it. They're gonna win 4 in a row and reverse sweep Method EU in the grand finals. The curse of Aya holds strong.
Hey.
This is I want to say this is a historic moment. I feel like it's been so long since a team has been able to kind of break the status quo in Europe. It's always Method, it's always skill capped, and Horizon has showed up in a huge way. They had an absolutely phenomenal year, and here they come into the top 4. They basically beat everyone. They beat Method, they beat Skillcap, they beat Method again. Such a beautiful performance from this team, and honestly, just a huge congratulations to them.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone would have expected, this little Russian team, this half Russian team to win at the beginning of the circuit when they first showed up on the scene. And here they are beating Method EU of all teams in a game number 7. But let's break that game number 7 down right here, Zico.
So here, this is where Chaz survives. This is the shadowy duel coming out. Chaz barely surviving here. And the reason why they go for Chaz here is because he doesn't have a medallion. So the rest of the team is playing defensive, but then they turn it around onto Kazu here. Beautiful shackle there from Chaz. Pushes out the aspect of the turtle. Here's the combustion. Stun onto Relza's trinket. The pain suppression gets activated. And then here, Waz realizes, okay, I am in big, big trouble. Chaz has no trinket. Waz has no trinket. And that's because they did a defensive overlap. And then here, Waz, he's going to get stunned up. They're going to get the stun onto Chaz. They're just waiting. Kazu's just pushing in here to get the damage. Chaz actually line of sighting here. And Kasu's just standing in a pre-barrier here, so he can just be aggressive. They get the stun, they get the trap. Tessia tries to shut it down with the Dragon's Breath, but he's not able to. And
He flared the
Relza is there
Vanish.
to close it out as well. A nice flare on the Vanish as well. Kasu just playing the series out of his mind. Infernal Gladiator Kasu just playing out of his mind here today.
I mean, would you say that's the best we've ever seen them?
I mean, I think both of these teams played an absolutely insane series, just in general. But for Horizon, I mean, this is, like Ben said, this is a historic moment here. Like,
Yeah.
we always have skill capped and Method in the finals, and it's always one of them winning, but no longer. There is a third Titan here, and it is Horizon. There's a third Titan on the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right below us in the map graphic as well. We can see that path to victory from Horizon. We saw Method EU win the first 3 games, and that was they were on match point. They only had 1 game to win, but we saw Horizon turn it around, completely reverse sweep them, and that really does not happen that often. I feel like in these finals, you don't really see reverse sweeps. Like, it's kind of a rare thing. It's hard to pull off, obviously, and they made it happen. They made it count. They say, nope, I respect your new strategy, but we're gonna make it work, and they got that victory. And I'm so excited for this team Horizon. I'm really excited for the European meta to switch up, like you were saying as well, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this was the European finals here, but we still got North America.
Oh, yeah.
This is only half of the
only
day.
half.
This is literally half the
This
day.
is-
I want to go take a nap after that.
We haven't done anything yet, so we got the best is still yet to come. I don't know. NA, they got some pretty entertaining games here that they got to beat now. After that EU final, I don't know if NA can top that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how we can top that, or if we will. So we'll have to see what North America has in store for us. Maybe we can take a look at the bracket and check out the games that we're gonna be seeing from that region. But we've got some incredible teams that are playing over there as well. We're gonna be eliminating some teams also in these upcoming series, because it is Elimination Day. It is Championship Sunday. We just crowned our European champions in the form of Horizon, and now we have to move on to North America and crown our champions Guardians over there. I think all of us here predicted Method NA, and also I did look back at the VOD Supertees. You did predict Golden Guardians. You said that your brain wanted Method NA, but your vibe, but I mean, maybe you misunderstood my question, but then your vibe predicted Golden Guardians.
Is the official predictions is different.
I will literally
Golden Guardians are second in the written down official prediction.
Don't try me, man.
You
I will
can't do
tweet
that.
out
we
the VOD
got asked
you
this
saying
morning what
Golden
are our
Guardians.
predictions. So I typed down this morning what my predictions are. I said Golden Guardians would be second today.
Yeah, but maybe
I'm gonna regret this now. Like they win the whole thing.
In cup number 4, at least, this is what you said verbatim. You said my brain wants Method NA, or says Method NA, but my vibe says Golden Guardians, and then I made you choose
my vibe
one.
is
You think
different,
Golden Guardians.
I think.
Okay, your vibe is different now. That's totally fair.
You can't
So
hold
It's
we're
been
all
a while. It's
predicting-
been like a month. The vibe is different now.
You've changed. You've changed,
oh,
bro.
man. Yeah, you changed. All right. Well, regardless, we're all predicting Method NA at this point in time. And as we can see on the bracket as well, Golden Guardians versus UNITAS Blue. That's going to be the first series of the North American region. Loser of that will be going home, will be knocked out of this tournament. And the winner of that will move on to face Cloud9 in the semifinals. And then, of course, the winner of that is going to move on to face Method NA in the grand finals of North America. And I wonder if we're going to see as many game 5s and game 7s as we will in the North American region as we did for Europe. But tell us in chat who you guys are rooting for, who you're predicting to win in this region. We're going to head to a break real quick, and we will be right back with the North American region. Congratulations once again to Horizon. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We just finished off our European champions. Congratulations to Horizon once again for that win, and congratulations, of course, to Method EU for that second place win. Now we're moving on to North America. The first up is an elimination round. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus UNITAS Blue. We know that UNITAS is kind of, just like Horizon, a bit of a newcomer in terms of where we're seeing them being placed, in terms of performance. Golden Guardians, of course, they've been around for quite some time as well. Predictions on how this is going to go, Supties?
I mean, my official prediction is Golden Guardians, but I think it is still possible. It is still possible for Unitas Blue here. Unitas Blue have
Was
good
it
options.
actually, or are you just letting me troll you?
I mean, in this series, I predict Golden Guardians. The whole thing,
Okay.
not anymore. The vibe is off. Since the month that I said that on broadcast, the vibe is different now.
Okay.
I think that Golden Guardians with Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman can beat Unitas Blue and can beat Cloud9, but Method and A don't. I think they're too tough at the moment. Method and A just look absolutely insane throughout this entire thing. So that's gonna be tough. But these first two series leading up to that, at the same time, I feel like we've had so many upsets. I feel like we had pretty much picked the way that this bracket was gonna go. And even in Europe, for example, even though Horizon did win, I don't think it happened at all like we thought it was gonna happen.
Not at all.
And it could have easily not happened.
I mean, we saw Unitas. You really think that Golden Guardians has the edge in this one?
I think
said
they
Unitas
can.
yesterday. I mean,
I
they played
predicted
Turbo.
UNITAS for this one.
Wow.
What did you predict?
I don't know. I feel like in the past, the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman has kind of struggled into the Turbo Cleave, and that's what Unitas. It seems like they practiced at least for Cloud9. So, wouldn't be surprised if they do lock that in game number 1. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, both these teams have had a great year so far. They find themselves in the lower bracket. The loser of this will be eliminated in the 4th. The winner has quite a journey ahead of them, having to get through Cloud9 and then, of course, make it to the final boss, which is going to be Method. So it is going to be the Golden Guardians bringing in Jelly Beans. So we see Jelly Beans tagged in the blind pick, and they're going to be going up against Unitas Blue and their Turbo Cleave.
All right, this is a bit of a surprise here. Shadow Priest Hunter coming out from the Golden Guardians. Let's see if they can make the Shadow Priest Hunter work. I've always been a little bit skeptical towards it, but they have had some success in the past with it. Going up against that Turbo Cleave, though, would be very dangerous. See what they can do. Media or banner coming out here from Smexen, or from Aiden actually, because Smexen is not playing the warrior here, playing the shaman, but he's taking a lot of damage here from Whiskey. Born Good though should be able to keep him alive. Born Good gets feared. He trinket, sacrifice everything from Born Good here. He gets the double blinding light. Do you have anything to follow it up with? They have the Hammer of Justice as well, but the Shadow Priest Hunter so far, the pressure is looking good, Super D's.
He's pummeled into a Storm Ball. I mean, Jelly Beans is pumping. Jelly Beans came to play here in game number 1. He could easily get the bubble. Door of Shadows, freezing trap. Jelly Beans snipes it from across the field, going for the kill onto Smexen as he trades Astral Shift to try and stabilize. But now they've swapped to Aiden. Born Good has to Divine Shield. Defense after defense is being cracked by the Golden Guardians. This is what I want to see. Bring out the beans. Bring out the beans. And this is what you get. Every single cooldown, not even a minute into the game at this point. So long as they make some good trades defensively, I think they've got this.
I mean, it's looking good. Born Good, no Divine Shield. Here is a full trap, and there is no way out. Smexen's in a lot of trouble.
It?
He's going to have to keep himself alive. I don't know if he can do it. Looks like he will be able to survive with the intervene. Traps aside, Born tops him off, but these setups are scary. I mean, the Shadow Priest and the Hunter have a lot of crowd control for Born, and he doesn't have a break for another 50 seconds, so there's at least one more setup, and he is barely topping Smexen off. He's not! He gets interrupted. A big heal from Smexen, though, keeping himself topped off. If Born gets into crowd control, Smexen's almost completely tapped on mana. He doesn't really have anything left to work with. There's the full trap. This could be the game. Game number 1. Eden does manage to land intimidating shot, but Smexen's still incredibly low. They're going after Whiskey. Whiskey might throw! And he gets taken down. So unfortunate. He's got the fade, dispersion, the swap, everything. They were going for the kill, but it gets reversed in just a split second, and Unitas Blue takes game 1.
Yeah, I don't think the Golden Guardians are too happy about that. They actually had a very commanding position in general here. They still had a lot of answers, but unfortunately for them, they do go down like that. And this could very well be one of those series that we see trade games. I mean, it's been kind of the theme of the day, especially. So, big victory here for UNITAS Blue.
Yeah, most definitely starting off the North American region strong with UNITAS winning this game number 1, which is a good thing considering that this is an elimination round and we know just how crucial that blind pick is in situations such as this. So we're going to see how they manage to pull it off here in this replay, but things are looking good so far as we're starting off in this series for Golden Guardians, Sid.
I mean, it's kind of just a feed, right? Like, they have so many cooldowns. They get everything. Like right here, Jellybeans gets a freezing trap. That gets bubble. It gets wall. I think it might have even got parry. Not 100% sure if my memory's still that good, but like they get everything. They're in such a massive lead at this point. I think they just get overconfident. They disrespect Born Good on his shackles. Like right here, they're still winning. They're just smashing Smexen. They're dominating. Golden Guardians have this game in the bag. Dispersion, Life Swap, Fade, Spirit Link. Like they have everything in the bag right here. And then right here, Born Good goes for shackles. And I think it's like mandatory. I guess he got crit. Maybe it was just like a massive hit that caught him there. But it seemed like with shackles that low on health, if they didn't have a stop, maybe they just could have used their trinkets differently. I almost want to watch the replay again. When did WizK trinket? Because it seems like using their trinkets to not use a cooldown. He trinketed way before this. Like not trinketing to go for a Spirit Link or not trinketing to go for a Void Shift. It seems like, well, then when you don't have them, you can't access those cooldowns anyways. Is what put them in that awkward situation. Like right now, WizK and Absurge both don't have medallions. They used them at looks like what was about the same time. So maybe they used them aggressively earlier on in the game. But it was definitely having no medallions, disrespecting the shackles. I mean, even just dispersing the shackle, even though the healing would be absorbed, I think the damage reduction would have at least kept him alive to get Void Swap. Like right here, dispersing, full fear on Absturge. Seems like a fair disperse.
Dispersion, yeah.
And then at this point, it's too late. Like you're not... because they were so far ahead. Like, I don't want to see them switch. I want to see the medallions not overlapped. Most importantly, from WizK and Absturge, and play the same game. Like Jellybeans looks good. I don't think you take Jellybeans off and put him on the bench.
Yeah, I certainly hope that we get to continue seeing him play, and we'll see if they do decide to change it up. But yeah, certainly not the result that they were looking for game number 1 here on the side of Golden Guardians. But I do like that they're trying something new because I don't think we really haven't been able to see Jellybeans at all recently with this team. I know there was a period of time where we did see him play quite a different number of things. I feel like especially recently, Golden Guardians in particular has been making quite a bit of adaptations that we haven't really seen them make in the past before, Ven.
I mean, they kind of have to. I feel like this was at least when I look at this matchup and seeing what UNITAS Blue played yesterday, it's kind of an obvious pick from UNITAS as a blind. That's what if I was Golden Guardians, that's what I would have anticipated. So bringing in something different, I really like the pick. I mean, basically, it's the same thing. This is how the matchup feels like to me. So it's basically the same thing as playing RPS, except you have way more CC. Yeah, BM Hunter does insane damage. It's very comparable to an Assassination Rogue. You still have the Mortal Strike effect, so you're reducing healing, and then you just have all the additional crowd control of the traps and stuff like that. So the matchup's going to play the same. It's going to be up to WizK and Absturge to just stay alive by rotating their defensives against the Turbo, except now you have Jelly just doing as much damage as an Assassination Rogue, potentially even more, and then at the same time he's able to get these full traps, which are really setting up his team. So I think it's a brilliant pick. And I mean, although they lost, it really felt like they shouldn't have.
Yeah, so hopefully they can recover. Hopefully they can tie up this series because, like Ven said, they made a really good choice. They had a good blind pick, but they weren't able to pull it off. And they're going to hopefully try it again here for game number 2. Looks like they did pick Ashmanes, I believe I saw very, very quickly. And UNITAS Blue chosen their composition. Let's see what Golden Guardians decides to do. Yes, Sid?
Do you feel like the strat is wrong? I feel like they could just fear Smexen every trap and go Aiden. Like, Smexen is carrying, right? Like, he's doing all the healing while Born Good is CC'd. I understand, like, the logic of trying to get split pressure, and there was a lot of split pressure. But at the same time, just isolating the warrior, you don't have to deal with intervene. I'm not sure if that would be more valuable.
Apparently, so Yeah, Sturge. I just got a message from Sturge. He said Whiskey actually DC'd.
Oh.
So when he got stunned, he actually DC'd,
Oh no.
which is what happened. So they're in a really good spot. I feel like Golden Guardians. That's a rough place to be, right? I mean, it seems like you're winning the game. You got all your defensive cooldowns, then unfortunately you disconnect and you go down without being able to use anything. So I feel like they kind of need to shake off that loss. I feel like they need to have full faith in the composition if they can. I mean, if WizK's back, then they should definitely lock him in once again with Jellybeans and Absurge. That's what I want to see, because I feel like it was a really, really good blind pick from them.
I actually think
that's
it's
gotta
their
be
best
difficult.
comp for like the whole tournament. I actually think they should play it the whole tournament. Am I really off base in saying that? I swear.
Against throughout the rest of the bracket today?
I literally
what
think
your
they should
vibe
just
is telling us
auto
right
lock
now,
Hunter
Sid?
SP the whole day, every game.
Are you sure your vibe's not Golden Guardian, Sid?
Is that the vibe right now?
That's the
Yeah.
vibe.
It
To get
is.
to the finals to meet my
Shit.
prediction of second place, but that's what they.
Okay.
Dude, I remember
Well,
like a year
let's-
ago when I called that composition. It was like the highlight of my career. I don't know if you remember that. I called that they were going to run it, and then they ended up winning with it.
It's really
I mean-
good, I swear. Like BM Hunter
It
just
is.
solos something in a trap, and then you also have Shadow Priest CC. Like you got Shadow Priest Shaman defense synergy when it's synced up and you're not disconnected, and then you just got a Hunter pumping a target with so much CC. Like this is probably one of the most underrated comps in the game, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, and I guess no one else can really play it, right?
There's no other Hunters.
Not many. Yeah, there's not many.
I'm trying to think of her. Well, because Horizon doesn't have a Shadow Priest, right?
Horizon doesn't need a Shadow
get-
Priest.
get-
I mean,
get
if you
Gil-
have jungle, you do jungle. This
No,
is
I know,
like
I'm just trying to think of like theoretically if they could, like not like they needed to. They literally just won Europe without it. But I'm just like they're the only team I guess you could potentially that has a Hunter.
I think
really.
it's an underrated comp, but it's not a comp worth picking up unless you already accidentally have it. Like Golden Guardians just accidentally
yeah.
have this comp. It's not like they
Yeah.
really had to like think about it super hard. It's like Jellybeans is like one of the best hunters in the game. WizKids is one of
Yeah.
the best shoppers in the game. Abster's one of the best healers in the game. So we've got it. I mean, we may as well play it. Whereas like another team, if they're just doing triple alt, it's not worth picking it up in that case, I don't think.
Kind of one of the most unfortunate parts, right, about having teams be 4-player rosters is if your fourth player is oftentimes like the best at their class, right? We've got Jellybeans, the best hunter on the bench. We've got, I'm giving you some other examples. You know, we've got like just
Blizzo
all of
didn't
these
play
fourth.
today.
What?
Blizzo didn't play today.
Yeah, Blizzo. Thank you. Like I was just like my brain stopped for a second. But yeah, Blizzo on the bench, best warrior, not able to see him
Zuni.
play. Gelu, best, yeah, Zuni. It's kind of sad. So it's good to see things like this happen where they're utilizing their fourth player in a good way too, and not just throwing it out there as like a last minute thought. I guess is what I'm trying to say, Zico.
Yeah, I think that is what you're trying to say. And I think what WizK is trying to say is give me a little bit more time right now because my internet is
Yes.
acting up. I think that's why we haven't gotten into a game just yet. So it's definitely a wise choice here. I think make sure everything is working nice and correctly here for the Golden Guardians, and for Unitas. I mean, they kind of got a lucky. I mean, they got an extremely lucky break there. For them, they had a chance now to feel out the matchup, and let's be honest, it wasn't looking good for them. So now they actually have a chance here to just make sure that okay, this happened. This was really bad for us. What are we gonna do about it? How are we gonna change things up? How do we want to approach this matchup? And exactly what is our win condition going to be? So for Unitas, this is basically the perfect situation for them to be in. And for Golden Guardians, I would say if the comps play out like this, it looked good. So if we get a couple of games sample size, I think we can safely start predicting them to go to the finals like Super Tees, but we'll see.
That's just gonna be the meme.
Does
for
my
the rest of the
prediction
day.
get like a like what's the word here? Like a veto
Sticker?
pass if he DCs like and can't play? Like I feel like it's not. I couldn't predict he was gonna
Nope.
DC.
You
Like
should have known.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
You should have known. It counts.
Predictions are all encompassing of any situation, Sid. Okay? It's
Oh, man,
literally
it
in
would
the
have been
rules
so
that
heads
players
up
are
if I had
responsible
just
for their own
guessed that he would
internet,
be-
okay? Yeah, but I think you guys are definitely right. Golden Guardians using their delay timer. A really unfortunate situation to be in, of course, when you see players run into that. So hopefully they can get that worked out. But in the meantime, we did get an opportunity to take a look at the team stats. And also, speaking of stats, the last time that these two teams did face off against each other was actually Golden Guardians that was able to pull off a victory. That was a 3-1 series. So I hope we get to
not
see
that
this.
off.
Yeah, it's not it's not that off. We'll see. We soon shall see if Sid is right in that. But yeah, hopefully they can bounce back and prove themselves just a little bit more, and hopefully WizK gets things figured out. But UNITAS Blue did take that first victory, so we'll see if they clean things up. But UNITAS Blue, I mean, that's another story that we can talk about a little bit, is like they were kind of a newly formed team. They didn't really do all that well with their previous roster in the last season. And it's just like everything has clicked and everything has fallen into place for this team, UNITAS. They've really sort of started to come into their own. Things have started to click for them, and we're seeing really good success with this team for this season, Super T's.
I mean, the players that flew under the UNITAS banner basically all kind of went to the winds and separated. I think Aiden.
Yeah, it's just Aiden
is the only one.
Yep.
Like nuked Smexon and Borngood, like this completely new team flying under the UNITAS name, coming together. They came through the how am I spacing out on how to say that word? It's been a long day. Regulation Cup, is that right?
Relegation
yeah. Cup,
relegation.
Which was like the last ditch effort. Like if you want to get into this circuit, you got to win this one tournament, and they made it through that tournament as a new roster. They've never played together for any long-standing period of time competitively, so coming together as a completely new set of players, going up against veterans, right? Like Method and A.
Yeah.
Now they're long-standing veterans in my mind. They used to be the newcomers. Cloud9, old school, like, and then Golden Guardians have been around forever as well. So WizK's in here. Let's hope that the Golden Guardians can hold it together, because they were dominating that last game.
All right, let's see what they can do. For the side of Golden Guardians, it's all about Absurge and WizK surviving as long as they can, allowing Jellybean some time to actually set up these traps. So Blessing and Protection. Borngood is trading out an early Blessing and Protection on the Intimidation stun, so Jellybeans can't get the trap. Can he get it anyways? Let's see if he gets a trap. A bit of a disaster here for Borngood.
What is this damage?
Smexon incredibly low. Massive damage coming in from WizK and Jellybeans. And you expect anything else from Jellybeans in this match? Let's be honest. Borngood didn't have to trade up the Trinket or the Divine Shield just yet. Smexon manages to hold on, so not a bad start here for UNITAS.
Yeah, definitely a little bit better than last game. And you're going to see now Smexon looking for his target. WizK is going to be the target. Absturge in a hand of justice. Now here comes the Storm Bolt. Here comes the damage. Do they have the damage to back it up? Absturge immediately responds here with the Ascendance. And he's got the Unleash shield there on the ground, reducing a lot of that damage and healing that Smexon's going to be doing. WizK, though, he gets wind sheared on Shadow. This is a dangerous situation for WizK. Blinding lights coming out here onto Absturge as well as WizK. But it looks like they are going to be fine for now.
That triple.
Double tap coming out. Big damage coming out. There's a full freezing trap. Borngood immediately is going to use that Divine Shield. And I think one or two more setups for the Golden Guardians, and this is going to be the game.
Yeah, they've got Trinket Link, still Dispersion, Greater Fade. They're in a great spot. Smexon's falling behind. Double Fear on the DPS, trying to punch down Smexon in game number 2, dragging him back into that Unleashed shield. But here comes a Storm Bolt. Shackles, don't disrespect or disconnect on the Shackles here this time around. WizK stays alive through it. Greater Fades, needs to get out of the Spirit Bastion. He didn't get out of it with the Greater Fade. He gets pulled back in for a moment, but there's another full trap. That's the wall out from Smexon. He might just die through the wall. Jellybeans is tearing in game number 2. Borngood has the Blessing of Protection. They purge that off immediately. Borngood gets in position for crowd control, but there's so many answers, and they unleash water, the shield here. Smexon can't stay on target. Stun onto Borngood into a silence. Smexon could easily fall in game number 2. He drops the Chain Harvest, trying to recover. Borngood Fleshcraft immune to freezing trap. The only Necrolord Paladin in the game, getting some value, but he's falling behind. Avenging Wrath activates, clutches out a couple of big heals. They force Dispersion from WizK and the Trinket from Absturge. I think this mistake could cost them the game. WizK is so low. They dropped Spearling Totem on the Spear Bastion. They killed it before Absturge could get inside of it. UNITAS Blue are clawing their way back. Jellybeans is trying to deny it. Full stun, double fear. Can he get the trap? Full freezing trap. Who's going to fall first? Smexon or WizK? WizK goes, or Smexon goes down. Golden Guardians tie it up.
Unbelievable. Golden Guardians, just from start to finish. I mean, there was a moment in the game where Born Good used Divine Shield, he had his Avenging Wrath, and Smexon was just dying through heals. Like, his health was just not going up over 40%. So, I mean, that just really goes to show you how much damage Jellybeans and WizK are putting out in this matchup. This is a great pick from the Golden Guardians. And here's the crazy thing about this composition, okay? The craziest thing about the Hunter Shadow Priest Shaman is nobody in the game runs it. Nobody plays it, so you don't get to practice against it. Golden Guardians basically gets to come up with a plan, and UNITAS Blue is kind of just like, okay, well, what do we do? Because, I mean, they're eating lots of crowd control, and I'm sure they're not used to it. If they had a lot of reps in against this comp, it could be different, but this kind of surprise curveball coming in from Golden Guardians, definitely paying off.
Yep, absolutely. This was just an insane composition here, and every single time I'm skeptical towards the Shadow Priest Hunter, but every single time it just surprises me how well it works for these guys. So I'm happy to see that they're bringing it in and they're bringing it back. And for UNITAS, I'm not sure what their answer is going to be, but we are going to take a look at the replay. I mean, this was a close game. It felt like it could have gone either way, but just the amount of pressure that they had on the side of the Golden Guardians every single time they got those traps, it was just, I mean, even now, like when Born Good, he's just trying to recover Smexon here. He's trying to power him up there with the Avenging Wrath. And WizK runs away here with the Dispersion, runs away all the way to the opposite side. And then, of course, here WizK getting absolutely clapped. But Upsturge trading out the Spirit Link Totem, the Unleash Shield as well on the ground, that big water blobby thing there. And then they get the Fear, they get the Stun Trap there. And there's nothing Smexon can do other than go offensive. They got the Sharpened Blade. And they almost had enough damage to take down WizK there, but it just wasn't enough, and they're able to get the win.
Golden Guardians 1-1 now, tying it up with that game number 2 victory. So UNITAS is gonna try and clap back, get themselves on match point. Obviously, they want to be winning this game number 3 to be able to do that. So do we think that they're gonna adjust their strategy as we head into game 3, Sid?
I'm trying to think if they would change their comp. Like, Born Good's not going to play anything other than Paladin. I think that would Paladin, I guess, isn't that bad for the matchup. You have like lots of crowd control breakers. I think maybe going after the Shadow Priest isn't the move. I think maybe going after the Hunter. Then you got to deal with Feign Death. I don't know. I feel like this is actually really hard for UNITAS as Turbo. I'm trying to think what else they could play, because this comp was kind of first crafted to beat Warrior Mage, which is the other main comp for UNITAS. I don't think they want to lock a Fire Mage into Roar Sacrifice and Double Purge. I don't think that'll go over too well. But this Unleashed Shield talent that Absterge is playing, if he times them well, it just puts a puddle on the ground, and it's basically just massive damage reduction. And so WizK is very stationary, so he gets value out of putting that little circle on the ground to reduce the damage of the Warrior and the Enhancement Shaman, and it's just crafted so well. Jellybeans is just pumping out damage in the backline, landing crowd control on cooldown, basically, and it seems really tough for UNITAS.
Do you think Windwalker? Do a Windwalker Warrior.
That would be better. Yeah.
Could be.
I think that would be better.
I wonder if they could play Windwalker Warrior. They have to play the Paladin, though. They don't have the Shaman, so Windwalker Warrior Paladin, could that work? I mean, we've seen it kind of eat WizK alive in the past, and I mean, they have Smexon on Warrior, Aiden on the Windwalker Monk. It's definitely an option for them. I mean, they won game number 1, but if WizK disconnected, then it was not looking good for them. Like, that was definitely game 1 definitely looked like it was going in favor of the Golden Guardians. So UNITAS, in my mind, with this matchup, they're kind of down 0-2. They're not. It's 1-1, but I would definitely not be confident in a Turbo Cleave if I was them.
You think they for sure would have lost that first game, UNITAS?
Oh, I mean, you can never say for sure, but it wasn't looking good.
Good chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 99 games out of 100, Golden Guardians wins that one.
Okay, well, UNITAS definitely needs to figure something out, so let's see what they've got in store for us. They've locked in Hook Point, so pretty small map, and Golden Guardians, of course, sticking with that composition. I don't remember the last time that not only did Golden Guardians like start off in a blind pick with playing Jellybeans, but like kept with it. I feel like Jellybeans is a player that we've seen kind of just pop in for 1 or 2 games in a series sometimes, and then it like either doesn't quite work out and they swap him out, or it ends up winning them the series or something like that. So it's interesting that we're seeing him continue to stay in. Obviously it's working, so there's not really any reason to swap off, but UNITAS Blue sticking with this composition on Hook Point as well as Zico. So what do you think they're looking to change, since we haven't seen a comp swap from them? if anything? Or are they just going to try it? Same thing.
Probably get rid of the Necrolord, maybe. I feel like the Necrolord doesn't do too much there on the Pally. But yeah, I mean, since they didn't swap their composition, probably things like that, Covenants, Talents, probably discussing strategy as well. Are we going to go after Whiskey? Are we going to go after the Jelly Beans? Are we going to go after the Pet? There is definitely some options there, and that's the scary thing about Shadow Priest Hunter, right? Because we already talked about it a little bit, but nobody runs this. So it's not like, like even if Unitas comp has like a counter, like if the meta evolves and it ends up with turbo countering them, there's no way Unitas can know what that answer is right now, because they need to experiment, they need to actually try out different strategies. So for them, it's going to be a rough one, but they can definitely make some adaptations with their actual character and at least take it from there.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep an eye on that, you can go to the description down below. There's a link to the gear, or you can go to awc.gcd.tv, I think, and you can check out the gear or exclamation gear in chat. There's a lot of options, and you can get all of that lovely information. But we're going into game number 3. It's hook point 1-1 currently. Let's see what Unitas decides to do in terms of adaptation to Golden Guardians win.
All right, see on a small map if they can connect the damage they need to win here. Smek's on an enhancement shaman. Love to see Jelly Beans coming out of the Golden Guardians. He's playing on point today, ready to carry with the pressure. He needs to pull off 2 more wins for his team. Born Good with an early Blessing of Protection, but Smekson falls behind. An immediate strike of damage. Is this going to be a KO? We're not even seconds into this game. They're trying to blast back, but Smekson is still struggling. He drops out the Chain Harvest, but he's still low on health. Even through Avenging Wrath, even through Astral Shift, he's managing to barely scramble himself back up to full health at this point. Trying to take out Whiskey in a pummel. This is definitely one win condition, is interrupting the Shadow Priest, but Jelly Beans is absolutely a terror in game number 3. Smekson is not stable at any point. If a freezing trap is going to land here, it could be a KO. There's no sacrifice. There's no trinket. Smekson pops Ascendance. He's trying to get aggressive and avoid that whirlpool on the ground, but he's not finding too much damage at the end of it. Born Good sits through a freezing trap. They drop Spear of Bastion, trying to KO Whiskey. Born Good's trying to move in aggressively. They land a full Fear onto Absterge. Nice dispersion by Whiskey for the Fear. I think it's a fair trade, but they get a full Hex. They could take Whiskey out here. No trinket. They need this win right here on Whiskey with the crowd control on Absterge, but they don't manage to find the kill. And that freezing trap is up. Smekson is isolated. Whiskey comes out of the stun. If they get Smekson down into Shadow Word Death range, he is certainly going to be KO'd by a kill shot and a Shadow Word Death. He's in KO range. Born Good moves in. Huge heal from Smekson with that healing surge, dropping a grounding totem, trying to break up the crowd control. Born Good is finally free, trying to proc an Avenging Wrath, but Jelly Beans is all over him, waiting for the next freezing trap.
Yeah, I mean, when he lands it, it's going to be a nightmare situation. Born Good's going to have to immediately Divine Shield, and he does. Smekson could just die through it. Born Good's doing everything he can, just spamming out heals. Blessing of Protection overlapped as well. Smekson, if he has to trade the Astral Shift, I mean, it's going to be good night. But Whiskey, in the meantime, also taking a huge amount of damage. He's got the Void Shift, but it's ultimately Smekson that goes down. It's unbelievable. I mean, Born Good is trading out his Divine Shields, he's bombing in heals, he trades out the Blessing of Protection. You would think Smekson would be okay, but nope. Jelly Beans and Whiskey just tearing in, and they drop him. At the end of that game, Smekson had some cooldowns, but it's like, you do not want to have to overlap that hard.
Do not bench the beans. Do not bench the beans. Do not bench the beans.
Okay, you heard it here. Do not bench the beans, says Supatis. Golden Guardians 2-1 now. They are on match point, and Unitas is facing elimination. It would be a sad way to go considering the amazing season they had. But let's take a look at game number 3 here.
Yeah, just the Hunter Shadow Priest once again. Born Good, immediate Blessing of Protection. War Banner gets killed off. Whiskey patiently waiting, gets the Psychic Scream, trinket from Smekson, and then they get the Shackle here. They almost kill him in the opener here. They get the Astral Shift as well from Smekson. They got the trinket, they got Born Good's trinket, and a Blessing of Protection. So they already got an insane opener. And then here, of course, is the more later moments in the game. They get a stun onto Smekson here, almost takes him down, saved by the light procs. Big disarm here onto Born Good. Followed up with the freezing trap, insta Divine Shield coming out here from Born Good, I believe. And no, this was when they had the silence. So the next trap is the one where they get the Divine Shield, which I believe is just a second here. when Jellybean's just running on top of him. There it is. Finally snipes it. And that's going to be a Divine Shield. Born Good spamming out heals here. Smexin doing what he can to stay alive, but doesn't really have... That Astral Shift is a... I think he's probably... Actually, no, I don't know. That's a bug on the UI because he used it at the start of the replay. There's no way it's up. Anyway, he's got the Intervene here and Absturge in a Hex. And here, just too much damage. They got the Fleshcraft countering the Shackles. You got Jellybeans just doing so much damage. I mean, Born Good could have healed there a little bit, but I don't know. You have to play to win there as well. Like, you need some pressure, right? Especially when you're playing like a Paladin Cleave. You're on a very limited timer to win the game. When your Paladin doesn't have breakers anymore, you lose.
Look at the healing of WizK and Smexen. WizK did more healing than damage, and Smexen almost did the same healing as Born Good too. So, I mean, that's how much damage these teams are doing. These games aren't even going into dampening. They're just dying. Bestial Wrath from Jellybeans. They get the Divine Shield. Like, in that replay, they got Divine Shield and Blessing of Protection, and Jellybeans just Bestial Wrath anyways. Like, whatever. He's probably going to die through heals, so they just go for it. And now Golden Guardians, I mean, this is interesting because I feel like what Golden Guardians has right now, like the BM Hunter Shadow Priest Shaman, could actually do well into Cloud9.
Yeah. This is
Yeah, I'd
why I
like to see
predicted
it.
it. My prediction wasn't random. My prediction was not random. It wasn't a vibe or a faint of heart. Like, Golden Guardians beat UNITAS in the past, and they
It was a
beat Cloud9 in
calculated
the past.
prediction.
And I swear Hunter Shadow Priest is crazy good. So
I think you just never tag Jellybeans out. I think at this point you just have to pull a Method EU.
we are all coming
Yeah,
together.
You pull a Method EU, and you just say, I'm sorry, Peekaboo, we're playing this for the rest of the tournament, and just see how far you can take it.
So 2 lessons we've learned today, really. Don't put Jellybeans in the corner.
Don't bench the beans.
Oh.
And don't win
bench
the
the
first
beans.
game.
And
Yeah, don't win the first game.
Okay, so 3. Yeah,
although,
don't
what about
win the
this?
first game. And Stupides has big brain predictions. Did I cover it all?
Well, what about this?
Yeah.
How about this, though? I mean, obviously, Unitas is not out of the... Yes, this is a hypothetical. If we get
Yeah.
into the next series as Golden Guardians versus Cloud9, would you really not want to see Peekaboo?
I mean,
Maybe
maybe
see Method and A
maybe.
win as RPS?
Maybe
That's the only
Peekaboo.
exception.
Maybe
It
in the
would
Cloud9.
definitely be a shame, if they got knocked out here, because we wouldn't see Peekaboo get to play at all. I'm sure there'd be a lot of fans of the move that would be disappointed as well to not see him get to play at all. So
Peekaboo gets
maybe
enough,
we-
Jellybeans never gets to play.
yeah,
I
you're
like this.
right. He's got the subs in the stream. Let Jellybeans have
Actually,
some
this is
time in
Jelly's
the
moment.
limelight.
This is
Exactly.
this is
You're
re-
right.
This is really interesting. So Unitas, they're going to switch it up. They're actually going to bring in Nuke on the Fire Mage. But believe it or not, if you guys think back, way back when, Golden Guardians actually used to use this as a counter
Yep.
against
And
this
it's even
comp.
better now.
Yeah, it's even better, and they used to use this as a counter. And the idea is, so Fire Mages, they have a few things they don't like. They don't like purges, and guess what? Golden Guardians has Abstract
3.
and WizK, Dispelling Combustion. And another thing they don't like is Roar of Sacrifice. So you don't like Purge, you don't like Roar of Sacrifice, and Golden Guardians, they have it all. They have everything you don't like, and then some. So Nuked is going to have a really difficult time getting off damage. So that's the big nightmare in this matchup for the Fire Mage is not only does he have to deal with Grounding Totem, he's getting his Pyro procs purged. Like, I expect Golden Guardians to just sit on Nuked the whole game, purge off Pyro, purge off his shields, purge off Combustion. If he does get a Combustion, you Roar Sacrifice it. And, I mean, I feel like if I was a mage playing the Golden Guardians, I'd want to cry. So, I mean, Unitas Blue, I feel like they don't really have much of an option here. They have to try something else, but this is not going to be easy for them.
I kind of want to go back to my original prediction of Golden Guardians winning the whole thing. But
Dude,
I can't.
you
It's in
can't
writing.
just
It's
switch
in
it
writing.
up.
It's
You
in
can't
writing. I can't go
change your
back.
prediction
It's
twice,
in writing.
Sid.
It's in writing. Fine.
You have to commit, man.
Yeah.
Being non-committal. You said that to me once. I was being non-committal. Who's talking?
I think like all of us are a bit hypocritical here on the desk.
Not me.
At one point in that. You too,
Nope.
then. You're not immune to this.
I'll ride with it.
Oh, Lord.
I'm happy to be wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong. It makes it more interesting.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well, we're going into this game on Tolvaron Arena. We're getting an awesome skybox view once again from our lovely observers. This may just be Unitas Blue's last game of the season. Let's see what they can do here.
All right, Unitas Blue. Let's see, and they bring it back. So there's two things about this matchup. Number one is obviously all the things that Van mentioned. You don't want to be a mage here. It's not a good time. But number two, we actually saw Skill Cap use Mage Warrior as a counter attempt towards jungle in the past as well. So going after Jellybeans on that Hunter with Mage Warrior is definitely a lot of pressure. And if the Mage doesn't really die during the setups, I feel like the Warrior just passively having uptime could be what just allows them to win. But Nuke with a big ult time is going to get back to full HP here.
Is he?
And actually, it looks a lot better. Maybe it doesn't look a lot better just yet. I was going to say it looks a lot better than game number 1 and 2. But Born Good will trade out the Trinket Sacrifice. Nuke now looking for the Dragon's Breath. Does not land it onto Absturge. They get a sheep onto Jellybeans. Are they going after Absturge here? No, they're going after Whiskey with the combustion here. But Roar of Sacrifice says hello. And Whiskey stops taking damage immediately as a result of that. Now Nuke's going to be on the back foot, so please.
Oh, Smexon is chopping up Whiskey. You can never count out Smexon on that Arms Warrior. He's definitely going to have to be the carry for the team here because Nuke is just absolutely getting dismantled by the Golden Guardians. He can't get any pressure out. He's on the back foot the whole game. He's trying to run for his life on match point. They're pushing for the cauterizing line of sights, but Jellybeans is there. Jellybeans is always there. Nuke is staring death in the face, facing down Jellybeans. Will he survive as Cauterize is burning him down? Born Good is trying to stabilize. Jellybeans just keeps pushing forward. Smexon disrupts the push with Spear of Bastion, but there's only one more Blessing of Protection in their line, and they can just purge that off. They swap to Jellybeans in the Stormbolt, trying to power him down, trying to create some momentum, but this is the scariest position you could be in as Unitas Blue. You face elimination.
Yeah, you face elimination, nuked, no cauterize, no ice block, nothing. And WizK, he's got his dispersion, he's got his fade. Abster's got Trinket Link. All we need to see is the Golden Guardians push forward. They got this game in the bag. A wind shear into a full spear. Nuke's on the run. Can they purge it? They dispel the altar time. He's so incredible. Nice war banner by Smexon. Saves the day, but maybe not long enough. Polymorph. They barely hold on.
Jellybeans!
Jellybeans goes down to 10% health. They panic. Everything gets traded out. That's going to be the Spirit Link. That's going to be the aspect of the turtle. The huge swing turn of events, and so much of that comes down to Smexon. Big shout out to Smexon on that Arms Warrior. Beautiful war banner. Turns around the pressure on Jellybeans and keeps his team in the game.
Yeah, but now Smexon taking a lot of damage here. They got a full freezy tap onto Born Good. Stun onto Nuke. Nuke's going to Trinket out. Do they have anything out? It looks like Whiskey is in position for the fear, but doesn't want to use it just yet. Smexon's still dangerously low. He gets a heal by Born Good. Born Good here around the corner now. Going for a big heal here onto Nuke as well. Able to stabilize his team. Whiskey now Goblin Racial away from the fight. Trying to drag Smexon out. Smexon's going to be the main target here. It looks like Whiskey and Jellybeans just poking Smexon a little bit more in line of sighting the mage right now because Nuke is just super defensively positioned. If Nuke doesn't push in for a sheep, they're just happy to hit Smexon here and drag it out. And Abster's mana not doing super hot right now. Whiskey still kind of low. Sharpen Blade onto Whiskey. He ducks around the corner. Nuke now commits the combustion onto Jellybeans, and that's going to be an easy Roar of Sacrifice for Jellybeans. Now they could go back onto Whiskey. Whiskey gets pinned up by the spear, but he does have the greater fade, the 2 line of sight, the remainder of that combustion. Actually going after the pet a little bit with that. And now side feed onto Nuke. There's a full stun. They have nothing. Born Good is got to be the one who trinkets here. Potentially. War Banner. Is it going to be enough though? They get the silence here onto Born Good. Nuke still dangerously low. The stun onto Born Good, but he might get away. But he will trinket and trade out the sacrifice. And now it is time for Unitas to get aggressive, Sid.
Yeah, they're going after Jellybeans. No Trinket, that panic earlier. This could cost the Golden Guardians in game number 4. Crowd control down on Absterts. They're chasing down Jellybeans, but Nuked can't get there. It's just Smexon on Jellybeans. Can Smexon solo out Jellybeans here? He drops the Spear of Bastion, and I think Jellybeans is running a damage legendary, so he doesn't have the Feigned Death to get out of that. They mind control Smexon, trying to pull him away from Jellybeans, trying to set up for the win. Next Freezing Trap could still be the game. 19 seconds away from an Ice Block. And they've interrupted Nuke, but they're not going for the kill just yet. Void Eruption from WizK, setting up for massive damage. Roar of Sacrifice on the Jellybeans. They want to get aggressive, but they haven't gone for any crowd control on Born Good just yet. They're still waiting for their moment, but I don't know how much longer they can wait. Abster is struggling to heal Jellybeans through Smexon. Jellybeans is trying to push forward. Nuke line of sights with all their time. He's not going to be able to stay on him. They have to pull away from the push.
Good kiting from Nuked in that position. Smexen charges over to WizK. Doesn't want to chase Jellybeans behind the pillar. Jellybeans is setting up massive damage. Bestial Wrath, Unused Trinket, going every cooldown in the spellbook to kill Smexen behind the pillar. Is Smexen ready for this hit on match point? He's on the run, trying to duck for cover, running the pets into the Ring of Frost. Good positioning by Smexen, avoiding a lot of damage, but he's still taking follow-up damage afterwards. Chops the Siphon. Here comes the combustion. Smexen gets mind controlled on it at low health. Counterspell interrupts the mind control. They're trying to kill Siphon. Borngood is struggling on match point. So little mana remains for him. Fortunately, though, Ice Block is off cooldown. Nice Spirit Bastion pins Jellybeans. Smexen goes in battle stance. Big Warbreaker hit. How much damage can he get out here? Needs to kill that Healing Tide Totem. He's not going for the Healing Tide Totem. That's going to get some value. Maybe he one-shot it. Just took time for it to delay. Absurge in a full poly. Master Spelled into a full blind. Amazing blind by Borngood. Now pummel on WizK into another polymorph. They're pushing to kill Jellybeans. Unitas are not going down without a fight.
Yeah, Jellybean's so low right now. He's got the sacrifice and the aspect of the turtle. Absolutely going to be dropping down that Spirit Link Totem. Jellybean's really, really fast right now, moving forward. Trying to take down Nuke. He still has his Ice Block, but Borngood's almost just tapped on mana. Same time, we're seeing Unitas Blue. Last-ditch effort here over onto WizK.
MD!
So low! They Master Spell the Ice Block. He's got Cauterize coming up in 10 seconds. He just has to hold on 10 seconds. Borngood tries to buy him that time with a sacrifice. Purge is coming in.
WizK!
Sniping some damage at the same time. WizK gets low. Forced into dispersion. Nuke just so low. Everyone could just die. Jellybeans gets the famed death off a massive shield. After has to connect some heals. Where's the sacrifice? Sacrifice coming in way too late, or not at all. I don't know if his pet was crowd controlled, but Nuked manages to reset his combustion and get off just all out damage. I don't even know if there was crowd control and Absurge at that point of the game, but what a crazy game number 4. I mean, every single game today is just gone the distance.
They're still playing. He's got no trinket.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No trinket. 2v3. 2v3. They're proc the Wild Seed. WizK kill the Wild Seed. WizK's gonna go down. He's trying to kill the Wild Seed. He's in the stun. He can't kill the Wild Seed. It's just a spell of man. WizK sits through a full stun. He can't kill the Wild Seed.
That was so close.
Maybe next CC chain. Are they still going to play this?
Yeah, Borngood is out of mana. They could potentially take this. Can they get the damage onto Nuked here? You got the sheep here on to Absturge. WizK in a stun though. No dispersion ready. No trinket ready. No outs for Absturge. No resheep either though. Borngood sitting down for a drink. That surely should be the game here. WizK. There's no way for WizK here. He gets... Yeah, there it is. They're going to just leave. They're just going to bow out. That was extremely close, though. I mean, if he had a Mind Games or something, actually he's playing Necro, so never mind. But if he had something for that Steed, could have maybe actually turned it into a 2v2 there.
Oh my gosh, that was intense. Not the end of the world, however. We are tied up now, so we're gonna go to a game 5, and that just continues on in this pattern that we've had for every single game today. We're continuing to go to game 5s, and I think that's very indicative, Supatis, of just how much effort these teams are putting into these games.
Oh, look at Smexen, man. You could tell he came to play on that warrior, like tying Jellybeans. Like Jellybeans has been pumping damage this whole series. Like I'm glad they at least got Smexen back on warrior. I think that's a very important part of the formula for Unitas Blue here. But still, that was way too close. Like, it almost died 2v3. I almost think if the Golden Guardians just play a slower game and don't have those panic moments, that they could just win on mana. Like, who cares about overextending for a trap? Just do damage. Like, it seems like they can just push somebody over without even going for crowd control. I think playing a safer game on their part might be the better move overall. Just focus on countering the spears, countering the combusts, and play defense. But like, this was earlier on in the game. I think this is when Nuked was just getting absolutely mashed, like Ice Block on 1%. Think about this situation. He Master Spelled on his Ice Block, and I think it's Smexen that saves him. He like Spirit Bastions Jellybeans around the corner. But then, was this before or after the thing that we just watched? I feel like we're watching the same thing from a different point of view. So no block, no cauterize. There's nothing here really for Nuked. Like, he's dropping Dragon's Breath. He's desperate. War Banner from Smexen comes in, doing whatever they can to stay alive. Like, and this is where the blowout happened, I think. Yeah, Turtle and Spirit Link. That can't happen in my mind in the game. And right here, like,
Look
he's
at
completely
Nuke.
Born Good has no mana. I think Roar of Sacrifice must be bugged on the UI. There's lots of times where it looks like it's up, but the hunters aren't
his-
using it. And I
Well, his
don't.
pet's
Is this
in a
pet-
ring
his pet's in a
across
in
the
the
map.
ring?
Yeah,
Yeah, his
No,
pet
his
is in
pet
a
is-
ring. And
over
yeah,
there.
see, look how far it is.
It just
That's what happened. Nuked actually crossed. He Nova the ringed him, and then just sent the combust.
and then the 2v3. Look at, could he have dispelled? Did Absurge have a dispel here? Like, was there something that could have got WizK out? Because he's in void form. He can do instant damage to the Wild Seed. So he deaths them, he silences Paladin, they proc Wild Seed, and Born Good hodges WizK. Like, right out of this silence, Born Good hodges. And I mean, Absurge has to heal him, right? Like, he's thinking, like, I have to heal. When does he hodge? Right here. Like, this whole hodge. I feel like, I
sends
think
a flame shock.
yeah, he tries to kill the seed himself, but
Purges.
would dispelling WizK be more important here? Would it have mattered? Probably not. I feel like Shadow Priest killing a Wild Seed is really tough, but... And even if it did
Yeah.
go to a 2v2, does Shadow Priest Shaman with nothing beat Warrior Paladin?
I'm not sure about that.
Probably not.
I'm not sure about that, but what is
What?
happening?
Why are you doing this to me, man? I just said don't bench the beans.
I'm
Yeah,
really
Jelly Beans
surprised.
died, but it
New
wasn't his
matchup.
fault. Why are you putting Jelly Beans on the bench?
I'm actually really surprised that Golden Guardians is making this switch. Like, I'm really surprised, to be honest with you. I feel like that last game, I wasn't looking bad for them at all. I don't know. Every game has just been so ridiculously close so far, but Golden Guardians, they're going to put it all on the line with Peekaboo. They are benching the beans and bringing in Peekaboo for Game 5 against UNITAS and their Warrior Mage Paladin, but I can't help but feel like this is actually not a bad matchup for the Warrior Mage Paladin. Like, this doesn't feel like a counter comp by any stretch of the imagination, but I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was saying earlier when they do use Jelly Beans, when he does come into play, like, they never use him for a full series. It seems like they never commit to the compositions that he is in. Like, they were doing pretty solidly with him being in these games, and, you know, when it really started to count, they swapped him off to maybe something a little more comfortable. Do you think that's what's going on here, Zico?
I'm not sure. I feel like for them, it's more about the matchup. I think Jelly Beans, he's kind of done what he needed to do. He forced Unitas off of their melee cleave, and
Yeah.
if there's no melee cleaves, we all know the motto of RPS of Golden Guardians, and that is, does RPS win this? And if they think the answer is yes, then they always lock it in. That's just the Golden Guardians. Jelly Beans, he's there to. He's kind of the cleaner, the janitor who has to, like,
Clean
clean
up
up,
crew.
make sure there's no pesky melee cleaves, arms warriors, or anything like that, and then you get Peekaboo in the mix.
Ah, I like that. He, you know, wipes his hands off. He's like, all right, my job here's done. Take it away, Peekaboo. So let's hope that that comp swap works out for them, or we're going to see UNITAS win this series. But as a reminder, Chad, this is an elimination round. We are going to game number 5, which means that the winner of this will be moving on, and the loser is knocked out of the tournament and will end up in 4th place for the North American region for AWC Season 2. Let's see who the winner is here for this next game, and the winner of this series on Tiger's Peak. It's Golden Guardians versus UNITAS Blue, game number 5.
I don't think you bench the beans. I'm worried now. I'm worried, man. Like, don't bench me. Jelly Beans is just carrying out of his mind and damage. Like, Peekaboo, I feel like there's a lot of pressure, you know, coming off the bench now for him. He's going to have to pull this out for his team. He sets up beautiful crowd control on the entire team, gets Born Good's Trinket right off the bat. Can't really start the game any better than that. WizK follows up with a stun into a full fear likely here as Peekaboo tries to push the pressure onto Nuke, purging down those barriers, throw weapon damage, trying to take out Nuke. They get a Blessing of Protection here. Traded for Vendetta, so fair trade by Born Good. WizK now on the back foot, fades out of the Spear of Bastion. Double fear from Smexen. Born Good is rolling up as well. Hammers are down onto Absturge. Stormbolt onto WizK, but Nuke can't get there. He's peeled by Peekaboo at the moment. They see a preemptive sacrifice or trinket sacrifice from Born Good. Maybe just anticipating some damage there, but he's not running the ultimate sacrifice, I would imagine, to throw it out like that all willy-nilly. Both teams begin to stabilize. Feels like there's maybe a slight edge to the Golden Guardians at the moment, but it's only slight.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what the Golden Guardians can do here. They get a Psychic Horror on Born Good and Kitty Shot on Nuked. Nuke's getting low. He gets wind sheared, trying to run away, but Peekaboo's all over him, drops a smoke bomb, but Don't know if I like that one. Nuke's able to just immediately shimmer out of it. There's no stun to follow it up. Maybe just trying to bomb a heal or something like that. Nuke gets Blessing of Protection. Nicely done there. But now there's no Blessing of Protection for the Vendetta threat that's coming up in about 20 seconds. At the same time, big Combustion and Spear of Bastion on WizK, but it gets a Mass Dispel on Upsurge. And now, as a result, UNITAS Blue is going to lose a lot of their pressure, and Nuke's going to be forced to run away.
Oh,
he's behind the
nice
pillar right
rocket
now,
jump.
incredibly low. Born Good gets caught into a fear, but Nuke with a beautiful alter time gets himself back into the fight at full health and completely destroys Golden Guardian's setup.
Yeah, very, very nice setup there by WizK, but now it's going to be WizK on the back foot. He goes for the Master Spell. He gets pummeled by Smexin. Nuke, though, dropping dangerously low as well. The Shackles are coming in onto WizK. WizK's going to respect it with the Dispersion. They're going to get themselves a nice little ice block here from Nuke to get the Master Spell. They continue the chain. Big stun, silence combo here onto Born Good. Can WizK unleash enough damage? That is the question. Peekaboo's all over him. Full blind now secured here. Peekaboo now stepping over to Smexin.
Trinket Link.
Disarm here as well. Trinket Link will be traded out by Upsurge. Full kidney shot secured again onto Nuke here. No Blessing of Protection, no sacrifice, just raw healing coming out from Born Good, but he doesn't have his wings just yet. He finally has them right now, but 10 seconds left. He gets dispelled into the Psychic Horror, and that will proc the Cauterize. But now WizK with no defense left, Nuke with no defense left, and it is UNITAS Blue's turn to get aggressive here, Super T.
I mean, Nuke is actually just kiting Peekaboo. Peekaboo wants to wait for Vendetta. 30 seconds. Can he stall 30 seconds here? Absurge, no Trinket Link. Trinket Fade is all that's left for WizK. They're setting up for the win on the Nuke. Can they get the crowd control into Born Good? WizK rolls up, gets the Trinket sacrifice. Couldn't silence the Trinket just fast enough there. Born Good connects the cooldown and should begin to stabilize Nuke. Maybe not. Peekaboo's doing a lot of damage at the moment. Nuke is desperate, drops a Ring of Frost. He blinks away from the Vendetta. He's got Combustion available. I feel like Nuke needs to win the game with this Combustion. Where is he going to send it? 10 seconds left on Dispersion. Can they send it in time? Nuke is trying to get over there, but he's in a kidney shot. He can't connect with the Combustion. Vendetta is still rolling for Peekaboo. He's starting to build up momentum to take out Nuke, and WizK now has Dispersion available. Nuke is trying to get there to go for the Combustion. He needs to connect this here. Born Good's mana is not good, but Peekaboo is still all over him on match point in game number 5, down to half. Born Good flesh crafting, trying to anticipate crowd control. Fear on Upsurge, Poly on Peekaboo. They've isolated WizK. Is Nuke gonna send the Combustion here? He sends the Combustion. WizK immediate Dispersion, more than a fair trade, and they purge off the Combustion immediately. Nice reaction by the Golden Guardians. Smexin with no cooldowns. I think WizK is going to be in a good position. They should start setting up to take out Nuke soon.
Let's see if they can do it. I mean, Nuke still no ice block for 2 minutes. Peekaboo has been all over him. Beautiful alter time once again. Nuke uses alter time, but he's in a silence. And there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The smoke pump comes in for Peekaboo. Golden Guardians looking to eliminate UNITAS Blue. Born Good with his avenging wrath and defiance tops him off. And they managed to hold on, but they are running on fumes. They got nothing. Kidney shot on the Nuke. Born Good, can he pull off a miracle once again?
No way.
Full blind.
It is
Wild
over.
Seed?
Can they crack the seed?
Intervene the Wild
Golden
Seed?
Guardians just so close, and they do it. 3-2, bringing in Peekaboo, benching the Beans. A beautiful series by both these teams, but Golden Guardian pulls out ahead.
Phenomenal work here coming out from the Golden Guardians. They knew exactly what they needed to do. They had a very unfortunate start, but they're able to bring it back here and win with their infamous rogue Shadow Breeze Shaman. And they take it down to UNITAS. And for UNITAS, they had such a strong season. I mean, these guys, they came from the depths of relegation. They fought their way through that tournament. They got first place, and they fought through the entire season as a newly formed roster against, all these other teams. And they had a great season. They were, the team that had the number 1 spot for a very long time in the circuit. And obviously they qualified here as one of the top seeds as well. And unfortunately for them, though, Golden Guardians, too good on the day here. They're going to finish the tournament in 4th. Which obviously still is a very, very good season for them, but maybe they would have liked to just win at least one more series here. One more game would have done it. And of course, these are the highlights from that game. Very action-packed. You see already 2 minutes in, Born Good, no Divine Shields, no CDs left, pressure everywhere onto Nuked here. And also, you got to give UNITAS some credit as well with the counter pressure they had, actually. A lot of very, very close calls, but They do force out the cauterize here. They force out a lot of these defensives, and I feel like there was one scary moment here. That's where Absters uses Trigger Spirit Link. But aside from that, they were able to, hold their dispersion for when they really needed it, which was the most previous combustion we just saw. And then here, the final moments of the game, they get the kidney shot, they get the pressure. Born Good is trying to keep his Shadow Priest alive, but he gets caught up in that full blind right there. And as soon as that happens, it is game over.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right about that one, Zico. UNITAS had an incredible season. They really did kind of rise to the occasion. It's sad to see them go so early on in the tournament, but I really do hope that they are proud of themselves as individuals and as a team as well. They're going up against this team, Golden Guardians, that has a lot more time spent together playing in a competitive environment, playing in these tournaments together as a roster. That's not to say, of course, that UNITAS is unexperienced, but they are newly formed, like Zico already mentioned. So they've got that going for them as well. So Golden Guardians, well done to them. It went to a game 5. They didn't win the blind pick, and that solidifies my theory of not winning the blind pick. Interesting.
Yeah. True.
No, but I mean, either way, absolutely well done to them. Sad to see UNITAS Blue go, but hopefully they stick together as a roster, because I thought they had some incredible moments this season. So I hope we get to see them develop even more as a team together. So Golden Guardians, they are going to be moving forward in the bracket, and they're going to be moving forward. We're going to see them live to fight another day, then.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. Golden Guardians, their main composition is what we just saw, the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, and they're going up against Cloud9. Cloud9 got dismantled by Method NA playing nothing but Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman every single game. So, I mean, if Golden Guardians can play it as well as Method NA, which I think many people would expect, unless Cloud9 has figured something out, I feel like Golden Guardians has a really good shot in this one to make it all the way to the finals against Method NA. Would be really interesting to see, but they still have to get through Cloud9. Cloud9 has had a day to kind of recalculate and, go through the VOD, see what went wrong against Method NA, maybe come up with a new composition. So they're definitely going to be well prepared. We'll see if Golden Guardians is up for the challenge.
Yeah, you can bet. I mean, Cloud9 is the team that is really always well prepared, always willing to adapt in difficult situations. So I think no matter what Golden Guardians is going to throw at Cloud9 in this upcoming series, Cloud9 is going to be having a tremendous performance. So I'm excited to see this one get going. Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians coming up next. We're going to head to a break, and then we will be right back.
World of Warcraft Arena is a 3 versus 3 deathmatch. The last team standing wins. These teams are composed of 1 healer and 2 damage dealers, whose main objective is to defeat their opponents first, effectively trading their abilities more efficiently than the other team. Each class has its unique skills, but the most powerful ones are displayed on the spectator UI in 2 rows. The top displays the defensive abilities, and the bottom row shows the offensive ones. When the player activates one of these, it lights up. If a player uses one of their primary offensive or defensive abilities, they will gain an on-fire or shield effect, respectively. Classes also have disabling abilities such as stuns and silences, referred to as crowd control. When a player is crowd controlled, the ability's icon is displayed over the class icon of the nameplates and unit frames. Each player can also pick one of 3 trinkets that can help them mitigate crowd control effects: Adaptation, Relentless, or Gladiator's Medallion. You can find this vital cooldown tracked on the unit frames here. Teams trade cooldowns and crowd control to kill and survive during battle. Once a match reaches 5 minutes, all players will receive effect called dampening. This is a debuff that reduces the healing and absorption effects received. Dampening increases as the match goes on, meaning the longer the game, the fewer teams can sustain, ultimately leading to one team falling behind and dying. There are countless ways to best your opponents in the arena. Whether you favor the compositions to outwithstand your opponents through attrition, or you prefer crowd controlling your opponents to force their cooldowns quickly, you can find a composition to watch and learn from in the AWC. Now that you can follow along with all the action, I cannot wait to see you in the arena.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in our second series of the day in our North American region. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw Golden Guardians face off against UNITAS. UNITAS got knocked out of the tournament, and now Golden Guardians is moving forward in the lower bracket, and they're going to be facing off against Cloud9. And how do we think Cloud9 is going to do here, Zico?
Well, I feel like this is a matchup that Cloud9, they usually win it, but sometimes it just Golden Guardians just show up and 3-0 them, you know? We've seen some interesting strategies in the past, you know, the Golden Guardians kind of just AFKing behind a pillar until deep dampening and then going for a big all-in. We've seen a lot of strategies like that. I feel like this is one that really could go either way, but if I really had to go either way, I would probably go for Cloud9.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see, but I mean, you're right about Golden Guardians. I feel like they're like pretty consistent in terms of like their win-loss ratio, and then when it really counts, when the pressure is really on for this team, for whatever reason, Golden Guardians just pull something out of nowhere, Zico, and they get those victories. So maybe we see that happen once again. They had a pretty solid series for that last one, and they're going to be riding that momentum as they head into this series against Cloud9, Supatis.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Cloud9 need to take a pretty big gamble. It's like they just saw Jellybeans dismantle Turbo. So that's usually their lock-in against this team, the Golden Guardians. But if they walk into Jellybeans, they're not going to have a good time. But if they do Warrior Mage Paladin, that's probably not good into either of them, to be honest. Not that good into either comp, Rogue Shadow Priest. So I think Cloud9 need to play something different here. What is it going to be? Do they have a Windwalker? Oh, they're going back to their roots. They're going back to Mage Lock. Everybody's playing mains today. It's just main queues.
Yeah, I like it. Feels like we're in a past expansion, Pavan.
All right, well, let's see if this one plays out. Now, here's the thing, okay? Cloud9 did not lock this in against Method NA yesterday, so they obviously are not super confident in the matchup, but it could be one of those things, just like we saw from Method NA, where it's like, you know what? None of the matchups feel that great. Let's just try to outplay. And I think that's what it comes down to. Just play what you're best at. Play what you have the most practice with. Try to make something happen in kind of the face of adversity. And we'll see if they can do it. Wealthy Man now lock in the Frost Mage, the first Frost Mage of the finals. And honestly, the first Frost Mage we've seen in quite some time. So if there's any Frost Mage fans out there, and we see Wealthy Man play, likely going to be a long game. I mean, it typically is. The Frost Mage Destruction Warlock focuses on little chip damage and crowd control. So it's all about the crowd control, kind of extending the game, getting into dampening, and that's where you just prevent your opponents from attacking. And even though your damage isn't super high, you're getting off effective damage, and that's when the composition kind of accelerates.
yet, and we're gonna see Chan on that Destruction Warlock here, going for a few Chaos Bolts. Don't really see Warlocks, period, but a Destruction Warlock as well. It's definitely something that we don't see too often, but Cloud9, of course, absolute menace when it comes to playing this composition. Full kidney shot secured here on to Chanimal. He's going to trade out the Dark Pack, and now they're actually going to swap their pressure onto Wealthy Man. A lot of damage actually coming out, but he's just going to press the Triune Ward, and he should be completely fine. Both these Clothies have these big shields at their disposal, but Wealthy Man's still taking a lot of damage. Cubsy in that fear, but now Wealthy Man finally linking back here, and he's going to catch a couple of heals here potentially from Cubsy. Cubsy actually re-stealthing here as well, just anticipating maybe some opener from Peekaboo.
Okay.
It was just going to run back to the pillar, and both teams are just kind of happy to reset a little bit.
So Chanimal isn't using Dark Soul to win the game. He's using Dark Soul because he knows Golden Guardians will run away if he presses it, and that lets Cubsy drink to full mana. And I think that's a smart move, as this game is going to go into dampening, and it's going to get purged anyways, or at least most likely it's going to get purged. So using Dark Soul to set up drinks to get into deep dampening, I think is the play here for Cloud9. But once you're in deep dampening, are you really favored? I mean, right now the pressure is sticking and there's zero dampening. They already got a block out of the way. They try and blast Absterge, and they've been looking at him every once in a while, but unless Absterge throws and runs into the middle of the map, I really don't think he's going to be a great target. Pressure is still quite high onto Wealthy Man and Chanimal. Cubsy's trying to play efficiently to heal both of them. Absterge interrupted. Bonza fell down on Peekaboo. He just shadow steps out of it. He does not care, but he catches a Chaos Bolt to the face as well. Cyclone on Peekaboo. He's going to get Mass Dispelled. WizK's getting aggressive. WizK's moving in. Where's WizK going? He's trying to stop Cubsy from drinking in the back line. Absterge just posted up aggressively here, trying to stand on top of Cubsy, but he might get bashed. Oh, that Ursul's Vortex looks like it missed Absterge. If he got pulled out in the middle of the map and bashed, that could have been a great position for Cloud9, and that seems to be their strategy. They're trying to get Absterge in the middle of the map and then blast him, and it's going to be up to the Golden Guardians to see that coming and try and protect Absterge.
Yeah, and let's see if they can do it. Wealthy Man playing actually a build, just playing all conduits, all talents, everything to just empower Blizzard and Frozen Orb. So if we see Peekaboo, Absterge, and WizK at the pillar like this is when they're going to be eating all that Blizzard and Frozen Orb damage. And as the game goes on, I mean, most Cloud9 games with this composition end up going into dampening. It's really, really difficult for them to kind of push through. Chanimal in the midfield right now going to be using that Dark Pack. Peekaboo kind of bouncing around, hitting multiple targets, and I kind of like this as Necrolord, especially as Necrolord Shadow Priest. You have a lot of rot, so going after multiple pressure is really going to keep Cubsy, keep his mana taxed. Bit of a swap here on a Peekaboo. He hits one Chaos Bolt, but he is able to feint it off. It's Mortal Cold though in the middle of the map. One Shackles lands, immediate vanish by Peekaboo. He's not going to be messing around. Chanimal's trying to cross the map right now, and it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse. Cloud9 just wants to bring the game to dampening. They want to run away. They want to try to hide as much as they can. And Golden Guardians is trying to push the pace. They want to keep them on the back foot. They don't want to let Cubsy drink. And if they can do that, that's how they're going to win.
Oh, but Cubsy is threatening to drink right now. He's going to re-stealth. He's going to gate. He's going to go for the stun onto Peekaboo from stealth. They're going actually for Absterge here. Cubsy now going to build up the combo points here. He has enough for a maim here, but decides to hold it for later. Smoke bomb now onto Wealthy Man. He is going to trinket and blink out of that one. Wealthy Man should be completely fine in that situation now. And that most danger is gone. Becomes still in the silence. Shackles still coming out. Wealthy Man actually forced into the second Ice Block here. Cubsy going to trade out the Nature Swiftness here as well, just to make sure that he gets stopped and he can kind of stop the chase here from the Golden Guardians. Now Cubsy looking for the drink. They know about it. Whiskey is running towards him. Cubsy's going to stealth. Exit his stealth with that competing roar and give Wealthy Man a new set of hots and try to keep him alive and then go for that same drink again. Cubsy really needs this drink, and the Golden Guardians, they got the Vendetta rolling. They just need to push the pace onto Wealthy Man here, but he's got Ice Form up right now, making him impossible to stun, but now finally faded. They could kidney shot him, and there is a setup happening here onto Peekaboo as well. Full fear onto Absterge, and it does fade, and Peekaboo does take a Chaos Bolt to the face, but it looks like Wealthy Man is going to be completely fine with that extra bit of pressure.
So Peekaboo pre-evasioned the bash when his whole team was crowd controlled. It was a nice play.
and it allowed him to easily sit through that setup. And Cubsy's mana is just devastated. They've stopped his drink. He's trying to move in and stealth, but Peekaboo pre-flesh crafts. They managed to interrupt it and then stun him. Good coordination by the team of Cloud9. That could have totally shut down that situation, but now instead Peekaboo has to Trinket and Cloak of Shadows. Peekaboo is monitoring Cubsy like a hawk, making sure that he's aware of his positioning to try and preempt these incoming stuns time and time again, but looks like Chanimal and Wealthy Man could back him up with an interrupt this time around. Cubsy's into silence. They're going after Chanimal. He ports back behind the pillar. Cubsy repositions far away from Chanimal. He doesn't want Peekaboo stacking on top of him. He's constantly rebuffing Mark of the Wild to try and protect from some of the nature damage and some purge protection, but Wealthy Man is just getting overwhelmed by the Golden Guardians. They are dominating Cloud9 right now. A huge mana advantage, a huge cooldown advantage, and momentum is in their favor. They can just ride this all the way to victory, I think. Cloud9 need to set up a miracle drink. They're trying to go for the kill. Absurge Trinkets into a fear. Can they kill Peekaboo during this moment? He gets behind the pillar right before that Chaos Bolt Bonds of Fel can connect, but now they're swapping to Absurge. Cubsy's drinking. This is exactly what Cloud9 needed. They were in shambles. Things are falling apart at the seams, but because Cubsy is getting mana here, they still have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Wealthy Man, he's got an ice block, but they can't throw. He is going to manage to get away with his trinket, but might have to trade. Don't trade too late. Whiskey has massive.
That insta-lock.
That was the fastest interrupt ever from Chanimal. I can't believe it. And Wealthy Man might be okay. Gets topped off. Cubsy crossing the map, but he's full mana now. He's got 100% mana. And Cubsy with mana normally means someone's not going down unless there's a crazy amount of damage. With Nature Swiftness, I feel like Cloud9, they're going to be able to hang in there. And this is the point of the game. I mean, not yet. 17% damage is still light. You know, you can still see the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
You can still see the light piercing through the ocean. We got to get a little deeper, a little damper. 30, 40, 50% is when we're going to see Cloud9 really start accelerating.
The Cloud9 on their way right now to the bottom of the depths of the ocean here. Let's see if they can drag it out a little bit longer. Peekaboo making his assault here. He's got his Cloak of Shadows. They got cooldowns to work with. Honestly, I think they can push it. They can push somebody down here. They got the Vendetta as well. If they can get like the Iron Bar committed to Chan and then go for Wealthy Man, or they can just push Wealthy Man down through that Iron Bar with the Vendetta, that could be how they win the game. Look at Whiskey here. He's just chasing Cubsy, but Cubsy is just, he is so fast on that Druid. And they are going to stun up Whiskey. Whiskey's going to Trinket here. Psychic Horror. Cubsy, he's looking for the fear. Can he get there in time? It doesn't look like it. But they have the Smoke Bomb. They get the Silence. Is it going to be enough? They got the Vendetta rolling, but it's on Chanimal. Chanimal has all his cooldowns. He just trades them out. Wealthy Man had nothing. I would have loved to see that onto Wealthy Man. He had no Trinket as well for that Smoke Bomb. So definitely a bit of an offensive misplay here, I think, coming out from the Golden Guardians. And now Whiskey finds himself in the center field, shackled and stuck in the Bonds of Hell. Shackle number 2 coming through here for Wealthy Man. And it looks like Whiskey is just going to be able to walk that one up. He doesn't have Dispersion. Absurge, though, still has plenty of answers. And Deeper in Dampening, the Warlock is a better target than the Mage. So the fact that they got all the Warlock cooldowns, necessarily not a bad thing. It just means that they need to commit now to Chanimal. Even though Wealthy Man has no more defensives to work with, so they wanted to play to kind of end the game there. Would have been better to do it on the Mage, but now they have positioned themselves in a way where they at least can run Chanimal down the next time they have that Vendetta.
Double Mortal Coil. They're trying to peel. They're trying to stall. Get their little chip damage out with the Frost Mage. Free casting in midfield, but Cubsy's almost burned all the mana that he just drank back. And Peekaboo's Shadow stepping in for the kill. Vendetta available in 1 more second. They got through Dark Pact for free. Cubsy's Trinket for free. Vendetta is available here. Chanimal on the run, trying to escape. Peekaboo snared in midfield, trying to get back to his target, but Chanimal has a loaded gun. He's going to pop Infernal, double Shadow Fury. He's got Dark Soul. He's going for the Dark Soul. Is he going to get a Chaos Bolt with this, or is he just trying to scare them away? He gets purged on his Dark Soul. Now Chanimal is a sitting duck. Peekaboo chasing him down, gets Frost Nova again. Absurge moves in on the right side. Wealthy Man is getting owned by Whiskey. This is going to be such a struggle for Cloud9 and Cubsy to recover a full fear onto Cubsy. Chanimal could easily go down. Vendetta is ticking away. Massive damage. Chanimal tries to abandon the mission with Soul Shape. He ports back behind the pillar. Cubsy reconvenes. He gets a big heal here onto Chanimal. That was insane positioning by Chanimal to survive throughout that threat, but now they're swapping to Wealthy Man. Big heal has to come through from Cubsy. He's trying to heal 2 targets with like 20% mana, 35% dampening. This is going to be the biggest struggle for Cloud9 in this series.
Cloud9 just has no damage. That's the biggest problem in this match. They just can't kill anything. I mean, Chanimal is doing an unreal job with his positioning and his kiting, with his portals, his gateways, with everything in order to survive, but they just don't have any damage out whatsoever. And Chanimal's just dying once again. He's behind the pillar. He's rotting down. He's got the Dark Pack. Comes, he gets crowd control. This could be it. Game 1, potentially for Golden Guardians. Chanimal holds on any resolve overlap with Ironbark. The silence is still there.
That grip.
Shot.
The
And he's
grip.
going to die through all his cooldowns. 39% dampening. I am going to say it. Magelock Druid is not the answer. I don't want to see Cloud9 play this again.
They need a monk. They need Snuts Monk. That's what I think.
Yeah.
It's time to bring
Could
up
be
the
good.
Snuts Monk.
Man, if you had asked me a year, like in BFA, if we'd ever see this situation happening, Cloud9 losing to Golden Guardians playing MLD, I would say no shot. But here we are, Golden Guardians taking that victory. But yeah, I'm curious of your guys' thoughts on what Cloud9 does next.
No
Snuts
Frost
Monk.
Mage.
Yeah, no, yeah, dude. Frost Mage is not. No Frost Mage. Nope. Never again, please.
Nope. Oh man, rough. That's rough. Okay, well, let's break down that game number 1 at least first. I mean, is that really just how we can just Frost Mage went down? We're going through the slow-mo. This isn't bugged.
Okay, look at the master spell from
Whiskey
Whiskey.
gets interrupted instantly.
Look at this Chanimal here.
Look at
Whiskey,
look at
as you guys can see,
Slow
Cubsy is
motion.
in a full fear here, right? I was in a full fear. If they get his MD, it's
What?
over.
Chanimal land that, dude.
Okay.
I swear.
There's two things that happen. Sometimes you have to. So I don't know. Where's Chanimal right now in the
He's in
Midfield.
the middle of the map.
You
no,
play
not
with
in the middle of the map. I
Destro.
mean, in the world, what's his latency?
Oh yeah,
Does-
no, dude.
He's in
I swear.
France, right?
I swear there
He's
was
in
one
Europe.
game I played against Chanimal in WOD in a tournament, and I was playing a Warlock. I know that sounds weird. It was the worst game I ever played in my life against him and Rosita Jones. They landed every single counterspell instantly. It was impossible to fake them. I swear Chanimal is the number one player you never want to see when you have to face his interrupt. Like,
So I think what he does, I think one thing Chanimal does is he has to pre-interrupt because his latency is so high. So
Yeah.
if somebody is moving and they stop moving, that's a cue that they're going to start casting. So if you look at someone's actual character frame, you see them moving and then they stop moving. That is a great sign that they're going to start lining up a spell, especially a spell you have to aim like Master Spell. So as soon as you see them move, they'll stop moving, you can interrupt. And I think that's probably what happened there with Chanimal. But yeah, that was quite, you didn't even see the cast. It was so fast. So it had to be kind of a pre-lock there from Chanimal. But they managed to get it done. And at this point, I mean, just looking at this replay, from about this point forward, Chanimal was doing insane things. Like his kiting, his positioning was fantastic, but there's 0 damage. Like that's the fact of the matter. Is Whizkay and Peekaboo, they can go after Chanimal, they can go after Wealthy Man, and Wealthy Man and Chanimal can't get any counter pressure whatsoever. And I
Look at
think
his-
that's going to be the theme of the game.
Look at his grip as well by Whiskey. Like, look at Whiskey here. He's
Yoink.
gonna def
Watch
first he-
Peekaboo. Look
first-
where Peekaboo is.
First he fades the poly, then he defs this poly right here. Look at Whiskey. He defs it right there.
He's like,
Then-
Peekaboo,
actually,
get over
he,
here.
He got the spell. And then he waits for the root, and then he's like, wank, and then, and then you know? And then he's dead.
I like Peekaboo's transmog too. Just wanted to call that out.
Oh,
Looks cool.
No, does look real nice. Yeah, I made this this metaphor with Chan once, and I'm gonna make it again. It's kind of like resistance training almost. Like you train harder than the actual competition would be. Like where sometimes like
High
swimmers will-
gravity.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, something like that. Whereas like he obviously has like higher ping than most of the players, except for I think maybe Aiden. But yeah, it's definitely an adaptation he's had to make, and you can really see it come out in his gameplay. So I wonder what it feels like, as Chan to like when he finally goes to LAN and he doesn't have that ping anymore. He probably feels like a god. But either way, Golden Guardians 1-0. Let's see how Cloud9 reacts for game number 2. Any guesses here, Zika, moving forward?
I feel like Shadow Priest Mage would not be the move here.
Snuts Monk.
I like.
I mean, how practiced is the Snuts Monk? That is the question. Because I feel like they would have brought it out into Method and A. Or was it Method and A?
Turbo time.
Turbo. Turbo time.
Turbo time. Yeah, that works. But this is what Golden Guardians beat, though, with their Shadow Priest Hunter. So,
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, winning game number 1 could be rough. And let's not forget, I think Cloud9 was actually forced off this composition yesterday when Method NA beat them. So it's not a free win by any stretch of the imagination. Cloud9's going to have to play it well. Golden Guardians, I'm sure they watched the games yesterday, and Method NA was actually able to easily dispatch of this composition. So still a good shot. Golden Guardians, they have a lot of damage with that Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman, lots of crowd control. Cloud9's likely going to be going after Peekaboo. Maybe they go after WizK, but traditionally they like to go after the Rogue, so we'll have to see the kind of cooldowns. Basically, with the Golden Guardians, I have full faith in Absurge and WizK and their ability to stay alive together. Like, the way they rotate is fantastic. But Absurge and Peekaboo, do they have that same kind of synergy? I want to say yes, but I don't think it's as dialed in as WizK and Absurge. So pressuring Peekaboo could be the move and maybe find an opening, but we'll have to see how the Golden Guardians deal with that kind of pressure.
And so I'm reading chat right now, and people are saying, just because I wanted to see if people had an answer to where Chan is. Apparently, he is back in Australia, so I'm going to assume that's even worse ping than it would have been.
He has about
back
300
when
ping.
He was in Europe. Yeah, that's good. Good God, that's crazy.
To me, 200 ping is unplayable, and he's playing in the finals with 300. So
right, that's absolutely
200
wild.
is unplayable. It's like 100 is unplayable.
Yeah. Well, it depends who you ask. Like, some people will say, if you're used to 5 ping, 100 feels unplayable. If you're used to 100, you can kind of make 200 work. But if you're Chanimal, you're the only one that can make 300 work somehow. So instantly interrupt one.
I would love to hear
MDs.
what his number is for unplayable, if that's like his like base 300, like where it just is
I
out
don't
of
think it
hand.
gets much worse. Like, I think it's pretty much as bad as it can be.
You have to be in like, I don't know, Antarctica or something for even worse. But anyways, we are going to get into game number 2. It is Hook Point Golden Guardians. We're going to see if they can keep it up and get to match point. But Cloud9 looking to tie it up in game 2.
All right, let's see what they can get
let's
done.
See if they can do it.
I thought we were going to say the same thing. That was so
Yeah.
close. That was so close.
Yeah, that was actually, we almost, but not close enough.
They're starting it off with crowd control and Cubsy. Sap, Wealthy Man, the main target. He's on the run behind the pillar. Cubsy trinkets blind. Snuts is going into battle stance, trying to get aggressive, but Psyfiend is out. WizK's tearing in with power infusion. Wealthy Man's boldly marching towards WizK. Golden Guardians, man, are on a tear right now. This looks terrorizing for Cloud9. Are they going to be able to make it through this situation? Pre-healing Tide Totem comes down. Wealthy Man has not been above 50% health for basically the whole game. They drop the smoke bomb. Wealthy Man trinkets to get out of the smoke bomb. He just wants to connect onto the Shadow Priest, start doing some damage. He's fishing for a Hex, gets a full Hex onto Absturge, and this needs to be their moment to strike back, to swap to Peekaboo. Immediate evasion, but they stun him on evasion. Now he has to trinket. He's so low. Great swing back by Cloud9, though. Getting the trinket evasion from Peekaboo is going to give them an option for victory here.
Ooh, kidney shot on Wealthy Man right now. Still decent damage for both teams. WizK definitely has to be careful, though. He can get taken down really, really quick. If Snuts gets a big crit, Wealthy Man uses the Chain Harvest. It could just be the end of the game really fast. So Cloud9 definitely still in it, even though it seems like most of the pressure's on Wealthy Man right now. Silence on Cubsy. Peekaboo all over his target. Earthenwall Totem's going to be dropping down by Absurge, bolstering the defense of his team. Wealthy Man does not have that same kind of defense. A nice spear, Divine Shield, kidney shot, blessing of protection. Everything gets forced out here by the side of Cloud9, and Golden Guardians is on an absolute tear so far.
Yeah, Golden Guardians looking good right now, and if Cloud9 loses this one, well, it's going to be a tough comeback for them in the series right now. Golden Guardian on fire, but it is going to be WizK in trouble. Wealthy Man, though, gets kidney shot here. WizK looking for the Void Eruption, not able to find it. The Psyfiend gets immediately deleted by Snut. Snut's now going for Stormbolt here onto Peekaboo, looking to get some damage going. Sharpen Blade is active as well, but it looks like actually it's going to be Wealthy Man still taking the brunt of this exchange. Now it's getting disarmed. WizK is in a fear. Peekaboo is kiting here into the full kidney shot. The Ascendance of Wealthy Man. And none of them Abster just trinket at least, but I feel like they wanted to get a little bit more there, maybe at least a Spirit Link to go with that, but Abster's still going to have that in his back pocket now. And Wealthy Man, he has to make a difficult choice here. Do I overextend, or do I go back here and lose my pressure? He chooses to go back to Cubsy. Cubsy getting full feared here. No tremor available. Kidney shot comes out. There's the blessing of protection. Psyfiend, nobody kills it off. Beautiful Hex snuck in by Abster. Cubsy trinkets it. Snuts now finally killing off the Siphon here in the background. No, it's still going. And that's going to be the Necrolord banner. That Siphon got 100% uptime. Full mind control back into the waters here. And Wealthy Man is dropping dangerously low in this mind control. Wealthy Man, big heal on himself. Peekaboo has a blind ready with no way out. Cubsy, no blessing of protection, no trinket, no nothing. He just needs to pull the trigger. And there's the preemptive sack there on the blind attempted by Cubsy, but not successful. And now he gets kicked potentially into the blind, and that could surely be the game here.
Good game.
Full blind. There's no way Wealthy Man can survive this one. Can they
He's got
connect
Chain
the
Harvest.
sap? That is the question. There's the Chain Harvest. Can they get the sap? It doesn't look like they can find it. There's the silence. Is it going to be enough?
heal.
Wealthy Man with one heal. Then it will be enough. Beautiful feels there from Snuts as well with the disarm. And Wealthy Man
Vendetta.
will live to fight another
Full-
finish up. Vendetta is ready. Let's go, Super Keys.
Wealthy Man trinket tremors the fear on Cubsy. Triple fear by Snuts. Snuts has been doing a lot of work in this game, but Peekaboo Fleshcrafts, they pummel it, but did he immune the stun? No, Stormbolt still in the back pocket. He pre-feints the Stormbolt. Healing Tide Totem behind the pillar here. Wealthy Man gets mind controlled on his burst damage. He can't connect any of it, and Snuts is disarmed. Man, this is the Golden Guardians playing at their peak. Perfect crowd control on all the goes.
Hex!
Setting up for the full Hex onto Cubsy. Lava Bursts are coming in. Rallying Cry is not going to be enough. Golden Guardians unlocking their potential here at the last possible second in the tournament, facing elimination at the start of the day, but now on match point, potentially 3-0ing Cloud9.
Golden Guardians definitely heating up in this one. And I mean, this was Cloud9's answer. This is what they've used in the past against the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. It didn't work against Method NA, and it's not working against the Golden Guardians because they had no pressure in that game whatsoever. Cloud9, what are you going to do? Golden Guardians on an absolute tear so far. They won their first series of the day against UNITAS. It's looking like they could 3-0 Cloud9. I mean, if that happens, what are they going to be able to get done against Method NA? We'll have to wait and see, but we can take a look at the replay.
Absolute madness coming out from the Golden Guardians here. And here, this is so close. I don't know what actually holds Cubsy in combat. I think it's the Chain Harvest or something. I'm not actually sure how the Chain... I actually don't know what kept Cubsy in combat there. But Cubsy, he doesn't get sapped. You can thank his lucky star for that one. And then they get the setup here. Wealthy immediately trinkets out. But look at the pressure coming out from the Golden Guardians with that Vendetta. Snuts breaks it up here. They get the Hex onto Absturge, but it breaks. They get the kick here onto the Fleshcraft.
Mind control.
Peekaboo pre-feints the Stormbolt, and then Whiskey with the second beautiful mind control. And look at Absturge here. What got Cubsy's trinket earlier? Hex. And what's going to get them the kill here? Look at his Hex. Absturge lining it up here, getting in position, casting some Lava Burst, standing so
Boom.
that if Cubsy goes behind there to line, he can't. And if he goes forward, he can't. And on the other side, if he goes around, well, look who's there. That's Whiskey right there. That's Whiskey territory. So he's just cornered like one of those plays from Mercy's playbook. And he just can't do anything about it. They land the Hex, they land the damage, they land the Shackle, and they take game number 2.
My goodness. I mean, this is what I'm saying about this team, about Golden Guardians. It's like they show up to some of these tournaments and they're like, yeah, we're going to win today. And they just pull off these impossible feats. I mean, they could, somebody already said it. They could really go here for this next game and 3-0
Hey, I said it,
Cloud9.
They're making it to the finals, but that's about as far as my leash for it is going to go. Mostly
Leash.
because Drake Windwalker, man. Like, that's basically it. If Drake wasn't a Windwalker, I think Golden Guardians could ride this all the way, but Drake Windwalker is just sitting there, the gatekeeper of the AWC, like, Golden Guardians, you're not getting in. Like, no Shadow Priests in this club. You can't come in. I'm sorry, Whiskey.
You just put a giant ring of peace down in front of anybody that tries to go further.
Monks are literally the bouncer.
Oh man. All right, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We got to get through this series first. Cloud9, they're still in it. They certainly still have a chance to reverse sweep it. We've already seen one reverse sweep today. We may see another one here. You know that Cloud9 has a plan here. It's not often that we see these guys really struggle and don't have at least some sort of answer. So personally, I would be pretty shocked if we didn't see these guys at least get another win here, or at least get one win off here in this series against Golden Guardians. But Golden Guardians really, really strong in this series so far, and they're only one game away from 3-0ing Cloud9, which would be a tremendous victory for those guys. We are going to be heading to Ashmane's Fall. Now, Cloud9 is going to be locking in their composition, Ben.
It seems.
Okay. I don't think it's going to work, but I think that's what they're doing.
I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, they could. I want to see Warrior Mage.
Yeah, I was going to say Warrior Mage too.
Didn't we just watch
much rather see that.
Yeah, but it was close, wasn't it? I think so. I don't know. They could win. What about Warrior Mage Druid? Could that work?
Maybe.
Is there any world where Warrior Mage Druid could work? I'm not. Okay. So
damn right. I got NA on lock. I know I'm in their heads. I know what's happening.
Well, I mean, it makes a little sense because Cloud9, the only time they won against Method NA was with this comp, but I don't want to say it was a fluke win, but it was kind of a fluke win. Like, they won the first game and kind of a surprise kill on the Shadow Priest, and then they lost the 2 following games. So, I don't know. Cloud9, they're kind of going to go back. I don't want to say this is their main composition, but something they played quite a bit. Snuts on the Shadow Priest, Wealthy Man on the Fire Mage, and Cubsy on the Restoration Druid. Ashmane's Fall, a nice big map. So if there's any time this comp could work, it's going to be here and now. But I still think Golden Guardians has the edge in this one.
Yeah, it's certainly seeming that way. These guys really showed up today. I'm curious as to how their preparation has been, because it seems like these guys, I mean, obviously they did well enough to get here into the top 4 to make it into the North American finals, but it seems like this is almost a different team than we did see last time we saw Golden Guardians play in the circuit, Zico. They've really put in the work, it seems.
I just think that they've finally done what we always complain about. We always talk about, oh, they need to bring in Jelly more. They need to utilize him more. And I think that's what actually got them their success, that even got them to qualify, because it was a really tight race in the circuit in NA. It was, you had so many good teams not making it, OTK. There were so many big names that didn't qualify. And a big reason for that was because they just tagged in Jelly Beans. They started playing BM Hunter Rogue, and they found good success with that. And also, they started bringing in a little bit more alt comps. They started bringing in Whiskey on Mage and things like that, and just diversified a little bit. And that's what we always said that we wanted to see from these guys. Play the RPS when you can, but try to be more diverse. And for them, it got them their ticket here, and it looks like they've been putting in the time here to practice for these matchups, because their Shadow Priest Hunter looked phenomenal, and their RPS, it hasn't skipped a beat.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And, these guys have been a roster for so long, too, on the side of Golden Guardians. They've been playing together for ages, and many, many expansions. They've had so much tournament time together. So it's interesting that it's kind of just now that we're really starting to see them sort of find their stride in adapting, like you're saying, Zico. I mean, they kind of have stuck together as a roster for so long with sort of their bread and butter compositions. And it's just interesting that it's now that they're starting to make that change, and we're really seeing those results play out today right in front of us. So let's see if they get a 3-0 here, or is Cloud9 going to catch up? Game number 3, potentially the last time that we see Cloud9 in the season.
I mean, yeah, if you're a Cloud9 fan, they're going to need your energy right now. Cubsy, Snuts, and Wealthy Man coming in with that Shadow Priest, Mage, Resto Druid facing the Golden Guardians, which they are playing on point offensively. Like, some of these setups are absolutely insane, and so far they're leading the charge in game number 3. Wealthy Man tries to swing the tide with a combustion early popped here, but he's not finding any damage just yet onto Whiskey. Whiskey's loading up a Void Eruption, trying to maximize his damage. Blind on Cubsy. Cubsy trinkets blind, trying to get control of the fight here, but Vendetta is still waiting in the wings. Snuts pops out a Siphene. They're going to kill that. Now into a kidney shot. Peekaboo is going for it. Already Dispersion out of the way. Shackles onto the Dispersion, trying to prevent its recovery. Cubsy dispels those. Snuts is on the run. Whiskey is chasing him down. Snuts versus Whiskey on the Shadow Priest. A battle for control. Who's going to take it? Whiskey grips Peekaboo right back to Snuts and just says it's like a shake and bake strategy between Whiskey and Peekaboo, just launching him back into first place to get him onto Snuts. Can Peekaboo close it out here? They're so close. He interrupts Cubsy with a kick. Snuts down at 30% into a Psychic Horror, but not enough damage to finish him. Polymorph onto Peekaboo by Wealthy Man slows the pressure. Gets dispelled. Snuts still the target. Peekaboo rolls over for a Garrote on a Cubsy. Pre-Iron Barks it. Is Iron Bark going to be enough? This damage is so substantial from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, the pressure has been immense so far in the game. We're only just a minute and a half in. Dragon's Breath on Absurd, though. A nice setup here. Silence on Whiskey. He's got no Dispersion and no Trinket. Once he can fade, I think he's going to be okay. It looks like he will. Siphon still doing work here on his nuts, but really not accomplishing too much. WizK now at safety. Should be fine, but that was the first nice setup we've seen from Cloud9 in this game number 3. And they do manage to get the fade out of the way. WizK with no cooldowns left, still a vulnerable target, but Golden Guardians throwing caution to the wind. They walk with pressure right now. Full fear on Cubsy. Snuts could get dropped very easily. Nice mass dispel there by Snuts, freeing Cubsy from crowd control. A bit of a risky play, but he pulls it off, and Snuts stays alive as a result. And now he actually has a dispersion, which is likely going to be traded. Don't want to greet it. He's got the dispersion. Cubsy really doesn't have that much throughput, but a big heal tops him off. And even though he doesn't have the defensive cooldowns, they managed to stabilize. And now it's WizK on the back foot. 1 second on dispersion. This is Wealthy Man's combustion. Don't greet it. WizK trades, and man, these teams are really on fire.
Definitely a nice play there from WizK, from Wealthy Man, securing the triple cross CC, turning the situation around. And WizK is still very, very low from that CC chain, but finally Abster's now sneaking in the Hex onto Wealthy Man to get the spell. They could send the Shackle here onto Snuts. Looks like Snuts is going to be completely fine here, though. Walking it off. Good CC here on Peekaboo. He's getting rooted. He's getting polymorphed up. And now he's getting dotted. Void Eruption coming out here from Snuts. Looking for the damage. Gets kidney shot. It looked like it was DR, though. And WizK still ducking behind that corner. Just basically 2v1ing Wealthy Man there with Absters. They connect with the Hex as well. But I do believe it breaks the damage there. And just looks like they're happy to play it like this. Cubs is sitting up for a drink. Peekaboo should have the distract ready. He should have seen where he is, and he's going to go for the distract right there into the kidney shot, building up a lot of pressure. But Wealthy Man in the back line, Prox is cauterized here. Cubs going for the drink here, and his team gets absolutely punished for it. Plus, he didn't get any mana. Wealthy Man still dangerously low, but thanks to safety, Cubs, trying to recover both of his teammates here with some healing over time effects. Drops the preemptive Iron Bark there in that exchange as well, and now tries to recover some of that mana potentially as well, but needs to assist here with the setup. It looks like he's going to go for a stun onto WizK, Sheep onto Absterge, and Absterge will respect it. Trade out the Trinket Spirit Link. Both teams showing a lot of pressure, but playing very aggressively.
Clean calls by the Golden Guardians this time around. They want it. Wealthy Man's cauterized, cut through at this point. No Nature Swiftness for 13 seconds. They're gunning for the kill on Wealthy Man. He's got Ice Block to his name. He's trying to Soul Shape away from the engagement, and Ice Block is forced. Instant Mass Dispel onto Wealthy Man. It's match point for Cloud9. Everything on the line. A full silence for follow-up. Vendetta is rolling, and Wealthy Man barely stays alive. He activates the Blazing Barrier, soaks up a massive hit, but they've cut through the barriers. They're going for the kill despite everything Wealthy Man does. He Desperation Dragon's Rest Peekaboo. Frost Nova's Cubsy manages to recover. Now WizK on the back foot pre-fades the shackles here, but Cubsy chases him down and stuns him for a shackle of his own. And WizK is going to disperse that immediately, but now there's no dispersion for the combustion. If Wealthy Man can stay alive, Peekaboo is soloing Wealthy Man at the moment, chasing him down. Blazing Barrier once again, soaking the hits. Polymorph's coming out. Cubsy's mana is not looking good. Their cooldowns aren't in a great position for Cubsy to safely drink. If they get on top of Wealthy Man, Cubsy's trying to go for it. He needs to get mana, but it could cost Wealthy Man's life for Cubsy to get mana. WizK is rolling up. Absterge is rolling up. WizK only has Trinket. He drops the Siphon. He stuns Cubsy. They're pushing for the win. They purge on the Temporal. They're going for it. Is Iron Bark going to be enough to keep Cloud9 in the tournament right now? Looks like it will be, as Wealthy Man bounces back and needs to net a kill with this dispersion. No Trinket on Peekaboo. No Cloak on Peekaboo. I'd love to see a swap over to Peekaboo right now with this next combust.
Yeah, I would too. Let's see if they can do it. Peekaboo really no cooldowns whatsoever, and I think he realizes how much trouble he's in. He's going to retreat behind the pillar, and I think it's an intelligent thing to do. Cubsy's going to be sitting down for a drink, recovering some mana, but it's still Wealthy Man in the most trouble. This kid, a full blind. He blinds the Trinket, and that should be the game. They do manage to take him down. The Golden Guardians do it. 2 series in a row, 3-0 Cloud9. They're going to the finals.
This team,
unbelievable right now. Super Cheese vibe a month ago. It just doesn't lie. The Golden Guardians, not only did they advance to the finals, but they 3-0 Cloud9 here. They make it look hopeless. They just came in, they showed them what's up, brought in the Rogue Shadow Priest, and it just looks phenomenal. Cloud9, they tried pretty much everything with their Mage Lock, the RPS, they tried the Turbo, and they could not defeat the Golden Guardians. The Golden Guardians have come to play, and this could be the second region out of 2 regions where one of the underdogs all of a sudden just steps up and takes it. It's going to be very exciting to see what happens in that next series. But first, the replay, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, right here, Peekaboo doesn't throw the game. He knows he's the target, so he just pulls away. No medallion, no cloak. He's just going to Fleshcraft, reload his defenses, get ready for the push. Vendetta immediately popped, silence on the healer. Peekaboo moves over. He's looking for blind, blinds the trinket instantly, and that's just game over. Snuts desperately grips Wealthy Man, but he dies in the air, and he lands as a seed, and Whiskey's like, hello, wild seed, I'm killing this one, and deaths it, and goes straight to the finals. I mean, Golden Guardians, this is kind of the Cinderella story for them, making it through this, but the final boss, the final bouncer, the Windwalker monk, Drake, is the boss they will meet and need an answer, and they better bring out the beans, man. Get beans off the bench.
Bring out your beans. Dong. Whenever you say that, I imagine, like, I don't know, like, you know that scene in Monty Python? Like, bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. No?
I kind of... Monty Python's a big throwback. That's a big throwback. That's like high school throwback.
Like 10 years,
I'm trying to remember. And now I'm going down a YouTube rabbit hole. Thank you, Aya.
Yeah, I'll link you the scene. I'll link you, but every time you say bring out your beans like that, it reminds me. I'm sure hopefully people in chat know what I'm referencing. Either way, it definitely worked out for them to bring out jelly beans today so far, and now they will be moving on into the finals, having everybody in their roster play today, which is so cool to see that happen with Golden Guardians. They made those adaptations, they developed some new compositions and some new strategies. They really showed up, they really put some work into this finals, and now the results are showing, and they're going to get at least second. We can see it here on the bracket. Method NA, they won both of their series yesterday on Saturday, and they were in that grand finals position at the end of the day, so they haven't played yet today. They've been sitting pretty, waiting for a competitor to be in that spot right next to them, and that is Golden Guardians. They have fought long and hard up from the elimination bracket. They beat UNITAS Blue, they beat Cloud9, and now they only have to beat Method NA to be the North American champions for season 2. But like you guys have already said, that is no easy task. They are it's probably going to be the hardest series of the day for these guys here, Ven, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, only beating it Method NA, I think, is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah,
I mean,
I said that like it's easy.
There's a reason why they're in the lower bracket. Method NA made quick work of them with an easy 3-0. So, Golden Guardians, they have the benefit of warming up. So their series earlier today is going to allow them to warm up, and hopefully they also had a chance to look at why they lost. You know, they're going to go back, maybe be able to make some adaptations, maybe bring in jelly beans. I wouldn't mind it, that's for sure. But I think the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin, this is something, believe it or not, the Golden Guardians have struggled with for a really long time, since like Battle for Azeroth. And I feel like, I was talking to Absearch a little bit, he said that, you know, this has been a really tough matchup for them, and it's only gotten worse as time has gone on. It's become more and more difficult over the years. So they got their work cut out for them, but Golden Guardians, I mean, they are playing absolutely phenomenal today. And if they could do it, I mean, what a story that would be.
Yeah, I think this is the best we've ever seen this team. So I can't wait to get this next series going. It's the grand finals, and it's going to be the last series of the season as well. So we're going to head to a break. When we come back, you do not want to miss this. It's Golden Guardians, it's Method NA facing off against each other for the season 2 grand finals. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are about to witness our North American finals. We are going to find out who gets first and second place in the NA region. It's between Method NA and Golden Guardians. I think at the beginning of Saturday, we probably all could have predicted that Method NA was going to make it here, but with a big shocker, I think, for today, and I'm going to throw it to you, Supati, since your vibes have been on point, is Golden Guardians making it this far.
It wasn't a big shocker for me. I locked that in with confidence. I wrote it down.
I know. I just
a month ago, I predicted they won the whole thing. You know, the vibes were kind of there.
So smart.
They were kind of there, but not all the way. Now I second guessed it this morning when I locked it in that the Golden Guardians would make the finals. I said they'd be second place. I think that Drake on that Windwalker Monk has just been dusting them the whole year. So if the Golden Guardians win this, it will be the biggest upset. What is going on with these titles above our heads right now? The cursor, you jinx it. You're the commentator curse. Venruki is the arcane insight. Venruki doesn't play arcane anymore. He's retired that. And then Zico, metaphor extraordinaire, cows in the desert. And then the golden vibes because I'm vibing with the Golden Guardians.
Don't say that I don't play arcane, Sid. All right.
I mean, when was the last time you played arcane?
That's the only spec I've played this whole season.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's been a few weeks since I logged
I mean,
on
you
mage,
told me
still.
when I said I was going to play mage, it was like, you have to play arcane, as if it was a really bad idea to do it.
Well, I mean, it's not easy right now, that's for sure. But that's not to say I don't play it. All right.
All right, guys,
Never
we've made it
abandoned the
this
dream.
far without any fighting. Let's be civil. Let's chill out a little bit here. We got to get through just one more series, and it's a big one as well. Do we want to remake predictions then? Now that we're here in the finals,
now we can remake them. I asked to do it earlier. Now we can do them. Suddenly,
But what is your prediction, Sid? Let's just get one thing clear.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Yeah.
what is
Mr.
this
Golden
game?
Vibes.
This is Method NA 4-0. Yeah. They're going to break WizK's knees with spinning crane kick. If WizK goes in there on a Shadow Priest, this is going to be the most brutal thing you have ever seen.
That's really
Hunter
hard.
Shadow Priest? You don't believe, Sid? You don't believe in the Hunter Shadow Priest, man?
I mean, Jelly Beans can do a lot, but I don't think he's saving WizK's kneecaps. Like, this is...
Oh no.
This is gonna be rough. Like I rode the Golden Guardians out. I had confidence in them up to this point, but this is their toughest team. Like easily their toughest team.
Yeah.
Maybe Trill. Maybe a team with
Absolutely.
Trill on it is also a really tough team, but
Just any team with Trill.
Trill or Drake, like those two Windwalkers, like if anything, Golden Guardians need to move to EU. It seems like there's like no Windwalkers in EU. Just go to EU.
It's actually so true. Like, there's so many good ones over here in North America. Like you've already named them: Drake, Trill, Chun-Li. Am I missing any? Seth Curry. Like, and who's over in Europe? There's no main. There's
There
no
used
main
to be a lot.
Windwalkers. Yeah, it's like they all disappeared.
So, main problem with Monk is into some things it's insanely good, right? Like
Yeah.
into RPS, into Shadow Priest, that's like you're so happy to be a Windwalker Monk. But right now I don't say it's not well-rounded enough, but you definitely need to play other melee. So that's why we see Windwalker Monks like Drake, the ones that are still left in the scene, they're still playing Rogue, and or they are playing Rogue, they're playing Warrior. They have some flexibility because Windwalker Monk in and of by itself isn't normally enough to carry, but in the matchups it's good. It is insanely good, and I think it's very likely we see it here in this game.
All right. Well, I mean, shout out to Drake. He's really been a valuable member of Method NA, so we'll see what he can do here. We'll see if he breaks any kneecaps. Golden Guardians, though, they're going to be showing up as well. I mean, they definitely surprised me, at least so far. Maybe not Supatese, so we'll see if they can continue on in that fashion. I mean, we've talked about momentum and how just important that is in this kind of context, so we'll see if they can ride it out, get another victory, because Method NA, they're going to be starting off fresh, and you best believe they're going to be bringing their A game. It is game number 1 on the Grand Arena. It is the grand finals for North America. Last series of the season, Method NA versus Golden Guardians.
All right, let's see it here. Oh, you were gonna take my thunder again, Sid?
Well, I mean, I was just gonna say, whoever wins the first game loses the series, right, Aya?
Yeah.
So
That's true.
Exactly. It's literally how it's been going today for the important ones. I feel like. Right?
I'm not gonna go with that. I think the opposite is gonna happen. So
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
been
let's
the
hear it.
theme today. That's been the theme
Wins.
today. But
Whoever wins the first game wins it. Is that your prediction, Rookie, right now?
yeah, I mean, what did we just see in the last game? What was the last series? All right, the curse is over. It's been canceled.
That's
It's done.
true. The curse
Only-
has been
Only I
canceled.
can cancel the curse. Apparently, I am the cursor. It's canceled when I say it's canceled, Ben.
Oh, what happened last series then?
Yeah, you're right.
Kelly is the breaker.
I'm no longer one with the spirits. I have to consult my tarot cards.
All right. Well, this is well, I think we all know what is the blind pick going to be? Method and A. I think that's an obvious. It's going to be Fire Mage, Windwalker, Paladin.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Golden Guardians, Beans, 100%. Right?
Yeah.
Beans.
Rogue
I
Hunter.
think Shadow Priest Hunter.
Oh, okay,
Get it
okay.
right.
The
And
beans.
I think we all could have guessed that.
It's still
So you
exciting.
got 3 options. It's in RPS. It's Stug.
That's still only a
Shadow Priest Hunter.
33% chance of being correct. Oh, that's pretty good.
Well, I think the
I'll
main
take
thing is Golden Guardians was not going to lock in RPS again. I feel like I would have rather have seen Peekaboo come in the game. You know, Peekaboo, Windwalker, Monk, that looked even better. So
Wait, Monk
see.
Hunter. Why don't they do Monk Hunter?
That's true, actually. But I mean, right now they decided to go Shadow Priest Hunter, and I'm kind of happy with that because it's looked good so far for them to get a full freezing trap onto Brain, double leg sweep onto Jelly Beans and Whiskey. Nice spear here onto Zwen. Void Eruption coming out from Whiskey. He's trying to play aggressive those couple of seconds here while Zwen is in CC, but now Zwen is going to connect. And here comes
That's the kneecaps.
Oh my,
Oh my God.
There it is. The first dusting of the finals has just happened, ladies and gentlemen. And Drake, what did he
Ryan,
pull?
though.
An entire spell book here. Actually, no. They only used the Spirit Link Totem for that and the Whiskey's Trigger, so they still have the dispersion. And it didn't panic. They panicked a bit, but it didn't full on panic at least. And they got Brain's Trinket, so Golden Guardians definitely still in it.
Jelly Beans has to carry this game. Jelly Beans basically has to solo Drake, get all of the crowd control, and carry WizK in his backpack up Mount Everest on this Shadow Priest against Drake. Jelly Beans lands the freezing trap, but Drake flesh crafts. He's going to be way too durable to go down during that trap. Ceralium line of sighting, avoiding the go. Absurge gets Dragon's Breath on his shackle. WizK gets Dragon's Breath on his fear. He's not able to connect it now onto Brain. Drake is rolling up onto WizK. Bone Dust Brew comes up in 1 second. WizK, are your knees ready? Are they shaking? Drake is loading up, getting ready for it. Shackles are coming in as well onto WizK. He gets interrupted on his Master Spell. He robs him away from the poly to go for Spinning Crane Kick if he wants to. Double Dragon's Breath. WizK disperses to try and avoid death from that Bone Dust Brew. I think that was a wise decision on his part, but Drake is just going to retreat away. They've been managing to get quite a lot of cooldowns from Drake. If they keep getting these freezing traps from Jelly Beans, Drake is trying to go for the kill. Absurge Flesh Crafts. We see Stun Lock by Jelly Beans onto Ceralium, punching down Drake. Can Jelly Beans protect WizK? Jelly Beans, this is going to be the heaviest carry you've ever done in your life. Here comes Spinning Crane Kick. WizK jumps away from it, and Drake is in trouble. WizK, can he take him out? He's so low. Brain comes out of freezing trap in 1 second. He has sacrifice if he needs to trade it. Brain is so greedy here, not trading any cooldowns, but now holds on to them for the next go. If anything, this is the most potential we've seen from the Golden Guardians. They might just pull it off, but Spinning Crane Kick says otherwise. Fade at 10% health, and that is going to be it for WizK. Jelly Beans is going for the kill onto Drake, trying to finish him as he retreats back behind the pillar. And I'm starting to think that just get WizK off the Shadow Priest and they can do this. Just imagine if he was a Windwalker monk instead. I swear, BM Hunter Windwalker, is it even bad in this matchup? Am I wrong to think that?
I think it is. And the reason why I think it is because I just feel like the mage will be so disruptive in that matchup. Like, if Peekaboo is on his Windwalker monk, and it just seems like, you know, all the pets are going to get Nova, he's going to get Dragon's Breath, like, he's going to get Spam Polymorph. I don't know. They could try it out, but I didn't actually mind this. I mean, in this game, this was by far the best game for the Golden Guardians. Drake was actually pressured. This is the first time we've actually seen him have to run away. Very scary moments in this match, though. I mean, this is the first dusting that we saw. WizK gets interrupted, and here comes the Spinning Crane Kick. And I mean, it's actually I talked to Astrid a little bit about this yesterday too, and he was saying, people who gave us, heck for overlapping cooldowns, but how can you not? When you're going from 90% health to 1% or instantaneously, it's like, it's really hard, especially when you could just die in a little micro interrupt on WizK to not overlap your defensive cooldown. So you have to be really heads up. And to Golden Guardian's credit, they did a great job. So this is what I'm talking about. Drake's actually pressured, but you have to keep in mind, Brain, he always had Divine Shield, he had Sacrifice, he had Blessing of Protection, he still had all his cooldowns. So the pressure is good, but Method NA always had an answer. And it's just these rinse-repeat setups coming in from Drake and Ceralium that can just devastate WizK so fast in the game.
Look at that. Definitely, and it was close though. They almost had Drake here at the end as well. I mean, they had some cooldowns to work with, but had good pressure here. And Brain, even though he has a Blessing of Protection in his bubble, those are answers that can get purged. Those aren't full safe answers. So I don't know. I want to kind of see the Shadow Priest Hunter one more time, but just Drake. I mean, look at Drake's damage. I guess Jellybeans did the same damage as Drake, but Drake did the damage in bursts. It feels like it feels like Jellybeans did consistently high damage throughout the whole game, like a marathon, and then Drake, he was just like a little sprinter, and he still did the same damage.
Okay, Method NA, game number 1 victory. Golden Guardians quickly getting down that, Drake is definitely lethal with that class, so we'll see if they can repeat it here as we go into game number 2. Golden Guardians, they're going to choose their map. And if you want to see them play that composition once again, Zika, what would you like to see them play differently and do differently as we head into this second game?
Probably just minor adaptations, I don't know how much I like the Goblin for the Shadow Priest. Maybe swap that out for something else. The Goblin is okay, I guess, because you can jump away from the images while they're spinning and reduce some of the damage, but I don't know, maybe go Panda.
Oh my god,
Windwalker.
See, you guys thought I was being mean, but this is why I said it was going to be brutal.
Yeah.
15 and 0. I have to rub my eyes to check that. 15 and 0.
That's the entire.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it does say at the end there. That's the whole expansion too. That's definitely
Golden
rough.
Guardians. Can you win a game? Can you win what? That was the closest game I've seen from them. Actually, they were reasonably close in that last one right there. So I think they could win a game. I think they could win a game. Maybe I'll take back the 4-0. I think a game is possible, but a series is going to be really tough.
I definitely agree with you. The numbers don't lie. Statistically, this is going to be a really difficult one for them. So even winning a single game here against Method NA would be a good, improvement for Golden Guardians if we've looked at how they've done against this team, Method NA, historically. So they are playing really, really well today. They've already beaten 2 teams to get here into the finals that they don't often normally beat as well, and they barely made it into the top 4, and they're now here in the finals with getting no lower than second place. So they're already doing really, 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 really well. So let's see what they do in this series. Yep. Let's see if they can get at least a game. Obviously I'm hoping for this not to end in a 4-0, but we'll see what they can do here, Ben.
I was going to say, we didn't really talk about this, but I feel like it's worth mentioning. If Method NA wins this series, they're the 3-time back-to-back-to-back champions of North America. They won won a Battle for Azeroth, they won Season 1 in Shadowlands, and they're going to win, well, they could win, if they win this, Season 2 in Shadowlands as well. So, that's pretty insane. It's what's so funny about this roster too is a lot of the time when you hear Method NA, you hear their names, people still don't fully realize how good this team is. They just don't lose. They just beat everybody. They have an insane work ethic. They're prepared for every team. They practice probably more than anybody. It really shows in these games.
Yeah, and we're gonna see if they can show us some more of that work ethic here. They're on their way to what is it, 17-0 right now against the Golden Guardians for the expansion here. So let's see if they can keep their streak here. Full sheep secured onto Absturge.
Oh, that ROP.
Going for Whiskey. Oh, beautiful Ring of Peace. They're gonna knock Whiskey away from the Earthenwall Totem, but Whiskey with a counterattack here gets a double fear. Drake staying on the target, trades out the touch of Karma here, looking to get aggressive here big damage with the Fist of Fury. The Zwen as well active here onto Whiskey. He's taking quite some damage, but Drake finally feeling like he needs to get out of there, feeling like he's not 100% safe anymore without that touch of karma. Gonna duck back in. Brain now getting power control. Drake immediately rolling away. This is big damage from Jellybean. So this is exactly what he needs to do in the match. He just needs to create so much pressure, and that's really the only way I feel like Whiskey can actually survive. Just have enough damage to make Drake actually run away.
Yeah, Jellybeans is cover fire. He's just got suppression, trying to keep Drake away and scared for his life. But right now, Whiskey's interrupted on Master Spell. Instant kick. Absurd drops Healing Tide Totem in a panic to recover. Whiskey gets counterspelled on his Fleshcraft. Absurd drops Earthen Wall Totem to survive through the combustion. And now, Jellybeans with cover fire forces Drake to retreat. Whiskey's chasing him down. Brain uses Medallion to break out of crowd control. The pressure is quite high if Jellybeans gets out of these polymorphs. But a double leg sweep. Is Earthen Wall's defense going to be enough here as Drake is Fists of Fury are flying, disorienting them. Jellybeans from downtown with the Door of Shadows disrupts Fists of Fury for a moment, but Drake is still all over him. Now the suppression fire. Drake is on the run. Is Jellybeans going to be able to chase him down, put a point on the board, break the curse of 15-0 against Method NA? They need to win just a game to break that curse, and maybe they can do it all of the way. Drake diffuses off the shackle. Brain is trying to recover, but this is the most pressure we've seen Drake under throughout any time I think these teams have ever met. But Ring of Peace disrupts Whiskey for a moment. He snipes out the Master Spell. Drake is trying to take him down, cleaving with Fists of Fury, but Jellybeans is just pew, 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 trying to force Drake away. Is he going to be able to get it? And double blind from Brain. I think this could be it for Whiskey. Huge damage. Dispersion on 10%. Is Whiskey going to be able to hold on much longer?
Oh,
Stun.
no.
Jellybeans doesn't have freezing trap. Whiskey gets lights up. Spinning crane kick. Look at the damage. Even through Spirit Link Totem, Whiskey is just getting totally annihilated. He's running for his life around the corner. So this damage is absolutely out of this world.
What?
No reaction.
I mean,
Look at him.
he said it all. The damage is out of this world. Drake just absolutely ripping into the Shadow Priest. Method NA all-out aggression. Another close game. Well, Drake was under pressure, but that seconds when the White Tiger, Bone Dust Brew images, that's the enrage timer. I mean, at that point in the game, you're killing through Spirit Link Totem. You're just, oh man. I mean, that was insane. And this is why we talked about it in the pre-show. It just seems like Method NA with this composition, any Shadow Priest they play against is going to have a bad time.
Method NA 2-0, two very quick, swift victories as well. Drake absolutely dominating here in this game number 2, and we're gonna see it all happen right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like Ben said, the enrage timer is definitely real, and right now there is 10 seconds left on it. So
I feel like I need to read this out really quick. I see a tweet by Whiskey. He goes, "It made it to the finals. Time for Drizzy to spinning crane kick me in the head." Unhappy face. So that we can, with that in mind, let's watch the replay.
yeah.
Where is it?
Thank you for setting the mood for us here, making sure that we can all fully enjoy what's about to happen here. So this is the disperse, Abster says Trinket Spirit Link here. Drops the Earthen Wall, like everything is okay here. Abster's not getting paralyzed. Into Ring of Frost, into the leg sweep, Trinket Spirit Link. The Tasmanian Devil Drake here just spinning his way around the map, deleting everything in its path. And Whiskey, he thinks, okay, we traded Trinket Spirit Link, we traded my dispersion, I should be okay here. And then he stuns Drake. Drake just immediately trinkets out of that one, gets the Fist of Fury, gets the Touch of Death, and the tweet is true.
Man, rough situation, but let's see if they can bounce back. They've still got a few more chances. This is best of 7, it's not best of 5, so they've got 2 more chances exactly to stay here within this series. So if Method NA wins this 3rd game, they will be on match point. It's only 1st of 4 wins, basically wins in a best of 7 series. So they've got a chance to turn it around. We saw a reverse sweep in the finals for Europe, so we may just see that here in North America. Golden Guardians still could change the trajectory of this series, and I really do hope that they don't lose 0-4. That would be an unfortunate way for things to end, especially how far Golden Guardians has come so far, Super Tees.
Yeah, I mean, this is the closest they've been getting. That was just a complete blowout. Like, I'm thinking like Golden Guardians might win this, for a little bit, and then suddenly out of nowhere, it's like, yeah, they just pressed every cooldown, and Drake and Terralium still have combust, still have spinning crane kick proc. Like, okay, I think maybe you get WizK off of Shadow Priest for a game. You throw a curveball. You try something totally different for a game just to see if it works. On Dalaran Sewers. But even then, even if it works, let's say they try Rogue Hunter or Windwalker Hunter and it works for a game, Method NA could play something totally different on their side as well. They could even bring Previn on Shadow Priest. So I don't know. Golden Guardians have a tough move here. What do they want to do? I think Jellybeans is necessary on Hunter. Like, no matter what, Jellybeans Hunter is an automatic lock-in. Seems like Abster just put all of his eggs into Resto Shaman. I actually kind of wonder if he was a Druid, if that would go better for them. In this matchup specifically, because you get a lot of extra crowd control for the monk and all of the pets. But WizK on Shadow Priest, like, it just doesn't feel like it's working in terms of being able to win the game. It just kind of feels a little bit like a liability. So bring in something else. Just what is the else? Like, is it a Ret? Like, they played Ret Hunter a lot, but Ret doesn't sound that good into Windwalker Mage on paper. Neither does really Assassination Rogue, so it's like you just don't have a good pick. They're trying to talk it out. Want to see how they want to do it. You say Mirror?
Yeah, WizK Fire Mage. We've seen him play it.
Dude, if you mirror Method NA on this comp, you're going to get laughed out of the tournament. There's no way.
Yeah, you're right.
There's like no one in the game, I think, that's going to mirror Method NA on Windwalker Mage Paladin.
I feel like the likelihood that Method NA beats Golden Guardians in an RPS mirror compared to Golden Guardians beating Method NA in a Windwalker Mage mirror, it's not even comparable. Like, I would say it's way more
accurate.
likely.
All right, well, let's see what they do decide to do. Timer has run out, and they have yet to choose a composition. We are going to Dalaran, though, if that says anything about maybe where they're headed. Method NA, of course, sticking with that same composition that they know and love. Really curious as to what's going on.
What is it going to be? What's
exactly
it going to be?
Behind the scenes. Okay.
It's the Thug time. We got the Jellybeans Pika combo. I mean, you remember when they had that miracle run at BlizzCon and they were playing Rogue Hunter? It was different specs, different time, different expansion, but it's always nice to see Peekaboo and Jellybeans in the arena together. So they're going to bring all the stops out. Everybody's going to have to play for the side of Golden Guardians if they want to make it through the Bouncer Drake, the Tasmanian Devil, the Wicked Whirlwind.
You can keep going. I like these names you're coming up for with Drake. Oh man. All right, well, Golden Guardians, they're bringing out the Hunter with alongside Peekaboo on the Rogue. Excited to see how this one's going to work out. What exactly do we want to be looking out for in terms of strategy on Golden Guardians side, Ben?
I don't know. I feel like their best target is probably Drake here. So go after Drake, just try to keep him locked down in stuns, but you have to get through a lot of that Paladin protection, right? You have the Blessing of Protection, which is going to be able to free him from stuns. And then if you go after Drake, the problem is you leave Ceralium open to just go for free Dragon's Breath Sheeps. So they need to go after Drake as the main target, but they cannot ignore Ceralium. They need to, at least have Jellybeans watching out for him. Abster is going to have a really difficult time. If not, they'll be caught in polymorphs. And then I think for Drake and Ceralium, they could go, I don't know who their target's going to be in this matchup. We've seen them do insane Shaman swaps. So they might actually just go after the Shaman, honestly. They might just paralyze him into a stun and just try to take him out instantaneously with Bone Dust Brew and Zwen and just kind of rinse, repeat that setup. Because it'll likely be his trinket. I mean, if they get a leg sweep into a Hammer of Justice, that's a trinket. And then guess what happens in a minute? The same thing, and you don't have trinket. So for Method NA, they have kind of a clear game plan for Golden Guardians. I don't think it's super obvious. They might be able to go after Ceralium, but I feel like unless Abster is free to purge a lot, I don't think it's going to work out well for them.
Now, do you feel like this is a calculated decision on Golden Guardians' part, or they're just trying, just throwing a different composition at it, hoping that it'll work?
I'll say this. If it was calculated, it would have been a game 1. Like, if this was like, okay,
Yeah.
this is the plan, it would have been game 1. This is, okay, WizK cannot live. Let's try something else.
Right.
So I mean, it's calculated in that regard. I guess the calculation is WizK dies, so we can't win if WizK is playing, more than likely. So let's mix it up. And this is really their only other option, right? I mean, they could bring in Peekaboo, Windwalker, BM Hunter, but I like to see Peekaboo on the Rogue. I feel like they've had good success in the past, going after Windwalker monks as the Thug Cleave. It's definitely a lot of damage. I mean, Assassination Rogue, BM Hunters, it's going to be a lot of pressure. If they get CC on Brain and they get Drake and stuns, that's a recipe for success. It's just about how free Absurge can be in the match.
All right, let's see it here. Drake in a full sap. Cheap shot onto Brain. They're going to go after Drake, it looks like. You get the kidney shot. He has a big Fleshcraft shield, though. They just vendetta into it. Drake's not going to take too much damage. He gets full value out of that. Use magic trades out here. And Drake should be able to recover here. Brain is in the back line now. Spam healing him. Surround move, ring of frost.
Nice
here comes
ring.
the damage. They're going after Absurge. Here comes the spins. The trinkets and trades out the Astral Shift right away. But that was not the Zwen of Drake here. Kidney shot, smoke bomb from Peekaboo. Drake still going absolutely crazy here. There's a touch of karma. They're trying to bust through it. Drake realizes starting to pre-run here. Zap onto Brain. No trinket available. Maybe he needs to use his sacrifice here. Save Light's gonna proc. There's a full Garrote onto Brain as well as Drake.
Wow.
And there it is. Zac is finally going to connect. They have an insane pressure here. But Absurge, the next time they connect onto him, he could be lights out here. They just need to paralyze him into a Hammer of Justice. We've seen it so many times, and they do it. Cheap shot onto Brain. They try to continue the chain here once again onto Drake. Fist of Fury to parry a potential kidney.
Hammers.
Hammer of Justice. Drake now
Oh, that's
connecting
it.
with the spinning crane kick. They have a restart.
the link.
Another spinning crane kick. The whole team is just dying. That's going to be even more cooldowns coming out from Absurge. That is going to be the last CD in his spellbook, Sid.
Yeah, but he stayed alive. If Peekaboo and Jellybeans can connect onto Drake, they're so close, but Drake is just running away. Grapple weapon on Peekaboo, snaring him up. Brain into a stun. Jellybeans moves over for a freezing trap. Can Drake eat it? No, he can't. Drake's in a stun. This has to be Divine Shield. You're not sitting this Brain. Drake can go down. They've done it! Golden Guardians have broken the curse. They put a point on the board, and it's off the backs of Peekaboo and Jellybeans coming together.
Let's go. All right, that's their first win against this team in this expansion, quite literally. The first time they've beaten them. So they saved the best for the finals. Golden Guardians with their Thug Cleave, they did it. Kept Drake on the back foot and were able to punish. Great job by them. Method and A, I feel like they fumbled a little bit at the end. They could have Divine Shield, used the Blessing of Protection a little bit early, but it was too little too late. And as a result, Golden Guardians will pick up a win. And the question is this composition going to be able to actually carry them back into the situation where they can win 3 more in a row? I don't know, but this is certainly a great start.
Look at that damage on Absurge, man. Like, we all thought it was over here. Like, he dies through Link. He puts Link down and look at his whole team. It's like they're fighting an Affliction Warlock in a previous expansion. They're all just dead on the
That
ground.
wasn't even CDs from Drake either. He had nothing. Look, Bone Dust wasn't used. Knows when. To be fair, I think that was Combustion and maybe, I guess, a Spinning Crane Kick, but it wasn't Images or Bone Dust. So, but still, barely surviving there. And then at this point, Drake is trying to play defensive. So Peekaboo is all over him. You can see Drake right now, he's got no trinket, he's got no defensives. But Brain, he actually has the Divine Shield and the Blessing of Protection. It's really rare you see Method and A fumble in terms of defensives. They tried to greed it here, and that greed did not pay off. We got a kidney shot. The Brain could have easily just Divine Shield. Blessing of Protection needed to be used next, but it was too little, too late. Didn't have the healing, and disrespected the offensive damage, I guess, of Peekaboo and Jellybeans, and they were able to get a win in under 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was a quick one. I feel like I just looked away for a second. Someone was dead on the floor. Golden Guardians living to see another day. So nobody is yet to be on match point. Now it's Method NA that's going to have to start off the draft, and they're going to be choosing a map. So, I mean, somebody kind of already said it. Like, is this a composition that's going to be able to be played throughout the rest of the series? Because you can bet Method NA right now is discussing what exactly they want to do if they have to face this composition again. And what is their move here going forward, Zico?
I think for Golden Guardians, you locked this in absolutely again. For Method NA, they almost got the kill there. And, I mean, do you want to stick with it one more time? I feel like they could have used the bubble there. I think Drake actually had forbearance from that previous blessing of protection for a couple of more seconds when he died. So there was a couple of things they could have done to actually survive that, and they had good pressure, so they could lock it in again, and it wouldn't be the worst thing. But they also have so many different options, right? So it's really up to them what they decide here. Personally, I would like to see it one more time.
Yeah, I would to see what they can do heading into these next couple of games. But yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough. We're gonna get the. Have we looked at a replay yet? I'm like spacing out. It's been a long day. Okay, just making sure that I'm not gonna like throw to a replay when we don't have any more to see. But anyways, Golden Guardians showing signs of life, and that is their first victory ever as well against Method NA in Shadowlands.
We can applaud them, yeah. It's gonna be maybe a the one hand applause by Zika.
Oh yeah.
All right, well, I have a broken elbow, so
I know. I'm saying your one-handed applause is better than some people's two. The clap
Yeah, some
strat.
people can do that. They just like do that, and they're
No, but
I
yeah,
can't do
Zika
it.
is like the god of that. I can't do that. The solo clapper. Wait, is the mic not picking it
crazy.
up? I feel like the mic's
I don't
not
think
picking
so.
it
Doesn't
up.
pick it up anymore.
Mike's too good. I mean, I
Oh.
want to get into the mic. Gotta slap it. All right. Clap in the chat for Golden Guardians. Can they keep this going? That is the question.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no matter how this series ends, no matter how this tournament ends for Golden Guardians, I feel like they have had a tremendous tournament, a tremendous season as well. They've certainly gone a lot farther than they have in the past. They managed to take a victory, at least one. I'm not saying they've lost this series yet. At least one game off of a team that they have had 15 losses against, I think, before we went into this series. So that's huge for them. They've managed to figure something out, and I cannot wait to see if they can continue that and get even more games off of them. I would love to see Golden Guardians bring Method NA to a Game 7. That would be tremendous for them, and I think that would certainly shake things up a little bit for Method NA. I don't think they're used to being in this position against Golden Guardians, Ben.
Definitely not. But here's the thing. Method NA is a very calculated team, so I kind of wonder what are they going to run as a counter comp, because I mean, they could just lock in the same thing and try it again, but they have Prev also.
Yeah, Boomkin.
So they could play Boomkin.
Yeah.
Am I gonna
and
get to
Walker
see a
Monk if they want.
Boomkin? This is the best way to end it if I get to see it.
Shadow Priest.
You got to see Prev though.
You get to see Prev, but he is not an
There,
astral chicken
Sid.
anymore. He's going with the Shadow
He's
Priest.
gone to the dark
Unfortunately.
side, man. Everybody's giving up their Boomkins. They're turning into cats and
Super
void
you play
lords.
a warrior. You're a warrior.
I rerolled to a warrior too. Everyone's abandoned. It's over. Like I was the last
So they even-
bastion of chicken, and I've given up. Boomkins are done. They're
Just go play
extinct. The next
PvE.
dodo bird.
Oh man. Okay, well, we've seen Windwalker Shadow Priest here for Method NA. Talk to me about this comp, Sid. What do they want to be doing?
Well,
Or are you
Prev
too
is-
depressed about the no moonkin thing to
An MD
analyze
trap.
this situation?
Yeah. Having utility to remove all of Hunter's crowd control is a pretty big deal. This is where, I mean, after this game, Peekaboo goes Windwalker and just dusts Prev on his Shadow Priest. You know? Come on. The endangered... I just have multiple titles. I got way more titles than everybody on the desk. There's achievement points unlocked. We need some more... We need titles for...
IRL achievement
Come on.
points.
You guys need some bold statements. You'll get more titles.
What was your bold
Um,
statement?
Dodo Bird Moonkin.
No.
We need to make more. Do we need to make like unpopular opinions or something on the desk?
Is that how
we
my,
get time?
is my opinion unpopular?
I don't think
Some
so.
of them for sure.
So-
All right. Well,
Okay. Yeah, we're getting a little sidetracked here. Go ahead, Ben.
No, I was gonna say. I mean, yeah, the main idea here is Prev can just mass the spell trap, so that becomes a little bit more difficult when you can do that. He also has Void Shift, but I still think the same principles apply. I mean, Peekaboo and Jelly Beans. I wonder if they play Diamond Trap. They could play
You
that.
can't as
Diamond
BM.
Oh,
You can't as
okay, well,
BM.
what do I know? They can't play that as BM, so
I
that's
think
not
you
gonna
just
be an option.
hex. You just hex the Shadow Priest.
Oh yeah, there's no decurse now. Yeah, I guess you get hex on the Shadow Priest. He can death it, but yeah, maybe you hex the Paladin.
You could
maybe
hex the
stun the
Paladin or hex
Paladin.
the Priest, yeah.
To stun the Paladin into a hex and full trap the Priest. I think they could still win. I
Yeah.
don't even know if this is the composition. I wonder if they should have played something else.
Warrior
What if they should've-
Shadow Priest, maybe.
What if they should have played RPS?
Oh my
You
god!
still can?
Imagine you have to play
You
RPS to beat the golden guy. So is this really gonna happen like that? I mean, it's been that kind of
Stranger
day.
things
It
have
could
happened.
actually be that.
I feel like this is, I mean, and I'm not even saying this to like try and hype up chat or anything. This is me being completely honest right now. This is one of the most exciting weekends I feel like of AWC we've had in a really long time. I'm having like a great time watching these games. I don't know about you guys.
I don't know. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Of course, I'm having a great time.
I was like,
Of course I'm having a
there's
great
so
time.
much
This has been
silence.
insane.
That silence
So-
was so loud.
Well, I will say this. I don't think any of us knew who exactly we didn't want to talk over each other was basically the
Okay,
main thing.
well,
so.
I was okay. You're right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
okay, we didn't want to talk over each other, but yes, it's been incredibly exciting. We're seeing teams play compositions they've kind of abandoned. I mean, it started today with Method EU playing the Rogue Mage Druid, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Now we're seeing the Golden Guardians rise up, playing the Hunter Shadow Priest, playing the Shadow Priest Rogue, and now the Hunter Rogue. All three of their compositions have been utilized today, and they actually get their first win ever in Shadowlands against Method NA. Let's see if they can continue the trend.
All right, let's see if. Let's go. Let's see it. Golden Guardians, they need your energy. I just have one thing to say to the people in the chat watching right now. If you are a member of the move, can you please let us know in chat, because the Golden Guardians and Peekaboo have been tagged in.
Look at
They're
it.
going to need it here in this game here. Let's see the setup.
They
They
did
get the
it.
trap. They get the full blind. They get the full hex on the trap. And they are going after Drake, going exactly as we kind of predicted here in terms of strategy and targeting. But Jellybeans is going to be the target right now. The Duster is looking for a new victim. Here comes the Dusting. Does he get a spinning crane kick? There's a smoke bomb. There's a kidney shot.
Bomb.
Preemptive bomb comes out
Yep,
though by
both bombs.
Brain. Beautifully done. They already got both of those. They have sacrifice left. The Jellybeans is rotting down here. Absolutely. How are you going to keep him back up? The Duster's connecting here. He's sounding the images. There it is. Jellybeans is not taking any chances with that one. He's going to land a freezing trap onto Brain, and that means Drake will run for the hills here as the Golden Guardians look to make their push.
He's got no aspect of the turtle, but they've gotten through 2 bops already, not even a minute into the game. Can Jellybeans keep it going for his team here? Peekaboo's trying to set up. Drake turbo fisting away, avoiding the kidney shot. Peekaboo rolls up. He stuns up Brain. They need Hex. They need Trap. They need perfect crowd control if they're going to close this out. Can they find it? Prev gets Trinket out of the Hex to mass as well. The Trap now. Jellybeans in trouble. He trinkets. He's on the run, but Spinning Crane Kick does not care. Massive damage swings through, and Method NA move to match point.
That was not looking bad for the Golden Guardians until it looked terrible. And I mean, they had good damage. They got Blessing and Protections out of the way, both of them in under 1 minute. The Peekaboo and Upsurge might end up trying to play this out, but I don't think there's much of a chance for them. Ultimately, Method NA, they come into the big spinning crane kick, and they were able to take him down, but they had the cooldowns to trade. It's so hard sometimes to react to those situations. I mean, if you miscalculate for even a moment, you don't predict the damage, you're going to go down. I mean, Absurge, he tried to get the Trinket Spear Link, he had them, but it was just a fraction of a second too late.
Whew, Method NA, they had a moment of weakness. Golden Guardians able to get a win, but they've bounced back super quickly, making that strategy change and getting a win, and now they are on match point. Let's see how they did it.
Yeah, this was just such a back and forth. They still had, of course, a lot of cooldowns still from Method NA, but the pressure was back and forth is what I meant. Like, nobody was really safe. Like Drake, he didn't really feel 100% safe. You can see he's like pre-running a bit. He's ducking back in now to get aggressive. Pre-touch of Karma there on the kidney shot.
That's
Even when
nice.
he's on full HP, he's expecting these setups, and he's respecting them as well. Look at
Drake
that,
it.
already busting through the Karma and bringing him to 50% HP. I mean, if Drake doesn't make a play like that, they're going to fall immensely behind, right? And here they get the Trinket of Jellybeans, they get the Aspect of the Turtle, they got basically everything, and they just don't have enough in the tank there. Upsurge a little bit too late with the Trinket Spirit Link, but this is exactly the situation Upsurge is talking about as well. It's like, well, if you don't overlap, you just die. So you have to overlap your Hunter Trinket. You have to overlap the Trinket Spirit Link. You don't really have a choice. It's just you have to chain them like that. The damage is insane.
I kind of wonder. There's a few things. I wonder if Jellybean should be using Emblem instead. I think he's using the Alacrity Trinket for extra damage, but
Yeah, he
I wonder if he
definitely
just survives these setups. Like, I wonder if he just survives the setup if he has the Emblem. And number 2, I feel like they needed to respect the touch of karma. Like that touch of karma, they shred through it, and Jellybeans just eats all of the damage. I mean, that's what's literally ripping them apart right now. So Jellybeans, look at that karma just ripping in. Drake just gets there with the last tick of a spinning crane kick. Honestly, I think it was karma that killed him there. It was just a full karma with Shadow Priest dots that just took him down with a rising sun kick, and that was the game. So maybe they could have had more of a heads-up reaction to that situation, but we find ourselves on match point. Method NA 1 game away from being the 3-time North American champs. I mean, this team is unbelievable, and Golden Guardians is looking to be the team to defy them and come back in the series, but they got a lot of work ahead of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like there's such a difference as well between these two teams. The move, Golden Guardians, they've been playing together for so long. And then in contrast, we've got Method NA. They've started playing since BFA, and they've won basically everything ever since. And then Golden Guardians haven't really had that sort of success in contrast. And then also, if you want even more comparison, the Golden Guardians, huge fan base, huge streamers, huge social media presence. And then I feel like with Method NA, the players individually, there's really a lot of mystery surrounding them. We don't really know much about them. They're not really streaming on Twitch or anything. Not a lot of people watching from home had probably heard of them before they started getting those wins in BFA. And I just think the juxtaposition between these two teams and the fact that we're seeing them face off against each other here in the finals is kind of an interesting comparison. But like Ven has already said, they're 1 game away from winning the finals. They're so close, but Golden Guardians is going to be looking to make a comeback here, Sid.
You remember the Abster's dying in stuns video where he hated Windwalker DK so much?
Yeah.
He made a video of him just dying in stuns.
Yes.
I want WizK to make a video, dude. I want WizK to make a video of dying to spinning crane kick and just every clip of WizK getting dusted. He's locking himself in again.
But it's...
Hey, I mean, it's a different comp. That's a different comp. Okay, it's a different comp, but still, man, like... I think I'd rather be Prev with an assassination rogue than WizK with a Windwalker right now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really mind this. I mean, they have a lot of crowd control. Absturge is going to be able to get hexes. They have no hex to spell, so he plays short hex. He can just spam them out. Get them on Prev, get them on Brain. They have no ranged interrupt. Keep that in mind. I feel like Golden Guardians is going to I think they're going to win this game. I think they have a compositional edge. They've got tons of crowd control with Absturge, the Hex, of course, WizK and Peekaboo as well. So you cannot count them out. This is their composition pick. This is their map pick, and a great opportunity for them to put a point on the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like both sides here, I think Golden Guardians, they should have the tools that they need to win the game. But the one thing that I will give in favor of Method NA is the fact that they got the Duster on their team, and I feel like at some point there's just going to be a random one-shot happening, and a situation like that can make Golden Guardians just overlap a lot of their cooldowns, and that can really seal the deal. But compositionally, I feel like if the game goes on, let's say for let's say the game is longer than 3.5 minutes, I feel like it's very likely that the Golden Guardians win if the game is kind of even at that point. So I would say that the later the game goes, the Shaman is going to out mana, the Shaman is going to have the hexes, and the crowd control is going to be too much. And the lockdown as well that Peekaboo offers is going to be too much. But in terms of one-shotting, if somebody's getting one-shotted, it's somebody on Golden Guardians, I feel like.
Who is it?
WizK.
WizK probably.
Yeah.
He's probably gathering footage for his
montage
PvP video.
Horrible.
His highlight reel.
Well, for sure, let's keep an eye on WizK. Let's see if he can keep that pressure off of him that is going to be coming from Method NA. This could be the last time that we see these two. Well, it is. It's going to be the last. This is the last series of the season, of course, but Golden Guardians may be losing here. Let's hope they can stay in this series. If you guys are a fan of Golden Guardians, you definitely want to be rooting for them, giving your energy in the chat, especially for WizK. If he gets one shots like Zico predicts, it's Method NA on match point versus Golden Guardians in the grand finals.
The sky is on fire here. We have our European champions, Horizon. Now we need a North American. Who is going to rise to the occasion? Can the Golden Guardians upset what was a 15-0 win streak for Method NA going into these finals? They won one game with Jellybeans and Peekaboo. They tag WizK back in game number 4 to try and close it out and move to game 5. Can they manage to pull it off? Already decent pressure onto Prev so far, but Drake is just waiting in the wings to unleash hell down on WizK. Look at the damage already, interrupting his shackle. There's a spinning crane kick. He fears it, but doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. WizK fades at that low health. I can't believe he still had to fade. He instant feared it. He's still dead. He has to disperse on top of everything right now. Shackles are coming through onto WizK. It's match point for the Golden Guardians. He goes for the Master Spell, but a Paralyze follows it up. Abster just to drop Spirit Link. He has to Trinket. The Golden Guardians are in shambles, and they are getting absolutely wrecked. Peekaboo is getting cleaved down. WizK is getting totally annihilated. Abster just barely keeping his team afloat right now. They need an absolute miracle.
They weathered the storm, though. I mean, that was a lot of the damage that Drake had available. I think he's going to be able to survive. We'll have to wait and see, but what a nightmare. You trade out literally every cooldown you have. They're going after Drake now, which is exactly what I think they should do. Go after the Windwalker Monk, put kidney shots on him. Drake has no trinket at this point of the game. Golden Guardian's still going to have to play some solid defense, but with no cooldowns, Drake gets a proc. Here's a stun on WizK, paralyzed. WizK could go down. He fades with a beautiful Psychic Scream as well. Grips Absurge out of line of sight, chops off, but into a double stun. Nice Peekaboo there to save the day. Slowing down the damage with that kidney shot, and Golden Guardians stay alive, but for how long?
Oh no, Abster just
Drake running at him. He's like the Terminator. Abster is bouncing across the wall here. He's going for the Hex. Does he get the sacrifice? He doesn't get the sacrifice on the Hex, but damage is so heavily reduced by the water unleash, but it's gonna be enough. Drake gets sacrificed by Brain with the bubble. There's the mind control
Images
from WizK. Abster just bombing in here in the back line. He gets the root on all the images. They get the kidney shot. They can breathe for just a second. Drake rolls away, goes for the Fleshcraft here, and he is looking to turn it up here. WizK has his dispersion, and he might have to use it very, very soon here. They're stacking up here. There it is, Unleash Shield coming out from Mr. Absturge, and there is the setup, and that's going to be an immediate dispersion coming out. You got the Silence to follow it up, and the Enrage Timer has been hit here, Super Tees.
They kidney shot Drake. Drake trinkets. They bop Drake. They're going all in. Peekaboo needs to kill Drake with this vendetta, but there's no crowd control on Brain. And Spinning Crane Kick is closing it out. North America's champions, Method NA.
3 in a row. They were the champions in Battle for Azeroth, champions in Season 1, and now champions in Season 2. Unbelievable. I mean, this team is just so well-rounded, and they put on quite a performance here in the top 4 in North America, making it all the way into the finals. I mean, and winning the finals. Golden Guardians, though, a bit of an accomplishment for them also, winning their first game against Method NA. I mean, really, really intense finals, but the Windwalker Monk of Drake, Brain backing him up with Prev and Cerulean, it was just too much for them.
Yeah, I feel like, not only is it an accomplishment to at least get a game off of a team that historically you haven't been able to beat in the entire expansion. Second place, very, very good, especially considering all the teams that they beat out to get here into the top 4. We didn't even know for a while going into the, during this series, the circuit series, if Golden Guardians would even make it into the finals. But they came, they showed up, they fought out from the lower bracket, and they made it into the finals. But let's take a look at the final game here in this series.
Just look at WizK's misery. He feared Spinning Crane Kick like as fast as humanly possible. Not enough. Drake just trinkets it. Drake trinketing a fear too. It's kind of BM almost against this matchup. And then WizK's like, okay, I'll fade. I'm in Earthenwall Totem and I faded. And Drake's like, I don't care. You're dead again. Disperse. All right. WizK's like, fine. I'll disperse. That'll be enough, right? I'll survive. Oh, Abster just feared? Maybe this disperse isn't enough. I'm going to go next to my shaman in case he needs to spirit link me now. And Absterge gets paralyzed, and WizK's like, okay, we're not even going to watch that devastation. We're going to go more towards the end of the match. I mean, here it's pretty much over. I mean, Method and A are honestly making a couple of mistakes. I think in this next stun, they actually bop and trinket, which could cost them the game, but they're just crushing WizK. Like, if anything, like Drake is WizK's kryptonite. I think it's about right here. Peekaboo gets a really good kidney shot. Maybe it was already pre-bop. No, it looks like a bop on Prev.
So yeah, bop on Prev and then Drake trinket, sorry. And then with that trinket, Zwen is out. There's no Spirit Link. There's Greater Fade, but I think he gets stunned here. So he would have had to pre-fade. Oh, he gets interrupted. Yeah, that's game over with an interrupted. If he didn't get interrupted there, was it going to go in their favor though? I feel like, I mean, he would have at least lived. I mean, he's in so much terror that he actually did more healing than damage. Like, it's not often that WizK's damage is this low. I feel like WizK is usually like, I think of like WizK, I think of damage, but when you got Drake on top of you like that, like even casting VT is the scariest thing in the game.
Yeah,
when Spear Hand Strike means you're dead before you can react, it's pretty scary.
Okay, well fought by Golden Guardians. They definitely gave it their all there, but Method NA is going to be our North American champion for AWC Season 2, so absolutely well done by them. This team is just unstoppable. I mean, you can bet that we're going to see them next time in whatever is coming up next for WoW Esports. I mean, I just feel like this team, it feels like they can't get any better, and then they just get more and more consistent. Ven, tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I mean, here's the thing about Method NA that makes them so special is not only are they all phenomenal at their classes, they work together great as a team, they put in a lot of hard work and practice and preparation, more so than any other team. I pretty much guarantee you that they put in more work than any other team in like their war game schedule. But they've also really expanded their composition pool. In Battle for Azeroth, they had one comp. They won with one composition, but that's literally all they played. They played Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin. And as the years have gone by, as the seasons have gone by, they've diversified. We've seen Drake play not only the Monk, but also Warrior and Rogue at an impressive level. We've seen Cerulean play the Enhancement, Shaman and Mage. We've seen Prev play the Moonkin, as well as the Shadow Priest. And of course, Brain play the Paladin, and now Resto Shaman as well. So they're willing to learn new classes, willing to learn new roles, and that's what makes them such a deadly team. My only wish is that we could see, like, I want to see Method NA play against Horizon like that. I would love that. I mean, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that, but that would be my dream right now. I'd love to see it.
I wish we could see, in case people are wondering why we're not having one finals, just with how everything is going on in the world right now, it just makes the most sense in terms of tournament integrity to have people play in their respective regions and have two separate finals. So it's unfortunate we don't get to see them play against each other today. If you're in chat right now, let us know who you think would win against Method NA versus Horizon. It's definitely an interesting thing to speculate on, but Method NA is going to be our North American champion, and Horizon is going to be our champion for Europe. We can see how Method NA did get here. Huge props to Golden Guardians as well. Ven was saying how Method NA have sort of adopted over the last seasons in terms of new specs and new compositions, but Golden Guardians has done that quite a bit as well this season, especially, and it's for sure paid off today as we've seen them get second place today. So very well done to them, and congratulations as well. We can also take a look over at the European bracket that we saw play out earlier today. As I already said, Horizon is the champion over there, and they had a tremendous going for this tournament as well. Look how they started off. Method EU getting sent down to the lower bracket almost immediately, and then they just kind of had smooth sailing for the rest of it. But that last finals, very, very hard fought on the side of Method EU, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Method EU, what an insane showing it was for them in Europe. I mean, look at this bracket. They were one game away from losing to Reload Esports, and they claw their way back. And they're down 0-2, I believe it was, against Skill Cap. And they claw their way back with the Sub Rogue. And then they open up strong 3-0 in the finals, but it was not enough. Horizon brought it back, figured out their strategies, and it's been very exciting in Europe because, Skill Cap and Method EU, and Skill Cap especially, has looked kind of untouchable lately, but Horizon coming here and beating both of them, really showing that they did earn their victory here. They beat all of the best teams to get here, and hats off to them.
Yeah, hats off to all of the teams that we did see play this weekend. I mean, I've said it before. We had the cups, and then we had the circuit, and then we had this tournament. So these teams have beaten out a lot of other really high-level players to get here. So everyone that played today is really an incredible team and an incredible roster. And I feel like it's just going to get more and more interesting, especially off the back of what you were just saying, Zico, with the European region. I'm so excited that we have another top dog in the European region, and then North America too. We've got UNITAS stepping in as well, Golden Guardians stepping it up. It's just like the level of competition for these teams as they stay together on these rosters just gets higher and higher as we keep having these tournaments. So it's really been an exciting weekend here, Stupities.
Yeah, I don't think you could have asked for a better way to end it, especially over in Europe. Like if you missed the European finals, like if you just tuned in now for North America, you want to go back in the VOD, you want to watch that. Like that's like a classic series. Like that's definitely like easily top 5 finals in my mind, maybe top 10. There's a lot of epic finals. Seems like WoW always has some pretty insane finals. Like, but it's one of those finals that you need to see if you didn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wish I could give credit to whoever is like clipping together the individual finals and labeling them nicely in the YouTube channel, but definitely go check that out. And huge props to whoever's doing that, because they're putting in a tremendous amount of work in organizing all of those individual series. So for sure, like Sid said, go check out those European series because they were really, really good. So once again, huge congratulations to Horizon on that victory, as well as Method NA. It's just been an incredible weekend. It's been an incredible series. It's really season. It's been such a pleasure really hosting alongside you guys as well. I had such a good time hosting and filling out this role just a little bit more as I get more comfortable with you guys. So it's been a huge honor. And also I want to give a shout out to everyone working behind the scenes. They've worked night and day so hard. There's so many people working behind the scenes to make this possible. Production, admins, observers, the moderators. There's so many people that you don't see that aren't on camera that are making this production possible for you guys. So tune in next weekend. MDI Last Stand is going to be starting. It's at 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CEST. Follow us on Twitter, WoW Esports. Subscribe here. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of the action. And we will see you guys next time. Have a lovely night.